A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Bells. Stand by all stations.
Attention, all districts. A 5-alarm fire. 5 bells. Move in immediately.
That's it. Let's roll.
Let's go. Firefighters. Presenting Firefighters. The true-to-life story of our unsung heroes who stand ready to ride by day or night against our most murderous enemy, the demon of fire. In just a minute, we'll join Tim Collins, rookie fireman, in his fight for fresh air in the 4th floor of the burning warehouse. The floor below is a raging inferno from which smoke and terrific heat rise to impede the progress of Tim and Fireman Murphy toward the windows they must shatter to admit clean air. As the firefighters grope through the murk and fumes, well, we'll take just a pause to bring you this message. Let's go, firefighters! Let's go to the 4th floor of the burning warehouse, where you remember Tim Collins, rookie fireman, has just heard feeble cries for help. And Fireman Murphy exclaimed,
What's that, Collins? What did you say?
Oh, me? I thought that was you.
Listen.
That's somebody in trouble, Murphy. There's somebody in here. Someone caught among those big crates and boxes.
All right, come on, Collins. Crawl on your chest. Keep your face down where the air is cleaner.
Hey, no, Murphy, over that way. That voice is over there to your left.
Never mind that. First, we got to smash out this window.
But whoever that is, he must be nearly done
If
for.
we don't get fresh air and clear out this smoke, we'll all be done for.
Oh.
Now, back, Collins. Look out for my axe. I'm going to swing.
All right. All right, I've got my wind back, Murphy. Now, what's our plan?
Oh, we'll hook ourselves up with this lifeline.
Uh-huh.
Now, you start back toward where you think that voice is located.
Uh-huh.
And at the same time, I'll work along this wall, smash out the windows, get more air, and let the smoke clear out faster.
All right, then I'll find out whoever that is that's caught under those crates and follow the lifeline back to you. Oh, good grief, look there.
Where?
There. Those crates are beginning to smolder. The fire's working up through the floor.
Yeah, I was expecting that. This whole place might go any moment. And now get started, Collins. You keep your face down. No matter how hot it is, keep down so you can breathe. Fourth call, commanders. Fourth call, commanders, this way. This is a bad fire, boys. A tough one. Now, here's the situation. First and second alarm engine companies are working the stairs at each end of the warehouse, carrying hose lines as close as they can to the seat of the flame. All available ladders are at the 3rd floor windows. Now, look up there, you men. You see, 3rd alarm engine men are pouring water through those 3rd floor windows. But there's trouble on the 4th floor.
Chief Cody. Chief, there's Murphy now.
Where? Good man. He's breaking out the 4th floor windows.
Can't we run ladders up there, sir?
Boys, that's our trouble. We sent out the 4th alarm because we need ladders at those windows.
But no water. We can't send water yet into that floor.
No, we can't send water in yet, because Murphy and young Collins from 3-1's company are working that floor. And the stream from a hose could kill them both. So get those ladders up. But you engine company commanders, hold those hoses back, you understand me? Until I say the word.
Oh, Murphy's signaling, Chief. Stand by that window. We're coming up.
He heard you. He waved his arm. But what in blazes?
He's left the window.
Look, that smoke is getting thicker.
If the fire is breaking through, Chief, those men are goners.
Not yet. Those floors were built to resist fire, and they're resisting so far. No knowing how much longer, but just...
But there's conduction, Chief. If that terrific heat is conducted through the flooring, if those crates of merchandise on the fourth floor get hot enough...
I know. They'll burst into flame from heat alone. You don't have to teach me how fire acts, Lieutenant Kennedy.
There go the ladders. Now we'll get those men out in a hurry.
Collins, if you can hear me, jerk that lifeline.
Better save my breath. Just tug on the line. 1, 2.
Okay, Collins, I got it. Now keep on. Jerk the line if you're okay.
I'm okay. I can stand it. Not much longer, but I can stand it.
Help, I'm caught.
I'm coming. Oh, blast that smoke. He's over here. Somewhere in these crates.
Help, I can't move.
I got you. All right, now lie still. Try not to breathe.
Help, somebody help me.
Oh, good grief, he's out of his head.
Help.
Poor fella. Well, he's lucky. Now, where's he caught?
Help me.
Oh, that crate. Oh, it's right on his leg. Get my hands under it.
Help, won't somebody come?
Okay, mister, okay. Somebody's here.
Help
now,
me.
heave. And heave again.
Help me, somebody help.
Huh? What?
Help.
Oh, yeah. Now I remember.
Help.
All right, take it easy, mister. Gotta get out now. Come on, mister. Come on. Climb aboard. Climb aboard for the piggyback ride. Now, up we go.
All right, that's right, Collins. Okay. Good, you got your man. That's fine. I'll take him now. Collins, I said I'll take him now.
Oh. Yeah, sure. I'll take him.
I got him. Now, follow me. Here we are, Collins. Get your head over that windowsill. I'm a fraud.
Murphy, he's out of his head.
You're not much better. You keep your head out of that window.
Yeah.
I can see he's out of his head. Well, his leg's not broken, but it's badly crushed. You, Collins. The ladders are coming up. The way those crates are smoldering there, we can't afford to wait. How do you feel?
Me, I'm fine. Yeah, I never felt better.
Oh, yeah? Let me look at you.
What do you think? A little smoke is going to knock me out?
I don't know. Smoke poisoning can do queer things to you.
Smoke poisoning? Not for me. I eat the stuff.
Okay. Okay, I guess you'll do. Here. Lend me a hand with this knife right here. Holy places. My fingers are all troubled.
What are you trying to do?
Bowling, Collins. Make a bowling with a bite in it.
Yeah, I get it. Take a bite and a bowling and lower this fella to the ground. Let me have that line, Murphy.
I'll give it a few turns around this iron hook in the wall here. That little hole.
Yeah.
I can let go of him out to the ground. That's safe enough.
All right, here's your bowling. Now climb into the bite.
Collins, I said I'll lower you to the ground. I'll wait here for the ladder.
Oh, Murphy, you're weak as a cat. Now you climb into that bite or I'll tie you up like a turkey.
Okay, kid, you with it. I can just about make it.
All right, that's better. Now get a good grip on this fellow.
But won't somebody else? Secure now. Remember, snub that line with that hook in the wall.
All right, step off.
Right. Here we go. Throw it away, Collins.
All right, use your feet, Murphy.
Let it go.
All right, fend off the wall with your feet.
Pay out that line faster.
All right, here's your package, Chief Cody. Special delivery.
Can't buy below there. First aid for this fella.
Take your breath, Murphy. You don't look too well yourself.
Ease them down, Collins.
All right, Murphy. There, I got your foot.
Almost out, Chief. There, that does it.
You men, take this fellow to first aid. Well, who is it, Murphy?
I don't know, sir.
Here, lie down. He'll be back with a stretcher for you.
I don't know who it is.
It must be the watchman.
Oh, God. That's all he keeps saying. Collins brought him up.
What was Murphy, Collins yelling just now? Something about special delivery?
I don't know. I don't like the way he's acting, Chief. Maybe smoke poison.
Smoke poison? That's bad. That can make a man crazy.
Yeah, he was...
Now, don't try to talk, Murphy. You're in bad shape yourself. Oh, stretcher! This way with the stretcher. And get that ladder up fast.
Get at the fire. That's what the rules say. I'll find the fire. I'll find that fire, knock it down. I can knock 1,000 fires, 1,000,000. I'm Tim Collins. That's who I am. Who? Who'd you say? I said Tim Collins. That's who I said. Yeah, never heard of him. Hey, what am I doing? My head feels funny. Oh, yes, a fire. What's this? An extinguisher. Where'd I get that? Oh, bracket on the wall. Yes, that's it. An extinguisher and a bracket on the wall. Get the extinguisher from the... Oh, no, Tim, you're crazy. You already got it. Come on, Collins, get to work. You see those crates? See that flame? Get in there, Collins. Get that extinguisher to work.
Tim Collins is in a bad spot, but help is on the way because Chief Cody has ordered ladders raised to the 4th floor windows of the burning warehouse. And with Chief Cody in charge, Tim's rescue will not be long delayed. For what happens next, listen to our next true-to-life episode of The Firefighters. In just a minute, Chief Bob Cody will tell you, boys and girls, how you can help the firefighters in your own town. But before you meet Chief Cody, here's a message you don't want to miss. And now Chief Bob Cody with a special assignment for all young firefighters. Chief Cody.
Hello, boys and girls. This is Chief Cody speaking, and here's your special assignment. Attention, firefighters. You are to inspect your home for papers and other inflammable materials that are stored near uninsulated heating pipes or flues. Heat in a pipe can raise the temperature of papers nearby until they burst into flame. Now, this is a serious hazard. That is all, firefighters, and goodbye for now.
Fire Chief Cody and the young rookie fireman Tim Collins will be back at the same time on the same station when you hear...
That's it. Let's roll.
Let's go, Firefighters!
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux toilet soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Margaret O'Brien, Lionel Barrymore, Louis Stone, and Edward Arnold in Three Wise Fools. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. If when you're sitting at home some quiet night, alone, you suddenly hear a sound like this. Have you ever wondered what makes that shade unwind? Could it possibly be those little people, the leprechauns and the fairies whom we never see? Oh, you don't believe in them, eh? Well, then, let's see what happens to three skeptics like yourselves in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Three Wise Fools, based on the play by Austin Strong, originally produced by John Golden. We are fortunate in having all four stars from the original fine cast: Margaret O'Brien, Lionel Barrymore, Louis Stone, and Edward Arnold. Margaret appears as the little Irish girl who moves into the home and heart of three hard-hearted disbelievers. Disbelieving, that is, in those same little people who are known to inhabit the bogs of Ireland. And speaking of Ireland, we have a letter forwarded by a youthful member of the Red Cross. It's from a pupil in a school near Dublin, and says in part, words cannot express how grateful we were for the welcome present that he sent. The teacher let us pick what we liked, and I chose a cake of Lux soap and a storybook. Well, I'm sure that boys and girls in Ireland, as in other lands, appreciate the packages the Junior Red Cross sends, and especially their kindness and discrimination in including Lux soap. Here's Act One of Three Wise Fools, starring Margaret O'Brien as Sheila O'Monaghan, Lionel Barrymore as Richard Gaunt, Louis Stone as James Trumbull, and Edward Arnold as Theodore Findlay. Many years ago, three young suitors, a doctor, a banker, a lawyer, each was desperately enamored of the beautiful Lena Fairchild. But suddenly Miss Fairchild fell in love with a stranger, a dark man from Ireland, so full of song and poetry that she agreed to run away with him. The three suitors discovered the elopers, and so violently did they threaten the stranger that he turned in his saddle to curse them.
I am the O'Monaghan, who's broken bread with kings and sung before queens, and this is my curse. No, not a curse. I'll make it a blessing. Gentlemen, while Rena and I are in Ireland, may all your lofty dreams come true. May you, Richard Gaunt, may you be the famous man of medicine. And you, James Trumbull. And you be the high and mighty lawyer you set your heart upon. And you, Theodore Findlay, may you get your $1 million, your glittering ton of gold. And may you go side by side on a wide, smooth road. In the name of the one-horned witch of the bog of Ardbeeg is spoken.
Well, 40 years went by, and the three disappointed suitors had become three old bachelors. Theodore Findlay had acquired his ton of gold. Richard Gaunt became a famous doctor, and James Trumbull a high and mighty lawyer. But with it all, they hadn't acquired one true friend. And so it was that the three old bachelors contemplated doing of a gracious deed.
I still say it's ridiculous, giving away a piece of property worth $50,000 just because you two are worried about how many carriages will be at your funeral.
And how many do you think you'll have at yours?
So we're making this magnificent gesture because the people of this community hate me. Is that it, Dr. Gaunt?
Why, they love you, Ted. That's why they call you Squeeze a Penny Finger. Oh, now, stop arguing. If we can buy a little goodwill with a gift, it's a bargain.
And to whom will we give the property?
To the university, of course. For years they've wanted that land to build a Greek amphitheater. We get some wonderful publicity in the newspaper.
Yes, Paul Badger owns the newspaper, and Paul Badger hates us.
Well, now speak for yourself. You were the one who dispossessed his mother 25 years ago.
I'm a businessman.
Well, then, as a businessman, shut up. Jim, get in touch with the president of the university. I'll get a hold of Badger, and they can both come here tomorrow.
Oh, is there anything I can do?
Yes. You go to the vault in that bank of yours and bring us the deed for the land. The deed of the old Fairchild estate. Well, everything today's newspaper? Leading citizens give university old Fairchild estate.
Well, now we can be proud of ourselves. This guy won't forget us in a hurry. What is it, Frederick?
Excuse me, gentlemen, but a little girl and a man are calling. They look like immigrants.
Immigrants? Well, send them away.
What could they be?
You're the chicken and nicer from Kevin for Dublin.
Who are you, little girl?
Sheila O'Monaghan. And there's not a cottage nor a castle in all Ireland that's not honored by me present.
O'Monaghan, did you say?
Yes, sir. Granddaughter of my friend, D. O'Monaghan.
Well, it's Rena Fairchild's granddaughter. Look at this man, would you?
What happens to me, sir? The O'Monaghan servant, man and boy, for 50 years.
Well, where's your grandfather, Charles? Is he with you?
Granddaughter in Connemara. He get it from on his hill, then he's straight up in his grave.
Standing up?
And why not? And life against no man. God rest his soul. Granny's gone too.
Lena Fairchild, dead. And because of her great kindness to you three gentlemen, she commissioned me to deliver to you her most precious treasure.
Well, really? What is it?
Flora taken himself.
It's what? Her granny wanted you to be her guide.
What kind of parents take care of her?
She had none. Then passed none when she was a baby.
No, but we don't know anything about raising a little girl.
Oh, she's a smart one, gentlemen. What you don't know, she'll teach you. Right at the New Zealand.
Oh, good darling man. It's a dream to woman about. Someone to put me into your coats and your buttons go straight.
Thank you, but we have a tailor.
Ah, but there's no love in the thread needle of a tailor.
My dear Clara, please. It's quite impossible.
I'm sorry. I should have known. You don't want to.
Oh, isn't that so? It's simply that, well...
Oh, gentlemen, ain't you all strong? That's baby all you have done.
Is this something we can do, old gentleman? A few dollars or so?
Aye, there is something you can do. For the blasphemous thought, I'm thinking, you can pay for me soul. Come, me lady.
Frederick, Mr. Kendall? A competent butler would have spared us all that. Yes, sir. I'm begging your pardon, the university president is here today. Miss Appleby? Come in.
There's been a terrible mistake.
Mistake?
I knew he should have held off with that publicity.
Now, what's the matter with the publicity? You think it's fine?
But, gentlemen, the deed with the Fairchild estate. The deed you turned over to me is not the deed with the Fairchild estate. Here, look at it.
What are you talking about? We bought that property from Rita Fairchild years ago.
This deed is for a Rita Fairchild property on the other side of town. 10 acres of grassland.
What is the newspaper here? No. I'll have it straightened out immediately. Yes.
Oh, I hope, Mr. Kinder, he said I was printing another front page story, and it would be most embarrassing if you would just...
Mr. Appleby, I'll see that you get the right deed in the morning.
Yes, of course. All right. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
You half-wit. You told us for years you had that deed. Yes, I know, but giving the university 10 acres of swamp. You realize what Thaeter can do to us? You'll be hooted out of town. That Thaeter won't find out about it. You'll buy it right now. You'll buy it. From who? From Wheeler, of course. I'll cable her. Nina's dead, you lame brain. Well, then, the heir. Say, who's the heir? That little girl. And you sent her away. I did nothing until 4. We'll argue about it later now. But right now, we've got to find her. Does it? Get the carriage.
Look at your garden. Grandma's house. It's falling to pieces.
Right. There's nothing left but to take out your American citizenship and go on the old age pension.
Is it charity or supporting or sharing that you live?
We can't live in this dilapidated old cabin.
I know. Poor Gavin on the phone. What do we do?
Look, girl, I'll do it. I'll go to work.
Oh, no.
I will. I'll get it out.
What would it be like I was telling you? Slavery. Oh, I feel like Simon McGee.
Yeah, then there's not left but to tell this old place.
Tell it, Granny. Don't you ever... Oh, Gavin, look. The oak tree.
What about that oak tree?
What is the body? Fairies live in oak trees. The good people, the leprechauns. Glory be, they'll help us out of our trouble.
What are you going to do?
Somebody water, Gavin. I'm going to call them forth.
Yes, Philco.
The sea to be the attic mud. It's the green onion. Darling was born the blood. The black must be in the place.
I don't see nothing, my lady. Not a solitary fairy.
It is maybe they've forgotten their girl. Living so long in the street of man.
Yes, of course.
Baby, steady, big and small. Hudson Stream water's call. Come out from your steady days and western sevens all away. Oh, please, little fairy, please come out. I need your help so bad. I know you're only awful because Brandon said you were. But please come out.
What's the point of it?
Oh, what more can I do, you absolutely free? Are you going to come out rather than not? I'm only a mortal, but it's not your dignity. And it's Gavin, no.
Yes, yes.
No, not the fairy, the gentleman. That's the damn piece of trouble in Mr. Trimble. Oh, using black ladies to run. I didn't expect it to further.
What have you come here for? The doctor's here. And you apologize, Peter. To take you home and live with us.
Oh, Lordy.
Oh, then you will.
Oh, yes. Good bye, Sir Dapper.
Did we have to come too?
Oh, I couldn't go without Sir Dapper. Excuse me, I'm not a
Well.
I promised Fanny I'd be welcome. But Gavin's a burnt man, you see.
You might have waited till the court let it, maybe. Bring your bag to the crowd. Well, he's visiting the oak tree. If there is any of you men branches, I hope you know what you're doing. Speak up, Jim, speak up. Did you see good watching, gentlemen? Our worries are over. We have become the legal guardians of Juliet O'Brien. Good. What does she have to say about her secretary? You should have heard her telling what? How much she loves us. What about the dude who is a statesman of himself? You have to arrange that, too. The child gets $60,000, which we will hold in trust for her, and the property's ours, turn over to the university. There. Here's the deed. Yeah, and I think this all good as it goes. To our dear, beloved reward, what's the name again? Sheila. Oh, yes, Sheila. Long but Sheila. But not Sheila. I've wired Miss Marlowe soon for the Russia. They'll be glad to enroll the child any time we wish. That's excellent. The best place for me, too. I'm sick of going around with this silly grin in my face just because the kid wants me to look happy all the time. Come in. I have the honor to announce for the most powerful session, the Juliet O'Brien.
Congratulations.
Yeah, you look very nice, my dear. That's a new dress.
Thank you for on me. A Gavin book. And you could see others. Foxes and foxes.
All foxes. Oh, fine, Catherine, fine. I hope you took the ball on approval.
Oh, but I do approve, I do. A Gavin for communication.
I really?
With you, Tina. A doll's house. Is that really cool?
No, that's not a doll's house, my dear. That's the model of a Greek theater. The biggest in the country, entirely faced with marble. And if it hadn't been for you, they could never do it. Yes, it's going to be built on your granny's place, and you're going to make a lot of money out of it.
Oh, darling, yes.
And this is the paper that gave us the right to sell it.
Yes, it's a wonderful strain of goodness out of you. But then why shouldn't it be wonderful news? It's Granda's black money.
Yes, we wish that he's a broad, smooth road, and we have had pretty fair going. Yes, that one horse is certainly been all right by us.
One horn, yes. Not the one horn which is about the bamboo.
Yes, that's the one. On the body.
Oh, no. And it wasn't a blessing. It was the curse of the most terrible old witch in all Ireland.
Well, he wished me $1 million, Stephen. I've got it.
He's a poor darling. I must take the curse out of you.
Tomorrow, my dear.
Oh, no, now. It's very minute.
Now, Stephen, let's be sensible about this.
I am. So you feel just puffing on the edge of me. Us now. Also fingers first by both of them. I'll see one hand that I call you forth and command you to take the first off of this dangerous house. I, Sheila, stand up with Michael V. O'Manahan, is here now Greater Edith Bell and the doctor, the banker, and the judge. Lied after research to the dog of our deeds. He died. His eyes, Sheila has thought. There, that's all the good, gentlemen. Now, if you excuse me, I'll get up to you to stand.
Sheila, you're taking a paper.
But you think it's the paper that Johnson told me about? Could you?
Yes, but you have it to build a bridge river.
Oh, sorry. You can have the bill to the for the first country.
What?
Really, Durante, be like sitting in my sleeping house.
Well, this is a fine settlement, kid. What suppose appetite, my lady? A theater and a piece of paper.
I think it's going to give you a lot of money to Durante, sir.
Why?
To do the theater for the Greek team.
A theater for the Greek?
Yes. All people is mad.
I see, my lady, there's an old little glass story about this house.
I don't know anything. July, Cavalcade.
Maybe just as a got to watch and talk. Now that paper, you keep it in a big book, my lady.
I'll keep it in a book. Come on. I just wanted to speak to get myself a little bit. I'm not even me. You can't do the nice things to anyone you really care about.
All right, give me make it quick.
I don't think you while you're looking like an old man.
Well, I don't feel like smiling. I've been smiling all day. What's that piece of paper in your nightgown?
The piece of granny, Smith.
Oh, gee. If you were to do that piece of paper, I think maybe I should cry.
I make you smile without the paper.
Young lady, I haven't laughed in years.
You know what a laugh is, Dr. Richard? A laugh is a little ball of air with a big nose. You start to your tummy and go up here at the back of it, trying to get into your mouth. There's what's one inside of you now.
Stop tickling me. You undersized female.
But the kid seems left its way. It's calling up your spine. It's coming out of your ear. I can see it. It's up into your skin. It's calling down your jawbone. The guy's doctor doing up in your mouth as you jump right here and move it. I told you. Don't you sit now. Good night, Dr. Richard. You got to on your stomach.
What are you laughing at, good sucker? You're in trouble. You're right up to your head.
I'm sorry if I disturbed you long time.
Hold on with him. What does you want?
To touch you in.
Touch me in?
I have to take care of you now before you bother you.
My dear young lady, you're not taking care of us, we're taking care of you. That's why we must that's why we like to have a paper back.
I will know more about this case. Now, I think that you.
We'll go down. You?
Yes, so I can see you in case you good night.
You want to kiss me good night? Why?
Because I'm nasty. But no one ever touched you in case you good night before.
No, not for a very long time. I'm an old man now.
Well, my boy, who else is letting you touch me since you used to a baby yourself?
He's Mr. Cody.
Just a little baby from my grandmother died. But I'm the telling you about. You see, just when the cousin you so baby one day, come along, you lad, said Jeff. It's time for you to join the ranks. And Mr. O'Brien said, go along with you to go, if you grab me one small day. Well, said Jeff, If you're so obliging and courteous, and not causing you any trouble, but is it too late? It's still be right until I see you clear that before the lady. We haven't argued that this day. Then, since I have your answer, Mr. O'Brien, I'll never say any prayers again. And you never did. And you never will. Till you live forever. Good night, Mary Jane. And execute Mr. Kinleyson. You got to be your friend. Is it about the Suspense again?
You have a lot of nice money with the president six together?
What if I had enough money in this terrible thing?
What terrible thing?
What I just give it away to some poor people. This country's all I keep it all left. Good news is not coming. All these suddenly nice things from church, kissing down the street and snubbing her neighbors with an old year.
And who is Mrs. Murphy?
The boy with the black on it, and not the Lord, and the name of the Lord. And poor Murphy, standing by the street with the church to get you back to his life. So what did he want to do? He throws out Jesus' record, and he runs through the street.
And who is Mrs. Murphy?
This is a mother in Lincoln.
And why couldn't you? Why not you?
Then I could have seen, and I could be covered.
Right.
The other night we told me, the fire in the wind.
Oh, I see. I'm going down to the bed.
So we did. We do some time as we go to the avenue, and I wrote down the community. Mr. Kennedy, yes, with the family. The parents there, I'm going. And the ultimate issue, we're going to have a family.
Well, thank you, Sheila. That's quite wonderful. But right now, I think that you just run along my ground, run along the bed. Well, how did you listen to this, folks? Suppose you better stop. Well, you know, it's kind of good to stop about it. I got it. See? You doing this property. How'd you get it? I worked. I must have worked right at the Peter Jordan station. I see water. I see God. Oh, devil. Let's bring you integrity to your drunken sadly. Well, you will never think you know that you keeping there and will be the confused to have something. I guess that you will get in and give it a proof of that. And in the morning, I'm thinking about you, and it's the poor magic, the good. Suppose now the spiritual ideas have your command. Even a poor orphan book, the baby said, oh, better. How would you like you in a $6,000? No, it is the fact you like to see that in a simple time. With him to be. Everything, all right, really. And if you just to keep your hands open, then the little boy gives it to your own finger. Good night, gentlemen. Good night. Just slap your leg. Oh, I was thinking. I hope the lady that has been wearing I must prefer it. Do you all accept it, gentlemen? In a moment, you'll be done with our stars, Margaret O'Brien, Lana Barrymore, Louis Stone, and David Arnold, soon through YC. Meanwhile, here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood report.
Well, Richard, I've just been to the university. Atterfield gave us a few more days to deliver that deed.
If we don't deliver it, then what?
That's all Badger's waiting for. He'll nail us to the mast.
Richard, Jim, come here. Where's Sheila? We're in the garden with O'Dowd. Good. What's the matter with you? Would you listen to me just a minute? The fairies never leave an oak tree till the roots have died. How you ever accumulated $1 million, I'll never know.
Well, that's what Sheila said, isn't it? That's why she can't have the tree moved, isn't it?
Well.
Well, I've got the solution. Just now, while I was at the bank, a parade went by. Dugan's Lilliputians are in town. They'll be at the vaudeville house all week. 30 perfect midgets for the band. And I've hired them.
You what?
Yeah. I told Dugan exactly what to say. So tonight, right after dinner, you and I and Sheila are taking a walk to the Fairchild Estate.
Look, Sheila. A 3/4 moon. Do you know what that means?
Yes, it's the favorite moon of the little folks. And it's just getting nice for them to be gallivanting.
Well, that's why we thought it would be nice to walk over here, Sheila, to the oak tree. There's no telling what we might see.
Wait a minute. Where's O'Gavin? Wasn't he coming with us?
I'm afraid O'Gavin is a bit indisposed. He said he got lost in your cellar.
Oh, Sheila, that man. That man's nothing but a drunken old... Jim, that's enough.
I told him where he'd be. He said he'd follow us to Babel.
Well, there's no need to wait. Now, let's start looking for the fairies, huh?
So close your eyes, everyone. Pooping, the apple small. Ace the blooming on the knee. Dying grass, old Mayor. The last must ruin the cellar. You can open your eyes now. You can. Look, the tree. In your tree.
Music. I hear music.
The good people, they're there. Oh, don't you see them?
Yes, I see them.
Listen, someone's talking.
Fellow Leprechaun, our fairy queen has asked me to explain why she has ordered us to move out of this tree. We are leaving because the heart of the roots is dying. Yes, our tree has angina pectoris and is no longer a fitting home for us little people. In fact, the poor old tree should be cut down and put out of its misery.
Sheila, did you hear that?
Yes,
The fairy queen has found us a new home far away. So let us depart while the moon's on the rise and the dew's on the grass. Come, little people, away, away.
There they go, Sheila. There they go. They're back on their back.
I've seen them. Oh, take me home. One small body can't stand anymore. The little people.
Well, you two old goats, did I solve our problem or didn't I?
The child's convinced she saw the fairies. She's upstairs now, probably dreaming about them.
Well, where's the deed to Rena's property? She still has that, hasn't she?
Quiet, she's coming. Well, Sheila, we thought you were asleep.
I was asleep. Almost. And then I took to thinking. I have everything your heart desires. If you haven't what you wanted to us. So if you're still set on the theater for the group, here's the deed to me property.
Oh, thank you, Sheila.
You can put yours to the artist mystery or do anything you want. It's not because I saw the little people. It's because you saw them. I know you believe because you saw them too.
Yes, Sheila. Yes, my dear.
Good night. And may God sit on your pillow.
Good night, Sheila. Good night.
Good night, my child.
Well, boys, this deed goes to Appleby tonight. I'll take it myself. The university gets its property, and the little girl has seen her fairies. I think I'll go to bed.
Yes, I think I will, too.
Well, pleasant dreams, boys. We're sitting pretty.
Miss Sheila, ma'am, excuse me for interrupting your breakfast.
Yes, Cedric?
When there's a policeman there with a message from O'Devon.
O'Devon?
They picked him up last night in a brawl, miss. The message was he'd be obliged if you'd come and get him out of jail. Shall I call Mrs. Trumbull, miss, or the doctor?
Oh, no. Tell the policeman to wait. I'll be ready in a minute.
Now, just a minute, O'Devon. Are you trying to tell this court that you were attacked last night by supernatural beings?
Judge Watson, Your Honor, that I was. We met up with you at the edge of the Pigtails estate. And seeing as how they were the little folks searching down the road, I invited them to join me at Murphy's Liquor Emporium.
And they went with you. The fairies went with you.
Well, sir, there we were on our way, when one of them, a North of Ireland runt named Dugan, passed a certain remark about me dear Uncle Seamus, now deceased and departed.
Will you kindly get to the point?
Naturally, I remarked right back at him and doubled it. And then this pusillanimous lump told me to shut up, or he'd knocked me kneecaps off. Now, there was where I made my mistake. They all fell upon me, thousands of them. I was up to me belt buckle and berries.
You were up to your belt buckle and whiskey.
Oh, me little, praise the thing.
Here. Just who are you, little girl?
You remember me, Judge Watson? Sheila O'Monaghan.
Oh, yes, of course. The little Irish girl.
And now that she's here, Your Honor, she'll tell you I did see the fairies last night.
Oh, yes, sir. A whole tree full of them.
Now, just a minute. Well, more visitors. Come in, Mr. Trumbull, Doctor, Mr. Finley.
How do you do, sir?
How are you?
I hope you'll excuse us. We just came to get the little girl, isn't it?
But, gentlemen, O'Devon's in trouble. His Excellency doesn't believe that we saw the fairies last night.
Sheila, we mustn't interrupt the court.
But I'm just asking you that you tell the judge what you saw with your own eyes. You did see the fairies last night. You did.
Sheila, dear, what difference does it make?
Don't you see what you're doing? You're sending O'Devon to prison for telling the truth. Then, why don't you speak?
Gentlemen, did you see fairies last night, or did you not?
Sheila, my dear, it was just a sort of a game, my dear.
Yes, just a little game.
Then you don't believe. And actually saw them leaving the tree.
Never mind, darling. Never mind, my lady.
But there must be fairies. There must. I couldn't live if there weren't. I wouldn't want to.
Sheila?
Yes, Your Excellency.
Come here, child. Here to the window.
Yes?
You too, O'Devon.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Are those the fairies you saw? The little people out there in the prison yard.
The little folks. They're here. A miracle.
But they're not fairies, Sheila. They're midgets. Dugan's midgets from the Vaudeville Theater.
But, Darling.
The judge is right, my lady. Midgets. Just humans, darling, who never grow up. And me swearing to pixies I met up with.
And if they're humans, the real fairies are still in my tree. And they're going to cut it down and kill them all.
Sheila, my dear, we did it only to make you happy.
Make me happy. You make me wish I was dead.
The bailiff released the midgets. The case is dismissed.
Well, thank you very much, Your Honor.
I'm not through with you. I want to see all of you right away in my chamber.
And that's what they've done to her, Your Honor. And that's why I say they're three contemptible, low-down weeds. Are you drunken? Judge, I demand O'Devon be thrown out.
Before you do any demanding, Mr. Findlay, I suggest you answer his accusations. Did you hire Dugan's midget?
Yes, but only...
And second, is it true or not that you brought this child into your home only to acquire her property?
Your Honor, please, now, believe.
Well, Dr. Gaunt.
Yes, it's true. True. We were in a difficult situation, and, well, it seemed the simplest solution. But we've changed since he came to us. I can't explain it, except we've never heard a little girl laugh before, or waited for a good night kiss, frightened to death she might forget it. You couldn't take her away from us now, Judge. Why, we wouldn't be able to... Well, hang it, man, we love her.
How can he love me? Dressing up little humans pretending they were fairies.
Sheila, we do love you. You're the only one we've ever loved, except your grandmother. Now, please, tell Judge Watson that you want to stay with us.
And I'll buy you a pony, Sheila. A nice red pony.
A red pony. You can't buy love for pounds and pence.
I was so happy last night. I thought that you believed in the fairies and how they'd help you get rid of your sinful old money and lead you into heaven. But it's too late. I can't go back with you.
You won't have to, Sheila. Mr. Finley, Dr. Blunt, Mr. Trumbull, consider yourselves discharged as the child's guardian.
Oh, but Judge...
Taylor? Yes, sir? Get the matron. We'll arrange to commit the child to the State Home for Orphans.
Oh, no. I won't go. I won't go.
This is absurd, Your Honor. She has plenty of money, the money we paid for her property.
And I'll not touch a penny of it. Not a penny.
Your Honor, she's a Monahan. She can't go to an institution. Sorry, O'Davin, there's no alternative. Yes, sir. Oh, look at you. 3 wise men. After what you've done, it's you who should be put in an institution to rot behind bars for the rest of your selfish lives. 3 wise men. 3 wise fools. That'll be enough of that.
Oh, Davin, help me, please. Oh, Davin, help me.
No alternative, he says, darling. Oh, for me dead body there ain't. Come on, me lady, run.
Stop. You'll never stop. You'll never fight.
Run, me lady, run. Come on.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. In just a moment, Margaret O'Brien, Lionel Barrymore, Louis Stone, and Edward Arnold will return in 3 Wise Fools. Our guest tonight is proof that miracles can and do happen in Hollywood. She's lovely Janet Leigh, who at the age of 19 has been chosen for one of the most important screen roles of the year. In Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, The Romance of Rosie Ridge. Won't you give us a few highlights of your success story, Janet? And don't be modest.
Well, I really haven't had a chance to catch my breath yet, Mr. Keeley. Everything's happened so fast. First came my contract, the studio, and then my first picture role in a romantic drama of the period following the Civil War. And, well, you know who the hero is, Mr. Keeley. So you'll understand why I can hardly believe my good luck to be playing opposite him.
The popular Van Johnson. And he has the most versatile role of his career in that picture. A 2-fisted fighting man.
Oh, Van does some fine singing, too. American folk songs to his own guitar accompaniment. Oh, it was also fun to work with such a famous member of the cast as Thomas Mitchell.
A truly splendid character actor. How did you like going on location for The Romance of Rosie Ridge in the high Sierras?
Oh, it was rugged, but it was beautiful up there. No contact with the outside world for 2 weeks. So I had to be sure to pack carefully. Oh, and I know Mr. Kennedy would be interested to hear of one suggestion I got over and over again.
I'm thinking of a certain beauty soap that's rather popular in Hollywood, Miss Lee.
Yes, Mr. Kennedy. Everyone said, be sure to take a supply of Lux toilet soap. As though I'd forget my daily complexion care. I've been using Lux toilet soap for a long time, you know.
Maybe that's one reason the studio didn't even make a screen test of you, Miss Lee. Any cameraman knows a lovely Lux complexion always photographed like a charm.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy.
Hollywood stars and starlets know how effective Lux toilet soap care can be. The rich, fragrant lather makes Lux toilet soap their favorite bath soap, too. It's truly Hollywood's own beauty soap. Thanks for being here tonight, Miss Janet Leigh. All good wishes in your bright new career. Here's your producer, William Keeley. Act 3 of 3 Wise Fools, starring Margaret O'Brien as Sheila, Lionel Barrymore as Gaunt, Louis Stone as Trumbull, and Edward Arnold as Finley.
Several hours have passed, but neither the police nor the frantic efforts of the three old bachelors have revealed any trace of Sheila and O'Davin. Slipping through town, the runaways have halted at an iron front gate. On it, a bronze plaque reads, St. Mary's Convent.
Oh, darling, you can't. You can't enter a convent.
My mind is made up, O'Davin. I'm denouncing the world. Sure, 'tis nothing but a great ball of measly lies.
But we could run away, my lady. Out west, Kentucky, or Maine. We'll become Indians.
No, O'Davin. Thank you, but no. He places in a convent. What more can I do with my wasted life? To let them cut off his hair and have done with it.
Oh, what's to become of me? Left to die in a drunkard's grave.
Oh, me poor man. But you've got to be brave. I'll be praying for you every second beat.
Oh, what.
You promised me you'll have no more dealings with Mr. Kilgarren's Irish whiskey.
Not a thimbleful. Not a whiff.
Then go, Davin. Go now. And God keep step with you.
What time is it now, Richard? It's 10 minutes to 10. And in 5 minutes, it'll be 5 minutes to 10. And if you ask me once more, I'll ram that clock right down your throat. Well, I can't help it. I'm worried.
You're worried. Huh. If it hadn't been for you and your midget police circus, Sheila'd still be here.
Oh, sure. Blame me. Anytime anything happens around here, it's my fault.
Yep.
For
40 years, I've listened to your yapping. I'm getting tired of it.
All right, I'll leave this house tomorrow. Good. I can't wait to get your room fumigated.
Gentlemen, she insists on seeing you.
Who insists on seeing her?
I do. See you, I will. I'm Sister Mary Bridget from the convent. I come for Sheila's clothes.
Oh, you found her.
She found us, poor little tyke.
Oh, thank heaven she's safe. Sister, you have influence in this town. Help us get her back, please.
I hope you'll never get her back. I've just been to see Judge Watson. There's a fine boarding school upstate. I'm taking her there myself tomorrow. So send up your man to fetch her clothes.
Get her clothes, Frederick?
Yes, sir. The 3 biggest men in this town, obvious. The 3 blackest sinners.
We tried to buy the property back, but they've already started to clear the land.
I know all about it.
What we did was wrong, and we know that.
And what do you know of the mind of a child? Denying her the fairies, calling them superstitions. Would you be denying Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny and the stork? You took everything from us you believed in. And now she wants to die.
But surely there's something we can do.
The only thing I know is to save that tree.
But that's impossible.
Is it? Before I let them cut it down, I'd nail myself to the trunk and make them cut me down with it. Ah, but you won't do anything. You just haven't got the courage or the love. I'll wait in the carriage for the child's play.
Hello, Acme Contracting Company.
Hello, Mr. Johnson. This is Quimby.
Yeah, you got that ground cleared yet?
That's just it, Mr. Johnson. It's a big oak tree. When we came to work this morning, he was chained to it.
What are you talking about?
Dr. God, he chained himself to the tree. We can't cut it down.
Yeah, but you got to cut it down. Wait, I'll be out there in 10 minutes. Hey, Sam, get hold of Appleby at the university right away. Now get back to work, you man. I think I can take care of Dr. Gaunt. Oh, you can you? Yes. Now, what's the idea of chaining yourself to this tree? So you can't cut it down, that's why. But we gotta cut it down. We gotta clear the property, don't we? You're not cutting down this tree. Dr. Gaunt. Oh, Dr. Gaunt. What on earth's the matter? Who chained you to the tree? He did it himself, Mr. Apple. You are not cutting down this tree. But, Doctor, people will think you're crazy. You'll be ruined. Come on, open the padlock. Where's the key? I gave it to a gopher. This property belongs to the university. I'll call the police. Well, go ahead. You started it. Well, then tell telling the flatfoot to bring me a sandwich.
I'll tell him. Now, will you guys get back to work? Another of his tricks,
Oh, devil!
I told it it's another trick.
Oh, where is she? Is Sheila here yet?
Here? So you can hurt her again?
I don't want to hurt her. I'm just trying to save her tree.
Well, then you believe?
Would I be doing this if I didn't? Look me in the eye. Do you believe in fairies? Yes or no? No.
So I was right. It is a deception.
Yes, it's a deception, yes. But don't you see? I'm trying to give that child a faith again. Now stay here, old Davin. Help me convince her.
She's coming here?
I sent Cedric to the convent.
She'll not budge a step after what you've done to her.
Then you get her yourself. You've got to now, before they take her out of town.
I'll try.
And hurry, old Davin. Hurry. Well, Dr. Gordon. Mr. Badger. What do you want, you buzzard?
Always said you'd wind up in chains.
Yeah.
Where are your accomplices? Where's Findlay and Trumbull?
I don't know.
Stand by, boys. Take down everything he says.
We will, boys.
Few of my reporters back. Oh, Mr. Appleby's here, too, I see.
I brought the policeman, Doctor. Now, unless you give us the key to that padlock, we'll cut you loose with a hacksaw. Where's that key?
Go ask the gopher.
Oh, come on, Doc. What's the idea?
You wouldn't understand, you pot-bellied pencil pusher.
Just give us one little reason for all this nonsense.
I have chained myself to this tree because it's the home of the fairies.
Fairies? What fairies? You really believe that, Gorn? I don't see any fairies.
Well, neither do I. But they're in this tree, all right.
Hold on.
Wait a minute. I'll take care of this. Well, Mr. James Trumbull.
Oh, I hate to say this, Mr. Trumbull, but I do believe Dr. Gaunt has lost his mind.
Save your breath, Jim. You wouldn't believe in fairies if I showed you their birth certificate.
Richard, what you're doing is a wonderful thing, but it won't save the tree.
I know that.
What's the good of it, then?
Well, at least it may restore her belief in, well, it's not in fairies, but at least in human beings.
But Sheila's gone, hasn't she?
I sent him diving for her. If he brings her here, she'll realize that at least one of us hasn't let her down.
Oh, I see. You mean that no one here believes in fairies but you? None of these good people?
Jim, I love you.
Thanks. Well then, Doctor, I'm standing here with you until they dynamite us out.
That's a great idea. Now, but I guess we better try the hacksaw first. Well, Mr. Trumbull, don't tell me you believe in fairies.
Your skepticism does you little justice, Mr. Badger. The manifestations of the supernatural have been known throughout the ages.
Hallelujah.
I get that, Charlie, word for word. Tell us more now, like what do fairies eat?
Honey, of course. Honey and garlic.
And what do they drink?
Grasshoppers, milk, and sap. You sap.
I got Sheila.
Oh, Dermot.
Oh, come on now, gentlemen. Let us through here.
Right along with me, James. We've got to do it. We've got to put on an act for it.
I know. Look, Richard. Up on that limb. There. 5 of them. 5 pink fairies.
Imagine. And they're all strumming their harp.
Harp?
Well, can't you hear them?
Yeah, of course I can. Yeah, I can hear them as well as you can. Well, Sheila, hello, my dear.
Good morning. Oh, Darren, they can see the fairies and I can't.
But you will, my lady. You will.
And look, Doctor. There's another group. And they're eating oatmeal.
Oatmeal? Nonsense. That's buttercup mush.
Do they believe, oh, Darren? Do they really believe?
They do indeed, my lady. Oh, Sheila, darling, Sheila.
You do believe.
Can you forgive us, my dear? Can you?
Oh, I love you. I do no love to.
Ah, now don't cry, Sheila. Please don't cry now.
I won't. Where's Mr. Finley?
Well, we don't know, Sheila.
There he is. Conniving over yonder with Mr. Appleby. Why isn't he with you, protecting his tree?
I don't know, though, Mr. Miser.
I'll take care of him. Excuse me, my lady. I'm about to beat up on the first millionaire.
All right, boys, get those straws in action. Well, chains or no chains, we won't touch him.
Come on, stand aside over there. Come on.
Oh, no. Please don't cut it down. Please don't.
Hey, you better take her, Mr. Badger.
Oh, no. Don't cut it down. The fairies. He's killed them all.
Sheila, dear.
Let the tea alone. It's all this. The tree can stand.
What did he say? Look what I've got.
A check.
A check for $1 million. $1 million? Mr. Finley. Sell us back this property, he said, and I'll give you $1 million.
Ted did that.
So I accepted, naturally.
$1 million? Naturally.
We'll make it into a park, he said. Then the tree can stand forever.
Not just a park. Simply park. That's part of the deal, Appleby.
Mr. Finley, you gave your last $1 million to save the tree.
Well, why not? Oh, Ted. Sheila's forgiven us, Ted. Can you? No, I guess I'd better. Looks like you two will have to take care of me from now on.
Oh, was there ever such happiness? And we have the fairies to thank for it. The glorious little creatures. But I wish I could see them like you did.
Show them to her, Ted. Show them to her. See, there. Well, that's second right. Oh, yes, why, certainly. Now concentrate, Sheila. They're right up there on the... Well, of course you can't see them. The word, Sheila. The incantation.
Oh, Miss Poor, let's forget me again.
Now, shut up, everybody.
His face was in the other small, exflagrating on their knees, darting rise, fairly glower, the last machine left the light.
Well, Sheila? Well?
I can see them. The fairies, they're there.
You bet they are, darling. Right in the middle of Finley Town.
The curtain falls on a splendid performance from our 4 stars. And here they are at the footlights. Margaret O'Brien, Lionel Barrymore, Louis Stone, and Edward Arnold. Sure, and it's a fine accounting you gave of yourself, Margaret, my darling.
Here's my thank you, Mr. Keeley.
You almost have me seeing those little people myself. What does a leprechaun look like, Margaret?
Oh, they have big ears and pointy pin-up noses.
Can you vouch for that for sure?
Well, of course, there really aren't such people. Oh, maybe there are.
As you said yourself, what makes that window blind go fly up when nobody's around?
Could be the sound effects man.
Right, Margaret. And I can see you're right about another thing, too. Lux toilet soap. I'm sure that nice, smooth complexion means you use it regularly.
Oh, I do. I use Lux soap every single day of my life.
And that's more evidence that you're a very wise and up-to-date young lady.
Well, you know, Bill, Margaret added another skill to her many talents out at Metro Golden Mare.
So I understand. Learning the ballet for her newest picture, The Unfinished Dance.
Well, that's quite an accomplishment, Margaret. Was it difficult?
No, but in the middle of making the picture, I hurt my toe and couldn't dance.
Oh. Well, is that why they call it The Unfinished Dance?
No.
Oh, why do they?
You'd have to go to the theater and find out.
But coming back to your toe, Margaret, did it mean that you couldn't dance in the ballet?
No. Mr. Pascanas, the producer, promised me I could be in the ballet. So he's postponed shooting it until my toe heals.
Ah, well, Margaret, you must never break your promise to a little girl.
Did you ever dance ballet, Miss Barrymore?
No. No, I'm afraid I'm hardly the type.
Did you ever toe dance, Mr. Arnold?
Only on other people's toes. Well, I don't know about his dancing, Margaret, but Mr. Arnold gives a fine performance for MGM in the Hucksters.
Thank you, Bill. And speaking of pictures, what are you doing on Lux next Monday night?
We're fortunate in having a delightful and nostalgic play in 20th Century Fox's Margie, starring Gene Crane and Glenn Langan in their original screen roles. Margie is a warmly sympathetic story of teenage romance, its trials and triumphs, joys and heartaches. A play that's filled with the spirit of youth and humor and brightened by the lilting tunes of the 20s.
I love Margie, Mr. Keeley, and I'm sure your audience will, too. Good night.
Good night. Good night. Good night. Thanks for a wonderful evening. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Gene Crane and Glenn Langan in Margie. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Margie with Gene Crane and Glenn Langan. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good health to all from Rexall. From Hollywood, the Jimmy Durante Show.
Adinkity, adinkadoo, adinkadoo. Oh, what a shoot!
Yes, 10,000 Rexall drugstores who carry the complete line of top-quality Rexall drug products bring you the Jimmy Durante Show with Peggy Lee, Arthur Treacher, Candy Candido, Roy Barley and his orchestra, our Rexall sportscaster Tommy Harmon, yours truly Howard Petrie, and our special guest tonight, MGM's great little star, Margaret O'Brien. And here he is, ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Jimmy Durante in person.
Santa Claus, what's in that bag?
Even when things go wrong,
Santa, what's in that bag?
you feel better, you even look better.
Come on, Santa Claus, please tell me, what's in that bag?
Please, Sonny, I've been telling you all day, this ain't no bag, it's my snoz.
Oh, Merry Christmas, Jimmy.
A Merry Christmas to you, too, Mr. Petrie. Too bad your name ain't Michael. Then I could wish you a Merry Michaelmas.
Oh, gosh, Jim, you sure have your troubles at Christmas time, don't you? I'll bet with all your political connections, it was sure tough selecting Christmas gifts for them.
On the contrary, Howard, yes. And my toughest job was pick... That's what it says on the paper. Don't get so smart Christmas Eve. And my toughest job was picking out a present for Henry Wallace. You see, 2 years ago, I gave a big Christmas party for Henry, and last year I gave him a second party. So this year I'm going to get him a date with Jane Russell.
A date with Jane Russell? Isn't that a strange gift for Henry Wallace?
Don't be silly. Can you think of a better third party? Durante, if you weren't so pretty, you'd make a good comedian.
Say, Jimmy, suppose Wallace does organize a third party. Does it affect you and your campaign for the vice presidency?
Not in the slightest, Howard. Not in the slightest. I'm a candidate on 4 of the tickets. The Democrats, the Socialists, the Republicans, and the Labor Party.
You're a candidate on 4 different tickets?
Certainly. Why be half safe?
Well, now, Jimmy, listen. If you want to ensure your election, you'll have to give the people a plan to help the food conservation program.
I've been working on the food problem, Howard, and I want to report...
I bid 82. I bid 84. I'll make it 86. I'll make it 90.
How do you like that? A guy walked in with a box of Wheaties and 2 grain speculators start bidding for it. Well, that's the conditions that prevail. But as I was saying, I've been working on the food problem, Howard. Last week, I dug a hole in the backyard and planted some shrimp cocktail that was left over for dinner. Then I dug another hole and planted some leftover pea soup. And then I dug another hole and planted some leftover lamb chops. I watered it faithfully every day. And this morning, you know what came up?
What?
A gopher with a note that said, "What's the matter, no dessert?" But Howard, food production can only be increased if we improve our national irrigation system.
Why, Jimmy, I'm glad you brought that up, because there's a man here to see you from the United States Department of Rivers and Waterways.
Well, what are we waiting for? Open the faucet and let him in.
Well, here he is, Jimmy, Mr. Ripple, the Commissioner of Rivers and Waterways.
Well, how do you do?
Nice to meet you, Mr. Ripple. Glad you dripped in. Now, tell me, sir, what seems to be your problem?
Well, the United States needs more water.
Well, why don't you make a tour around the country? You're giving off a fine spray.
Well, I did make a tour. I started by diving in at the mouth of the Columbia River and swimming upstream to the headwaters.
And what happened?
3 salmon proposed to me.
Them salmon will do anything to get away from Del Monte. But never mind the salmon, Mr. Ripple. When you're underwater, did you or do you ever see any pretty mermaids? Confidentially, how do you like them? Well, as a candidate for the vice presidency, naturally I'm interested in improving the Columbia River. Tell me, what can I do about it?
Well, after swimming in it for 3 days, I've only got one thing to report.
What?
I'm forever blowing bubble.
You know, I'm glad he left. I was going down for the 3rd time.
Just a minute here, Jimmy. I just noticed. What's that string tied around your finger?
I'm glad you noticed, Howard. That string means there's somebody I forgot to get a present for.
Gosh, Jimmy, was it President Truman?
No.
General Marshall?
No.
Princess Elizabeth?
No, but you're getting warm. It's Umbriago. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Umbriago. How I love it. When I see a Christmas turkey, I think of him. He's a winner. And at Christmas, I know he'll be late for dinner. He won't starve by heck. He'll never leave a speck. He'll eat the turkey's neck. Don't stand near the mistletoe, or you'll be kissed by Mr. Umbriago. Let me hear it. Umbriago. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Umbriago. Happy New Year, Umbriago. How I love that Umbriago. You know, last Christmas I remembered him. I sent him a brand new automobile with the latest invention on it. With this invention, if you're driving down the road and you see a lady driver coming towards you, you press a button, the car folds up and hides in the glove compartment. Don't stand near the mistletoe, or you'll be kissed by Mr. Umbriago.
You want to be sure that the product is pure when you ask for a drug preparation. Buy the Rexall line at the Rexall sign of Rexall identification.
Did you know that more than 2,000 different drug products carry the name Rexall? That's a big family indeed, and a highly respected one, too. For in millions of American homes, the familiar name Rexall has come to mean the utmost in quality, purity, and reliability. So, for any and for all of your drug needs, always buy Rexall. Have confidence in what that name means. Quality, purity, and reliability in drug products. Get them at Rexall drugstores throughout the nation, where 25% of America buys its drug needs.
If you want to be sure that the price is pure when you ask for a drug preparation, buy the Rexall line at the Rexall sign, a Rexall identification.
Good health to all from Rexall. Well, folks, just like all over the world, it's Christmas Eve in the Durante household. Let's peek in on Durante and Preacher.
I say, Mr. Durante, sir, may I wish you a Merry Christmas?
Indeed you may, and a Merry Christmas to you, too, Treacher. Tell me, how did you like that sweater I gave you for Christmas? Don't spread this around, Treacher, but I knitted it myself.
Oh, thank you, sir. It's a lovely sweater. It's quite she-she.
No, it's he-he. I knit them different for women. I love that kind of carry-ons on. Now, tell me, where's Peggy Lee and the rest of the gang?
They're all in the other room, sir, opening their gifts. How did you make out this Christmas, sir?
Broke even, gave tithes, and got handkerchiefs. But look, I need your help. Margaret O'Brien will be here in a minute. Now, how can I get this ink stain out of my trousers?
Oh, that's very simple, sir. Use this emery board. Just keep rubbing the emery board over the stain, and when the trousers commence to get light in color...
Yes?
Stop rubbing. That's you.
Treacher, when you were a baby, did your nurse ever drop you on your head?
Oh, we couldn't afford a nurse, sir. My mother had to do it. Now, about this tree, sir, are you going to trim it?
Not after what happened last year. Let me tell you about it. Last Christmas, full of the spirit of Noel, I'm all set to trim the tree.
Yes?
So with the tinsel in my right pocket, the peppermint canes in my left pocket, the silver bells in one hand, the box of doves that I'm using for snow in the other, and the popcorn ball dangling from my nose, I climbed up the ladder and I'm all set to trim the tree when I hear a strange noise in the kitchen. Descending from the ladder, I puts down the tinsel, the peppermint canes, the silver bells, the box of doves I'm using for snow, and the popcorn ball dangling from my nose. I investigates, and what is it? My cat wants to get out. I'm ready for Silent Night, and she's ready for a fruitin', a fightin', and a fussin'. So I opens the door, and off she goes to attend the Big Four meeting. Once more with the tinsel in my right pocket, the peppermint canes in my left pocket, the silver bells in one hand, the box of doves that I'm using for snow in the other, and the popcorn ball dangling from my nose. I goes up the ladder. I'm just about to take a sniff of oxygen, which keeps my nose from collapsing at high altitudes. And what happens? The telephone starts to ring. So I takes a step towards the phone. I should have come down off the ladder first. Removing a sprig of hollyhock from the air, I picks up the phone and the voice says, "Hello? Guess who?" Gently ripping the wires out of the wall. Once more I goes up the ladder with the tinsel, the peppermint canes, the silver bells, the box of doves, and the popcorn ball dangling from my nose. And finally, after 3 hours, I got wires around my neck, wires in my pocket, and wires in my hair. So I plugs a wire into the wall socket, and what happens? The tree blows a fuse, but my nose lights up. And you know something? It looked prettier than the tree.
Chicago 24, Milwaukee 57, Big Bear 36.
Treacher, what are you doing?
Well, I didn't have any lines here, sir, so I thought I'd give a weather report.
A whimsical bit of material. An old coward must be on his payroll. Oh, you go on with the tree, Treacher. I'll answer the door. Well, Merry Christmas, Margaret.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way.
What a voice. Which Margaret is this? O'Brien or Truman? Why, it's Margaret O'Brien.
Merry Christmas, everybody. Gee, this is fun.
Well, Margaret, you really got the Christmas spirit, haven't you?
Oh, it's been wonderful, Jimmy. I've been out with a bunch of neighborhood kids singing Christmas carols.
Yes?
First we sang under Bob Hope's window when he threw us a quarter. Then we sang under Red Skelton's window and he threw us a quarter.
Go on.
Then all of us kids went over to Jack Benny's house.
Did you sing for Mr. Benny?
No, we split the money with him. He's head of our union.
Well, come on in, Margaret. You're always welcome in my humble chapeau.
Thank you, Jimmy. And here's the present I brought for you. Open it up.
Why, Margaret, this is the best of Katie.
You like it?
Just what I wanted, a Mickey Mouse beauty kit.
I wanted to give it to you, Jimmy, because I think you're beautiful.
Would you say that again?
I think you're beautiful.
There, I gotta have this show transcribed. A thing like that should go on record.
Merry Christmas, everybody. Hello there, Margaret.
Hello, Miss Lee. Hey, Jimmy, Peggy's standing under the mistletoe. Why don't you turn out the lights and steal a kiss?
Thanks for the tip, Margaret. Here goes the lights. Pucker up, Peggy. Mm-hmm. There you are, sweetheart. How do you feel getting a real Durante kiss?
I'm feeling mighty low.
What a blow. It's Candy Candido, this month's Woodsbury bride. He's lovely. He's engaged. He uses chicken fat. Now, come on, Margaret.
Quiet, Jimmy. Oh, look, Margaret's fallen asleep under the Christmas tree.
How do you like that? This Yuletide is too much for her. Let her take a little snooze. Pleasant dreams, Margaret.
Where am I? All this ice and snow and reindeer. Why, this is Santa Claus's home at the North Pole, and there he stands with his reindeer. Tell me, are you really Santa Claus?
That's right, little girl. I'm old Saint Nick.
Gee, Santa Claus, how old are you anyway?
Why, Margaret, Santa Claus lived since the beginning of the world. I guess I'm over 2,000 years old.
Gee, even older than Al Jolson. Gee, I'm a lucky girl meeting Santa Claus and seeing all his reindeer.
You know, Margaret, I didn't always use reindeer. On my first Christmas trip, I thought to deliver a message, I thought I'd deliver presents on horseback. Some of my helpers tried to teach me to ride it. He said, when the horse goes down, you go up. And when the horse goes up, you go down. So I tried it. I got on the horse. When the horse went down, I went up. And when I came down, the horse was gone. Wait a minute. Was it that funny?
Oh, no, your beard's tickling me.
Oh, I see.
But tell me, Santa, may I go with you to deliver the presents?
You sure can, little girl. Just help me get the harness over these reindeer's horns. We gotta hurry, though. These reindeers can only wake 8 hours a day. They're organized now.
The reindeer are organized?
That's right. Petrillo makes anything with a horn join the union. But I've got to get dressed for my trip. Here, Margaret, take this Peggy Lee doll. It'll sing for you while I'm putting my coat on.
Oh, a real Peggy Lee doll. Isn't she beautiful? I'll wind it up and see if she can really talk.
Thank you, Margaret. This song is just for you and Santa.
Thanks, Dolly. Sing it for Margaret and old Saint Nick.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire, Jack Frost nipping at your nose, Yuletide carols being sung by a choir, and folks dressed up like Eskimos. Everybody knows a turkey and some mistletoe help to make the season bright. Tiny tots with their eyes all aglow will find it hard to
say goodnight. They know that Santa's on his way. He's ordered lots of toys and goodies in his sleigh. And every mother's child is gonna spy to see if reindeer really know how to fly. And so I'm offering a simple phrase for kids from 1 to 92. Although it's been said many times, many ways, Merry Christmas to you.
Here's a 60-second story from the Rexall Laboratory.
Did you know that even the very best drinking water is not considered good enough to use in the medicines compounded at Rexall Laboratory? All drinking water, you see, contains some chemicals. That's why you can taste it. But in the Rexall Laboratory, drinking water is first purified chemically and then distilled in a giant tank with a capacity of thousands of gallons daily. This distilled water is absolutely pure. It has no color and no taste. The purity of this water, which is used in Rexall medicines, is one more reason why you can always depend on any product that bears the name Rexall.
So for any and for all of your household drug needs, always buy Rexall at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
If you want to be sure that the product is pure when you ask for a drug preparation, buy the Rexall line at the Rexall sign, a Rexall identification.
Good health to all from Rexall.
Well, Margaret, now that you're up here at the North Pole, are you ready to start your ride with Old Saint Nick? I was much younger when I started that line.
Well, Santa, are all the presents packed on your sleigh?
Well, let's see, little girl. I'll check my list. I've taken care of Winston Churchill, Ernest Bevins, President Truman. Wait a minute, I forgot to get something for Mahatma Gandhi. Help me out, Margaret. What do you think I should give Mahatma Gandhi?
An electric blanket. Those sheets get awfully cold in the winter.
Well, I ain't got any more time to dilly-dally. Come on. Climb up on the sleigh and we'll start our trip. On Dunder, on Blitzen, on Dancer, on Eisenhower.
How did Eisenhower get in there?
He wants to get in training. He may be running next year. Let's go. Make way for Old Saint Nick. Look down there, Margaret. We're in Beverly Hills, right over Betty Grable's house.
Well, aren't you going down to fill Betty Grable's stockings?
Why, bother, she fills them much better than I could. But hold tight, sweetheart. We're going down and visit a little girl who lives in the house here. Let's go. Come on, I'll knock on the door.
But why are you knocking on the door? I always thought that Santa Claus came down the chimney to leave his bundle.
Oh, no, the stork can't make it with his beak. Why should I try it with mine? Hello, little girl. I'm Old Saint Nick. What's your name?
I'm Little Candy, but I'm mad at you, Santa Claus.
But, Little Candy, why are you mad at Santa Claus?
Because of last year. I wanted a pony, and he brought me a
baby brother.
They blame everything on Old Saint Nick. How old can a St. Nick get? I've got a lot of gifts for you, little Candy. But tell me one thing. How do you feel about spending Christmas in sunny California?
Well, I can tell you about it in a little poem. Christmas in California just isn't right, you know. When I dream of a white Christmas...
I'm feeling mighty slow.
What a voice. Sounds like a tonsils were caught in a mixmaster.
Oh, Santa Claus, I wish you'd do me a big favor. My little boyfriend, Stanley, lives in that house right next door, and he doesn't believe in Santa Claus. Would you come over with me and prove to him that he's wrong?
He doesn't believe there's a Santa Claus?
No, and he's awful stubborn. I'll knock on the door. So, Margaret, I'm not gay enough for you. You have to go out with a show-off in a red suit. Please, Stanley, you don't understand. He's old St. Nick.
Everybody wants to get into the act.
Why, look at you. Your whiskers don't even hide your nose.
Sonny, the beard wasn't built that could hide this nose.
Well, Margaret, you've made your choice. We're through. I'm going out in the backyard and eat worms. Do you hear me? I'm going to eat worms.
Poor kid, he must have heard about the price of Christmas turkeys.
Goodbye, Margaret. You've given me up for this phony. There is no Santa Claus. Stanley, don't you dare say that again. All of us boys and girls here in America must believe in Santa Claus. All of us have enough food to eat and warm clothes to wear and many other things that children in other countries haven't got. When you live in America, Stanley, you've just got to believe there's a Santa Claus. There is a Santa Claus. There is a Santa Claus. There is a Santa Claus.
Margaret, wake up. You've been dreaming. Wake up.
Yes, Santa. Oh, you're not Santa Claus. You're Jimmy Durante.
That's right, Margaret. I'm not Santa, but I'm somebody very close to him.
I didn't know anyone was close to him.
Yes, Margaret, I am. Listen. I'm Jimmy Durante Claus.
He's the partner of Santa Claus. His toy bag isn't on his back as he goes through the snow.
He's got a bit of lace in front, he hooks it on his nose.
He's Jimmy Durante Claus.
He's the partner of Santa Claus.
Don't I seem familiar? Now think back through your brain, dear.
I'm not sure, but somehow you look like his leading reindeer.
The partner of Santa Claus is Jimmy Durante Claus.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way.
Oh, what fun it is to ride Durante Claus's sleigh.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way.
Who can afford a car today, so I ride an open sleigh.
Jimmy Durante Claus, he's the partner of Santa Claus.
Tonight is Christmas Eve, we know, so up and down the hall.
No creature stirring, and before old Santa comes to call.
We'd like to wish a Merry Christmas to you, one and all.
Howard Petrie.
Candy Candido.
Roy Bargy.
Peggy Lee.
Uncle Peter.
Margaret O'Brien.
And Jimmy Durante Claus.
In person,
Jimmy Durante Claus.
From Peggy Lee, Arthur Treacher, Candy Candido, Roy Bargy and his orchestra, yours truly, Howard Petrie.
And Jimmy Durante, who says, Merry Christmas, everybody. Good night, Mrs. Calabash, and Merry Christmas.
This program is produced and directed by Philco. Margaret O'Brien appears with the courtesy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer, producers of Cass Timberland, starring Spency Tracer and Lana Turner. Good health to all from Rexall.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Wallace Beery and Margaret O'Brien in Bad Bascombe.
Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Like the famous buccaneers of yesterday who prowled the high seas in the days of sail, the American outlaws who roamed the plains and deserts of our early West are among history's most colorful legends. Tonight, we bring you a typical saga of that period in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's punch-packed screen hit, Bad Bascombe, with its two original players in roles ideally suited to their unique talents, Wallace Beery and Margaret O'Brien. The latter, America's best-beloved little star, and incidentally, my favorite croquet partner. Not long ago, Margaret and I played a match at Palm Springs, opposite two of Hollywood's best-known screen stars, which is another way of saying opposite two of Hollywood's loveliest Lux complexions. And I might say that Margaret not only was their equal at croquet, she was also their match when it came to charm and beauty, which is another tribute to a great little star and a great Lux soap fan. It's playtime now, and here's Act One of Bad Bascombe, starring Wallace Beery in the title role and Margaret O'Brien as Emmy. The war between the states is over, but there's no peace beyond the Rockies. Banditry rules the land. Finally, in answer to a series of desperate pleas, the federal government dispatches an agent to Timber City, Wyoming, a man named Fulton.
I've been sent here for just one purpose, gentlemen, to capture Bad Bascombe and his gang.
Well, we got him holed up here in Wyoming, and we want him caught. And we should have come a few days earlier. He just about took this town apart last week.
I understand you almost captured him.
He's almost been captured a dozen times.
Well, you did more damage to Bascombe and his outlaws than you think. The gang is split up.
We're up.
It's going to be harder running them down, but we're still going to try.
How? You don't know anything about him?
More than you think, Mr. Ames. Take Yancey, for instance.
Who's Yancey?
Bascombe's sidekick, Renegade White. Used to live with the Indians. Joined up with Bascombe a few years ago.
What about Bascombe? Nobody here even knows what he looks like.
We know this much about Bascombe. We know he's left-handed. We know he's got a rope burn on the back of his neck.
A rope burn?
He was strung up once for cattle rustling, but his gang cut him down before the job could be finished. Now, here's my plan.
Mr. Fulton, sir.
Oh, come in, Sergeant.
Mr. Fulton, the rancher, Mineral Wells said he saw him last night, Bascombe and Yancey alone. They was heading due east.
Due east, huh?
Yes.
You soldiers learn anything else?
Yes, sir. We found a body near Sentinel Rock, an old man.
Go on.
Shot in the back, sir. We brought the body back at the town, but there ain't no one here seems to know who he is.
I still say you shouldn't have shot him, Yancey. That old man wouldn't have done nothing.
He won't do nothing now, that's certain.
Who did he say he was?
George McCabe, belonging to a Mormon caravan heading for Utah. What are you so jumpy about, Bascombe?
I ain't jumpy about nothing. I told Johnson at Mineral Wells to tell him we was heading east, didn't I? And we're going west, ain't we? Only I don't...
Only what?
Only the next time I want any shooting done, I'll give the orders.
You're just worried about Jimmy.
Yeah, well, I wish I knew what happened to that kid. You're sure you seen him get away after the Timber City raid?
He got hit bad, but he got away. If you ask me, we're better off without that. Bascombe.
What's the matter?
Down in the valley. Look, that dust cloud.
Wagon train, huh? Oh, that's that Mormon caravan that old man was telling us about.
You ain't figuring on going down there.
Where would be the last place that federal man would look for us, that Fulton fella? In a Mormon caravan.
Hey, maybe you're right.
You hang on to my coattails, Yancey. You and me is about to be converted.
These two men just rode up, Brother Walker. Said they wanted to see you.
Well, brothers, my name is Smith. Brother Walker, Ezekiel Smith. This here is Brother Jonathan Briggs. We come with sad news, folks. Brother McCabe, why, he passed on.
What happened?
Well, we met up with him yesterday, me and Jonathan. He was looking for converts. Just about then, a lot of them outlaws jumped on us. There must have been about 40 of them.
They killed Brother McCabe?
Oh, why couldn't it have been one of us in place of that good old man?
Brother Ezekiel and me, us being such peaceful men, wasn't a thing we could do.
Saved to bury him, and I put a little bunch of wildflowers on his mound.
Thank you, brother.
The very last word he said to us was, tell Brother Walker to carry on the good work, and we'll all meet above. Amen.
We're very grateful, brothers. And you're welcome to join us if you're a mind to.
Thank you, sir. It's our bounden duty, sir, Jonathan and me. We got so much happiness out of the elder just reading to us out of the good book.
Come, brothers. You can meet the rest of us now.
Well, that was pretty fair victuals, Brother Walker. What's next?
We gather around the campfire, Ezekiel, for songs and prayers.
No, I mean what's next to eat.
I'm sorry, Ezekiel, but that's all.
Oh, well, if you and Jonathan will excuse me, I feel the need to meditate.
Hey, now wait a minute.
I'll see you at the prayer meeting, Jonathan.
Hey, mister, that's our provision wagon. Thou shalt not steal.
Huh?
Thou shalt not steal. That's the 8th commandment.
Thou shalt not snitch. That's the 9th commandment.
I saw you steal that ham.
Where'd you come from?
From that other wagon. I'm supposed to be asleep.
Now, ain't you ashamed? Running around in your nightie.
You should be ashamed. You ain't very polite either.
When I'm hungry, I ain't ever polite.
Well, I'm hungry too. I got put to bed because I was S-I-C-K. Look at my tongue.
Stick your tongue back where it belongs. I ain't interested.
I can yell awful loud.
No. Here's a hunk of ham. Stuff your jabbering mouth.
Thanks.
Think your ma'd bring you up better. Where's your ma?
She ain't here.
Well, where's your pa?
He ain't here either.
Well, why ain't they?
According to Grandma, when I was a little girl, they went away.
Oh, well, here, have another hunk of ham.
Thank you.
Where is your grandma?
In the wagon. She spelled S-T-R-I-C.
Speak English.
What does D-A-R-L-I-N-G spell?
Well, I ain't going to tell you.
I've got to find out, because that's what Grandma told Brother Walker I was. He's always calling me names. What's your name?
I mean Ezekiel.
With a Z?
Yeah, with a Z. What's your name?
Emmy.
With an M, huh?
You're funny. Maybe I'll like you.
Well, don't put yourself out any.
Emmy, where are you? Just getting a drink of water, Grandma. I'm coming. I'll see you in the morning.
Go on, beat it. You draw flies.
And this Brother Ezekiel, this is Sister Abby Hanks. I've assigned you to her wagon.
Now, wait a minute. Where's Brother Jonathan? You can assign him to her wagon.
Brother Jonathan's already been took. Tilly and Lucy Lovejoy grabbed him before I got here.
You see, brother, the men do the heavy work for the women they have blessed in marriage.
Oh, then this one here ain't been blessed yet, huh?
I've been blessed twice, but they both passed on. My wagon's back yonder, now get.
I ain't getting nowhere.
Oh, good morning, Ezekiel. Did you get him, Grandma? Did you?
Well, not judging by his last remark, honey.
I know something I won't T-E-L-L. I do start secret in the peanut, S-H-E-L-L.
What are you yapping about?
Oh, nothing. Just something I saw last night.
Yeah, sure. Don't tell me, sister, that this here's your little granddaughter.
Well, who do you think she is?
Well, gosh, now, that's different. How could I refuse anyone as sweet as she is?
I thought you'd come.
Well, just don't stand here. There's our oxen to be hitched up.
Aren't you glad you picked us, Ezekiel?
No, sure. I'm so happy I'm fit to bust. Here's the milk, Miss Abby. I suppose you'd like me to churn it for you, too.
Well, just hang the bucket on your lower lip, and we'll have butter in no time.
Ezekiel, Grandma, come quick.
Why, Emmy, what is it?
The scouts, they burned in the wounded man.
Oh, Lord of mercy, what next?
What scouts?
Our scouts, of course. They travel ahead of the wagon train.
Oh, our scouts. Well, tell them to holler if there's something I can do.
What's the matter, Bascombe? Not interested in seeing who the wounded man is?
Oh, I'm resting, Yancey. The way that old battle axe drives me to work.
Well, I saw him. It's the kid, Bascombe. It's Jimmy.
Jimmy?
I found him at a water hole, unconscious. Looks like he'll pull through, though.
Gosh, that's fine, the poor kid.
Poor kid? What about us? He'll recognize us. Suppose he talk.
Jimmy won't talk. Wait till he's alone, Yancey. Then you and me is paying a visit to a sick friend. Hello, son.
Bascombe. And Yancey.
Gosh, I'm glad to see you, Jimmy.
What are you two doing here? They told me this was a Mormon immigrant train.
That's right, Jimmy.
We broke up after the raid on Timber City, kid.
After you got shot.
I'm glad I got shot. Put some sense into me. Why I ever joined up with you murdering rats.
Now, take it easy, son. I'm Ezekiel Smith, see, and Yancey here is Jonathan Briggs. Don't say nothing to spoil it.
Just remember, you've never seen us before. You were shot down by Indians. I'm not afraid of the law. I never killed anyone.
Yeah, but you're going to have an awful hard time explaining that. After all, you're a member of the Bascombe gang, and that's all they want to know.
Get out of here.
Sure, Jimmy, sure. Get going, Yancey.
Hey, you Bascombe.
How many times have I got to tell you my name is Ezekiel Smith and you're Jonathan Briggs? Now, what do you want, brother?
Gathering firewood for an old lady. How much longer are you going to put up with this?
Till I feel it's safe enough to light out.
Still worried about Jimmy, huh?
No, Jimmy's getting on fine. Did you see him today? Back in the saddle, fit as ever.
Except he's going awful sweet on that Dora girl, Walker's daughter.
Well, that's his business.
And getting out of here is our business. We've had 3 weeks of this. I need action. I need cash.
You never heard of me turning down any, did you?
The Shoshone Pass ain't far off. We could cut out of here tonight.
Yeah? Ever hear of a federal name?
Fulton? He's lost in his own dust by now.
Tell you what you can do, Brother Jonathan. Right after dark, why, you come here to this patch of woods, see? Bring a couple of horses and wait for me.
Suppose you decide you ain't leaving.
Well, any time you don't like the way I'm running things, why, you can cut out on your own. See?
Yeah, maybe I will.
Hello, Zeke.
Oh, hello.
You going to build a fire?
No, I ain't.
Grandma said you was.
And your grandma's going to get an awful joke. I'm tired, and that's all there is to it. I'm plumb worn out.
You could sweet talk her, Zeke, if you knew how.
In her, it would curdle. Now, give me that blanket.
I bet you could handle her. I bet you could handle 100 Injuns even.
Oh, sure, yeah, 500.
What do you want the blanket for?
Oh, I'm just going to shake out the moths.
I don't see any moths.
Of course you don't. That's because they laid their eggs and flew away.
Do moths lay E-G-G-S?
E-G... Sure they do, and they lay eggs, too.
Then why don't they cackle?
Oh, I don't know. Now go on and get out of here, scatter.
Where should I go, Zeke? Is this far enough away?
No, but I'm thankful for small blessings. Just stay there.
It's at the same time where I am as it is where you are.
Where in tarnation do you get all them questions?
When we crossed the Mississippi River, it was 12 o'clock on one side and 11 o'clock on the other. Why, Jackson?
Well, it's just a trick to get you to set your stomach back an hour so you won't eat so much.
If you set your stomach back, then you set your heart back an hour, too?
No, I suppose so. I don't know.
Does the heart have hands like clocks, Ezekiel?
Well, how's it going to pump blood if it ain't got hands on it?
Oh, is that what the heart does? Oh, it says the heart's to love with. Zeke, do you love me?
No, I don't love nobody.
I love you. I'll be awful pretty someday, Zeke. You'll be graduated.
All right, Emmy, all right. I'll be glad I waited. Now, where's my bridle?
You won't go and marry someone else. Promise?
No, I'll give you my word on it, yeah.
What do you want the bridle for, Zeke?
Told Jimmy I'd loan it to him. Now I gotta go find him.
Just look for Dorothy, and you'll find Jimmy.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of.
Well, that's it, Bascombe. You and Yancey are pulling out tonight, eh? Well, I'm staying.
Sure, Jimmy. You stay now. You wasn't cut out for my sort of life anyway.
When are you leaving?
As soon as they start that there prayer meeting and singing, Yancey's coming over there for that piece of wood.
Oh, no, he's not. Those 2 old maids are fussing over him in that wagon. They say he's sick.
Oh, Yancey ain't no sicker than I am.
Well, then you better go and pry him loose from those Lovejoy sisters.
Yeah, I will, Jimmy. And good luck, son.
You won't have to worry about me, Bascombe. As far as I'm concerned, I never even heard of you or Yancey.
Thanks, son.
And look who's come to see you, Jonathan. Brother Ezekiel. Poor Jonathan. He's ailing again.
I ain't ailing. You get away from me.
No. Just put this down. Some nice hot broth. I'll get you some cookies. And I'll get you some jam. Poor man.
How do you expect to make a getaway? You can't even get away from them old hens.
Well, what am I going to do?
Leave it to me. Oh, Sister Tilly.
Yes, brother?
Oh, I sure hate to do this, but Brother Walker, he sent me here to fetch Brother Jonathan.
Oh, he'll catch more cold in his back. Lucy, dear, will you get his shawl?
I don't want no shawl.
Now, Brother Jonathan, you do exactly what Sister Tilly says. She's always right.
I can't seem to find it, Tilly.
Oh, and I'll get it, Lucy.
Here's your chance, Yancey. Vamoose, get them horses and wait for me in the woods.
I couldn't find the door, Jonathan, but they say a comforter with... Well, where'd he go? Jonathan?
I guess he had to hustle, sister. Brother Walker's wanting to see him so bad.
Oh, dear, his poor back. Jonathan's a very sick man. What he really needs is hospital care. Yes. Oh, I wish we had ours built.
Hospital? You figuring on building a hospital?
Oh, well, not just us. Our whole party's contributing to its construction. A big one. The best that money can buy.
Well, that would take heaps of gold. Surely, sisters, you ain't carrying that much gold with you.
Well, not us personally, but it's in the wagon train, all right. $15,000.
$15,000? Gosh, well, I guess I gotta get along with my chores.
And you tell Brother Jonathan to come straight back, won't you?
Oh, I'll bring him back myself. After all, with with a a kettle of hot broth waiting for him, he wouldn't think of not coming back.
They stopped at the
Ezekiel, you come right here.
Oh, now, Sister Abby.
Might have known I'd find you lollygagging. You want to be late?
Late for what? I gotta go find Jonathan.
The fin, or are you deep?
Well, I gotta milk me hittable. Oh, Jonathan!
He's been milked.
Well, I gotta tether the oxen.
Well, they've been tethered.
Well, I gotta bring in the wood. Oh, Jonathan!
It's all brought.
Grandma thinks of everything, doesn't she, Zeke?
Now, you keep quiet. Now, look, Sister Abby. I ain't got no more singing in me than a mule has.
Well, just keep your heels on the ground and nobody'll notice. Now, come on.
Now then, folks, has anyone a favorite hymn they'd like to sing?
Yes, Brother Walker, I sure have.
What hymn, Brother Ezekiel?
Well, ain't there a song called Stop or Come Out of the Woods or something?
I know, Mr. Walker. I know the one he means.
Well, Emmy?
Wait, brother, for you plunge in the darkness.
Yeah. That's good enough for me, Brother Walker.
All right, folks, we'll sing it.
Wait, brother, for you plunge in the darkness.
Well, you asked for it, you big lummox. Ain't you going to sing it?
Oh, who, me? Oh, sure, Abby, sure. Wait, brother, wash your soul of sin. Wait, brother, with the devil. Wait, brother, wash your soul of sin. Wait.
Well, that was fine, folks. Just fine. Ezekiel, I must say you're the most enthusiastic singer we've ever had. Why, look, even Brother Jonathan is joining us. Welcome, brother.
Yeah. What's going on here, Zeke? Just linger and listen, Jonathan. Brother Walker, do you mind if I sort of open my heart to all these good people?
Why, I wish you would, brother.
Thank you. You too, Brother Jonathan. I got a message, and my message is this. If I was a man that cared anything about money, I'd say that song done me just as much good as finding a pot of gold right here underneath my nose. And I might say that tonight is the answer to all I've been looking for. I ain't much at words, but I hope you folks know what I'm talking about.
Thank you, brother, thank you. Well, folks, that's all for tonight. Back to your wagons now.
Bascombe, you crazy? What's all this about gold?
$15,000 here in this wagon train.
How'd you find out?
Those two old antiques of yours told me. Oh, hello, Jimmy.
I thought you were moving out.
Well, Jimmy, I don't know. All of a sudden, I figure my place is here, son.
Well, just don't try anything.
What do you mean, son?
You know what I mean. Just don't. That's all.
Don't pay any attention to him, Yancey. We'll find that gold if we got to turn every one of these wagons inside out.
In a moment, our stars will return with Act Two of Bad Bascombe. Meanwhile, here's our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins. Why that faraway look in your eye, Libby?
Oh, I've been in another world all afternoon, Miss Keeley. Adventure, intrigue, romance.
A touch of spring fever, perhaps.
Wrong guess, Mr. Keeley. I've just come from a preview of Eagle Lion's new picture, Adventures of Casanova.
Oh, now I understand. The story of history's great lover. The picture that was filmed in picturesque Mexico.
With handsome Arturo de Cordova in the title role. Durante plays another dashing adventurer, and lovely Lucille Bremer is the girl.
I hear that the sets and costumes for Adventures of Casanova are unusually beautiful.
Well, lavish is the word, Mr. Keeley. Especially Lucille Bremer's costumes. Some of them are authentic copies of those worn by the romantic Empress Carlotta.
Lucille has just the type of beauty to set off such dramatic gowns. Have you seen her in her latest role, John Kennedy?
No, not yet, but I'm making a date right now. She's really exquisite. I want to see that lovely complexion of hers in the close-up.
Of course, you know Lucille Bremer is a Lux girl. Her fresh, radiant complexion is one of her outstanding charms.
She's wise to protect her skin with this famous beauty soap. 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap, you know.
For complexion care and for bath, too. Incidentally, that big bath-size Lux toilet soap is making a hit with the screen stars.
Women everywhere say they're delighted with the new bath-size cake. They enjoy its rich, creamy lather.
And the delightful perfume that leaves such a lovely, clinging fragrance on the skin.
Ladies, if you haven't tried the new bath-size Lux toilet soap, why not get some tomorrow? Look for it in the familiar sampler wrapper. Hollywood's own beauty soap, Lux toilet soap, in the generous new bath size. Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
We continue with Act 2 of Bad Bascombe, starring Wallace Beery as Bascombe and Margaret O'Brien as Emmy. For 2 days, Bad Bascombe and Yancey have searched the wagon train for the gold, thus far unsuccessfully. Now, while the caravan pauses for the noonday meal, a group of horsemen enters the encampment, headed by the federal agent, Mr. Fulton.
I'm a federal officer from Washington, Mr. Walker. You see anybody riding past here today?
Why, no, Mr. Fulton. Looking for someone?
The remains of the Bascombe gang.
Bascombe gang? In these parts?
We trailed them to Shoshone Pass. Caught most of them last night, but Bascombe himself is still on the loose.
You ought to tell Zeke. He'll catch him. Oh, excuse me for interrupting.
Oh, that's all right, little girl. Who's Zeke? One of your scouts?
No, he's one of our converts. Come to think of it, Ezekiel had a brush with a gang of bandits some weeks ago. They killed one of our party.
Is that so? I'd like to talk to him.
You wait here. I'll get him.
I'm awful sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Fulton, but when little Emmy come for me, why, I was right in the middle of my noonday prayers.
Mr. Fulton's on the trail of Bad Bascombe, brother.
Who?
Bascombe.
Oh.
Heads up a gang. Probably the same bunch you had the brush with. Did you get a good look at any of them?
Oh, I hate to confess it, sir, but I hightailed it out of there just as quick as I could.
But Zeke, you ain't afraid of nobody. Tell him about the 500 Indians.
Oh, now, child. There was one fella in that gang. He seemed to be sort of a leader.
Notice anything peculiar about him?
Well, yes, he had a scar on the left side of his face.
His face, huh? I only knew about the rope burn on the back of his neck. Anything else you noticed about him?
Yes, sir. He was left-handed, just like I am. You'll notice I'm carrying the scriptures in my left hand, sir. Oh, I trust you'll capture him, sir.
Zeke, you know something? I bet the Bad Bascombe was the one who shot Jimmy, too.
Jimmy? Who's Jimmy?
That's me, sir.
Oh, come here, son. When were you shot? Who did it?
Some weeks ago, sir, but it was Indian, sir.
Oh. Well, good luck with your trip. All right, men. Let's go.
Hey, Jimmy, come here.
Well?
Thanks for this morning, Jimmy, telling Fulton it was Indians.
Look, I thought you and Yancey were pulling out 2 nights ago.
We'll be pulling out soon, Jimmy, soon.
I've changed my mind. I'll go with you.
But I thought you was getting awful sweet on that there Dora girl.
Well, just leave her out of it. You told me once I couldn't leave the gang. And you're right.
No, Jimmy, you ain't really one of us, and I'm kind of glad.
It's no use. The more I see a door, the more I know I've got no right to
Now
leave.
cut that out. You're staying right here with this wagon train.
Well, just you let me know when you're leaving.
What he wants? Wants to come with us, Yancey, but I ain't going to let him. Now, what about that gold?
We poke our nose into every wagon. If we keep it up, even these dumbheads are bound to get suspicious.
Well, I got an idea. Few hours more and we'll reach the river.
What about it?
If they cross that river, they'll have to take everything out of the wagons to dry, won't they? So that's when we'll see where the gold is.
Oh, that's just fine, except Walker said they ain't going to cross the river.
This is your home territory, ain't it, Yancey? This is where you used to live out with them Injuns.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah, you get up in them hills right away. Find them Injun friends of yours and tell them this wagon train has come to take their land away.
There's the river, friends. Water your stock and fill your water barrels.
Are we crossing the river, Brother Walker?
No, we'll stay on this side and follow it south.
Excuse me, Brother Walker, but it appears somebody else has got a different idea. Look up there at that there mountain peak.
Indian smoke. It's taking a fire.
Yeah, what does it mean?
Well, I've been scouting this territory for years, Brother Walker. That smoke means a war country.
Zeke, are they going to scalp us, Zeke?
Oh, no. Why, even if there was 1,000 of them, Emmy, I'd protect you and your grandma.
Anytime you want to protect me, there's something wrong.
Looks like we got to cross that river. And I don't know. Indians couldn't be much worse than bucking that current.
Depends upon what you'd rather have in your shirt tail, brother. A little water or an Injun arrow. I wouldn't want it on my conscience, Brother Walker. Driving these women and children into Injun territory?
I think you're right. Get ready, everyone. We'll cross the river. And we thank thee, Almighty Father, for guiding us all safely across the treacherous waters. We thank thee especially for Brother Ezekiel Smith, who risked his own life to save little Emmy and Sister Abby when the wagon overturned in midstream. Amen.
How about a word for Brother Zeke?
Well, I'm glad I was able to help Emmy and her grandma folks, but I'll tell you one thing, that there river's the first thing Abby hasn't been able to stop by opening her mouth. Anyway, I think we should make camp right here and get everything out of the wagons, everything, folks, so they can dry out. And tonight, couldn't we have one of them there good old square dances, Brother Walker?
Well, what does our scout say about the Indians?
Well, we're out of their territory now. They won't bother us.
Then a square dance it is.
Yeah, but dry out your wagons first. Get everything out of them wagons, folks. Everything. Everything.
Brother Ezekiel, have you seen Jonathan? The Lovejoy sisters have missed him all day.
Jonathan? Oh, why, sure, Brother Walker. He's around all right. You want me to get him?
Oh, no. Just as long as he's accounted for.
Oh, sure. He's around here.
Oh, hurry, Grandma. The dance is going to start soon.
Then stop squirming, child.
Grandma, do you think Zeke like me in the set? Will I be the prettiest one there, Grandma?
Oh, I don't know about that, but you look just like... Why, Emmy, your forehead's awful hot, child. You sure you feel all right?
I'm just excited, Grandma.
Oh, that river water was mighty cold, and us half drowning in it. Oh, well, run along.
About time you showed up, Yancey.
Well, your plan worked. Now let's start running down that gold.
Wait until the dancing starts.
If you ain't too busy collecting medals.
What for?
A big hill, pulling the brat out of the river.
Well, what'd you want tonight? A wake or a celebration? If it hadn't been for that, I'd let her drown.
Oh, sure.
Hello, Zeke.
Well, now what do you want?
Look, Zeke. Grandma fixed up one of her dresses for me. And look, a gold ring.
Oh, gee, gosh. Where did you get that?
It's mine, honest. I was going to give it to you to wear, to wear to the dance tonight.
Emmy, you stole this ring, and stealing's bad. Every child knows that stealing is bad.
Yeah, Emmy, Zeke's right. Only bad men steal.
Like Bad Bascombe?
Go on, Zeke. Tell her about Bad Bascombe.
Yeah. Well, how do you suppose he started out? By stealing. And what did it get him? Now he's got a hideout.
What, sir?
Well, because the Federals is after him, and if they caught him, they'd ventilate his carcass.
Or else give him a permanent rope, son.
What's a permanent rope burn?
Oh, that's just something you pick up at a hanging.
Sure wish I could see a hanging.
What in tarnation you want to see a hanging for?
Why, I heard the scouts tell him how sweet old Pete was in. Sure was exciting. First the posse pounced down on him.
Pounced down?
Like a mink on a setting hen. Then they took him to the high street street.
I don't want to hear any more of that.
And fixed him up with a hemp collar.
Where did you learn that kind of talk?
Don't you know what that is?
How should I know?
Well, a hemp collar is the same as a California cravat. Put it around his neck and let him swing him like a tassel in the morning breeze. And better than General Thaeter. No one of the scouts said.
Now, look here. I got a delicate stomach.
Do you reckon I'll get to see a hanging someday?
No.
Not even a little bitty hanging? Like maybe Bad Bascombe?
Brother Jonathan, it's this year morbid craving for excitement that's ruining all of our young folks nowadays.
Yeah, but hanging Bad Bascombe be such a little bitty thing.
You keep out of this. Well, maybe Bascombe is to be pitied because he's always got to associate with reptiles that are too cute talking for their own good. Must make him awful weary sometimes. Awful weary.
Maybe I should feel sorry for him.
No, you don't have to feel sorry for him. Just get that ring back to where you stole it from.
But I didn't steal it, Zeke. It's mine. For my marriage.
Marriage? Now, there you go lying, see? First you steal and then you lie to cover it up. You're enough to ruin any man's ideals.
But Zeke...
You're just a lying, thieving little wart, and I don't want to have any more to do with you at all.
Zeke, you're fooling, ain't you, Zeke?
Oh, cut out that there crying.
But I love you, Zeke.
Oh, get away. Go on, get away from me. Go catch the measles or something. Now go on and get before I belch you in the snoot. Let's go, Brother Jonathan.
Emmy. Why, Emmy, child, what's the matter?
My ring, Grandma. Here, you take it back.
Why, I thought you were going to wear it tonight.
I changed my mind. I don't think I'll ever want it.
Emmy, what's wrong, honey?
I don't feel good, Grandma. I'm going for our wagon. I just feel off.
Abby. Hey, you, Abby. You in the wagon?
Where you been?
Well, Brother Walker just told me that Emmy ain't feeling so good.
Oh, she's just getting to sleep, and don't you bother her.
Well, there ain't no use of both of us missing the dancing, Abby. You go and I'll kind of take care of Emmy. All right?
Well, all right, but call me, you hear, if she wants something.
Yeah. Hello, Emmy. Emmy, I come to see you, honey. Why, you don't know it's me? You ain't even looked.
I don't want to look. I just want to die.
That's no nice way to talk after I come to sit by you. I thought you had more feelings for me than that.
You said I was stealing.
Well, maybe I was wrong, Emmy. I'm sorry.
You were going to give me a belt and a snoot.
Oh, that? I thought you knew that I was just testing you.
What's testing?
Seeing if you love me.
If you tested when you said you wanted me to catch the measles.
Oh, why, that's my number one test. Why, measles couldn't even land on you. You're too wriggly.
Zeke, would you have took the ring if Grandma to give it to you?
Why should I?
Because she likes you. Why do you plague her all the time?
Well, why do you poison gophers?
Would you marry her?
Now I know you're sick.
Well, I may not always be around.
Oh, yeah. That's right. You're getting on in years, Emmy. I kind of thought, though, that you was waiting for me.
You wouldn't want a wart.
Don't you know that I meant just the opposite?
What's the opposite of wart?
Well, it's a dimple, of course, a little dimple.
You mean I'm a dimple?
Why, sure you are.
Zeke, you don't care for all women, do you, Zeke?
Oh, of course not. Only one. I don't know why I should, though. She's just as homely as an old mud fence.
Am I?
Oh, I was only fooling.
It's no joke to be homely.
But, Emmy, you're beautiful. You've got the cutest little pug nose.
Grandma says that's where the sun kissed me. Didn't the sun ever kiss you, Zeke?
Oh, this homely old mug of mine. Honey, I've been smacked by a rain cloud.
But you're not homely. You're P-R-I-T-Y. Zeke, why don't you kiss me?
Oh, no. Well, all right. Here,
Oh, my. Tell me again that you like me.
I like you, Emmy. Honest, I do.
I always knowed you did.
Hey, that's me.
Who's that?
Well, it sounds like Brother Jonathan. I'm coming, brother.
Zeke, no, don't leave me.
I'll be back, honey. I promise I will.
I've been looking all over for you. Look, I got it. 3 sacks of gold.
Where'd you find it?
Walker's wagon. Come on.
No, I can't leave now. Emmy's sick.
Are you crazy?
Well, that gold ain't gonna run away. Take it easy.
That kid's got you hog-tied. We'll never get another chance like this.
Well, maybe that's the first time you was ever right, Yancey. Get the horses ready and give me the signal. Desert Owl.
I'll see that you're ready.
You see, honey, I'm back again.
Zeke, I had the most wonderful dream last night. In the dream, you promised you'd never leave me.
Did I, Emmy? Well, I'm going to make that dream come true. Honest, I am.
Thanks, Zeke. I'll go to sleep now.
And I'll be right here, Emmy. I ain't ever...
Zeke, somebody's shooting.
Brother Walker! He's been shot!
Brother Walker!
How? What happened? Who done it?
Jonathan. He had a gold. I saw him with it. When I tried to stop him, he shot me and ran away.
Don't try to talk. We'll get you to the wagon.
I must talk. Ezekiel, I want you to guide my people through to Utah. I ask you this because I have to...
No, I'm
Please,
no good.
Give me a promise.
Sure. I promise. Here's my hand on it.
He can't take your hand, Zeke.
Jimmy.
Brother Walker's dead.
Oh. Hello, Jimmy. Emmy's sleeping. So's Abby.
Come down from the wagon. I gotta talk to you.
Sure. Emmy's fever's broke. She's nice and cool now. Well, what do you know? It's daylight.
Yeah. And look.
Yeah. Indian smoke signals.
Yes. He's going back to the Indians. He steals the gold, murders poor old Walker, and now he's stirring up the Indians to massacre this wagon train.
Is that you, Bascombe?
It's one of the scouts.
See those smoke signals? You told us the Indians wouldn't attack if we kept out of their territory.
They'll fight all right when they've been filled full of lies. All right. It's my fault, but we can't stand here yapping. Stir up the camp. Put up the barricade. Come on. We've all got a good chance.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. In just a moment, we'll bring you Act 3 of Bad Bascombe. Right now, it's a pleasure to introduce our guest of the evening, the charming young actress, Miss Ann Todd. And let me congratulate you on your performance in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's new Technicolor picture, Three Daring Daughters, in which you play one of the title roles.
Thank you, Mr. Keeley. I found it great fun to play one of the unpredictable daughters of Jeanette MacDonald.
Lovely Jeanette MacDonald. It's high time we heard her beautiful voice again.
And what wonderful co-stars she has in the picture, including the famous world pianist Jose Iturbi.
A thrill for music lovers. Jeanette sings and Jose plays. And Jane Powell adds her enchanting voice to the talent array. I should say the feminine cast has unusual beauty and charm.
Well, certainly Jeanette MacDonald and Jane Powell are two of Hollywood's loveliest stars.
And both of them so appealing in Technicolor. Don't you agree, John Kennedy?
Yes. Technicolor shows off their beauty to great advantage in MGM's Three Daring Daughters, especially those famous Lux complexions.
That's right, Mr. Kennedy. No wonder Lux soap is a must in studio dressing rooms. Complexions have to be right for camera close-ups, you know.
That's why Jeanette MacDonald and Jane Powell and so many other famous stars are Lux enthusiasts. It's as fine a complexion soap as money can buy.
I can testify to that, Mr. Kennedy. Lux soap is a beauty aid any girl can depend on.
Thank you, Miss Ann Todd. I'm sure any woman who tries daily facials with fragrant white Lux toilet soap will agree it's a beauty care that works. Tests by skin specialists proved actually 3 out of 4 complexions became softer, smoother, in a short time with Lux soap care.
why not see what the beauty soap of the stars can do for your skin? We return you now to William Keeley.
Be sure to join us after our final curtain for a brief chat with tonight's stars. And the important news about the winners of Lever's Big Fur Contest. Plus news of how you, too, may be a winner. Here's our third act of Bad Bascombe, starring Wallace Beery in the title role and Margaret O'Brien as Emmy. All day, the little wagon train is huddled in the valley, while from mountain peaks on every side, smoke signals spell the ominous warning that the Indians are gathering to attack. But the immigrants won't be caught unprepared. Bad Bascombe has pledged his word to bring the wagon train safely into Utah. And for the first time in his life, he intends to keep his promise.
Well, we're safe for a while, Jimmy. It'll soon be dark. Those Indians won't attack at night.
We don't stand a chance.
Sure we do. We've got our barricades built. We've got guns. We can go water.
I don't mean that. I mean the people trust you. They're relying on you. And if you ask me, you and Yancey are probably engineering this together.
I could kill you for saying that. No, I don't know as I blame you for thinking that, Jimmy, but maybe by this time tomorrow you'll know different.
I'm sorry.
Forget it. This here's all Yancey's doings. He's lived with them Indians. They'll believe what he tells them. He's got a good reason to want us all killed. We can expect him along about dawn.
I'm going to leave you, Bascombe. There are troops at Fort Bonneville. There's a chance I can get through to them.
Through those Indian lines? Oh, you ain't got a chance in a million.
I'll try anyway.
You ain't going nowhere. We need you here.
I'm not taking orders from you, Bascombe. Not anymore.
All right, son. Go on. Go ahead, then.
You see, I'd like to square up my conscience, too. Well, good luck.
Thanks, Jimmy. Any message for Dora?
Dora? No. There'll be time for that if I get back. Then I can...
Sorry, Jimmy. If anybody can get through to Fort Bonneville, it's me. I guess you won't mind if I borrow your horse.
Is that you?
Yeah. Emmy, why ain't you in that there wagon?
Why not sit anymore, Zeke? I've been looking for you.
Don't talk so loud.
You going somewhere, Zeke?
Yeah, but I'll be back, Emmy.
Gonna ride through them Indians, Zeke?
Well, kind of, but you don't have to worry, Nani.
I won't, Zeke. There's only a couple of thousands of them, ain't there?
Yeah, but they got guns.
I wouldn't worry if there were 10 times that many.
Well, just don't you go wishing any more on me than you have to.
Oh, pooh. You're just trying to scare me. I bet you could clean them out with your bare hands.
Well, maybe, but I'll kind of take my guns along just in case. Now, you be a good girl, you hear?
Goodbye, Zeke.
Goodbye, honey. Oh, tell Jimmy he's in charge till I get back.
Where is he?
Well, he's back there, honey, taking a little nap. Now, you mind your fan while you're here.
Getting light, Jimmy. They'll be coming any minute now.
Yeah. All the men at their post?
Yeah, I just checked.
You women and kids, get to the shelter now and stay there. Come on, Jimmy. Look! Indians! No, it's a horse. No rider, just a horse. That's my horse.
Zeke went for help on that horse.
Then they got him. The Indians got beat.
No, they never catch Zeke. Don't worry, Grandma. He said he'd come back and he will.
Mason, get to the rest of the men. Tell them they better not expect any help. All we can do now is... Here they come! Hold your fire! Wait till they're closer! Hold your fire!
Well, mister, what do you want?
There's a wagon train under attack. Green River Valley. Call out the soldiers.
I'd sure like to help you, mister, but that's up to the colonel.
Hey, you're bleeding. No, never mind that. I'm telling you, there ain't a minute to spare. I had to ride 20 miles out of the way to get here. Them cavalry can make it back in an hour.
Well, maybe they can, but I ain't got the authority.
Then you get the colonel.
Sorry, mister. I ain't got that authority either. The colonel's asleep. He's got an awful temper.
So have I got an awful temper. There's probably a massacre going on there right now, but unless you get the colonel, I'm going to start one of my own.
I don't think there'll be any need of that. Colonel Fisher, sir.
The Indians are jumping our wagon train, sir. You got troops here, Colonel. What have I got to do?
Can you lead us back?
Sure I can.
Corporal, sound full assembly.
Yes, sir.
What's going on, Colonel? Indian raid, Mr. Fulton.
Mr. Fulton? Well, how do you do, sir?
Mr. Smith, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Ezekiel Smith.
You mind if I ride along, Colonel? Come along then, Fulton. Two extra horses, Sergeant. All right. You're wounded, Mr. Smith?
My arm? Yeah, tain't nothing. I wrapped it up with my neckerchief.
Yes.
Yes, so I see. Come along, Mr. Smith. Later on, maybe, you can tell me how you got that scar on your neck.
Oh, sure. Yes, sir.
I'm out of ammunition! More ammunition! Make every shot count! Make every shot count! They're pulling out that wagon. They're going to break through. Stampede the horses into that opening. Jimmy, look. Soldiers! Zeke got through.
I guess I haven't had a chance till now to thank you, Colonel. We were just about done for when you got here.
I'll save your thanks, son. Just send a couple of your wagons over to us. We'll send you wounded down to Fort Bonneville.
Yes, sir.
Well, Fulton, what's the matter?
You haven't seen that Smith fellow, have you, Colonel?
Not since the fighting. Why?
Because he's disappeared, that's why.
Well, just temporarily, Mr. Fulton, but I'm back now.
Help that man, Sergeant. He's about to keel over.
Oh, no, I'm all right. I just had a little argument with Mr. Yancey.
Yancey? I thought he escaped.
If you want him, you'll find him up behind those rocks there. No hurry. He won't be running away.
About that scar on your neck, Mr. Smith.
It's a rope burn, Mr. Fulton.
That's what I thought. I'm taking you in, Bascombe.
Sure. But those folks over there, will you let me talk to them just a minute and say goodbye? And then there's a little kid I ain't had a chance.
Go ahead.
Thanks. Folks, I don't know much how to make no speech, but I want to tell you that I won't be seeing you for a few days. I got to help Mr. Fulton there to identify this fellow they got back in Fort Bonneville. They think he's Bad Bascombe. Yeah. So I'll be joining you after a while, providing the welcome mat is still out for me. And Jimmy, I promised Brother Walker that I'd see that this year wagon train got through to Utah. And I know that you'll see that I don't let him down, won't you?
I'll do anything you say, Zeke.
Sure. Well, then, goodbye, everybody. I'll see you soon. Emmy, ain't you going to say goodbye to me?
Not in front of everybody, Zeke.
But Mr. Fulton, he's in a big hurry, Emmy.
Not that much of a hurry, Mr. Smith.
We can talk better over there, Zeke.
Sure, honey.
Why are you going away?
Well, I guess maybe because it'll make me appreciate you all the more when I come back. And maybe I can get you them pretty presents I was telling you all about. Let's see if I got anything I can give you for a souvenir. No. Oh, no. I'm sorry, Emmy. Here's an old suspender button.
Would you give it to me, Zeke?
Why?
Because it's yours.
Well, if you ain't loco.
Zeke, you ain't coming back, are you?
Why, what makes you talk like that?
You ain't, Zeke. I know it. I ain't ever going to see you anymore. Ain't nobody could be so happy without doing something for it. All I could do is pray.
Did you pray for me?
Every night. God bless Zeke and Grandma.
Well, you know that ain't right, honey. Put me first. Maybe tonight you'll say a little prayer for Grandma and Zeke, will you? Now kiss me goodbye, Emmy.
Zeke, I'm still going to put you first.
Let's go, Mr. Fulton. Goodbye, everybody. Good luck.
Zeke.
Yes, honey.
And I'll always LOVE you.
Goodbye, DARLIN.
LING.
All right, ING. I was just testing you, honey.
The curtain falls on Bad Bascombe, and the spotlight falls now on tonight's stars, who return to the footlights in response to your applause. Wallace Beery and Margaret O'Brien. No wonder you two are among the Lux Radio Theater's favorite performers.
Well, Bill, speaking of performances, Margaret gave one of the best I'd ever heard a week ago.
So I understand, when she helped greet the Freedom Train on its arrival in Los Angeles. You made a speech, Margaret.
Yes, but it wasn't my own speech, Mr. Keeley.
It was Mr. Lincoln's Gettysburg Address.
You would have made Abe Lincoln proud. But wasn't it strange to be giving Lincoln's Gettysburg Address on Washington's birthday?
Oh, I think the Gettysburg Address is good for any day.
A very good answer, Margaret. How did you like the Freedom Train?
Oh, it's wonderful, Mr. Keeley. Every boy and girl should see it.
Yeah, and their parents, too. Are you going to write a piece about it for your syndicated column?
Yes, I got one already. Would you read my newspaper column, Mr. Barry?
Oh, sure, I say I do. I'll tell you something, Margaret. It's a lot easier to read than Walter Lipton.
Do you ever mention Lux soap in your column, Margaret?
No, I haven't yet, but I do use Lux every single day because I like it so.
A very wise young lady. Wally, I understand that you become something of a city slicker in your next Metro Golden Mayer picture, Alias a Gentleman.
Yeah, they've even got me in white tie and tails, Bill. It's about time after all the old clothes I've been wearing on the screen.
What's Lux doing next week, Mr. Keeley?
Well, a few weeks ago, a bright new star was introduced to the American screen. An actress proclaimed to be the sensation of the year. You and millions of fans will know her simply as Valley. V-A-L-L-I. The Lux Radio Theater is proud to present her, co-starred with one of our all-time favorites, Joseph Cotton, in David O. Selznick's gripping drama, Spellbound. A cast and play I know our audience will thrill to.
Well, it sounds like a mighty exciting evening, Bill. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and many, many thanks. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Spellbound with Joseph Cotton and Valley. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Ladies, I've just put in a long-distance call to the winner of the grand prize for the second week of Lever Brothers Sensational Fur Contest.
And while we're waiting for the call to come through, we want to remind our listeners that there's still time to get into the fifth and last contest. Last chance to win a magnificent $3,000 mink coat.
Or one of the 3 second grand prizes, luxurious fur coats worth $1,000 apiece. Then there are fur jackets, fur scarves, and 250 cash prizes. 329 splendid prizes in all.
You can take your prize in cash if you prefer, but hurry and get your entry in now.
Here's all you do. On entry blank available from your dealer, or any piece of paper, write 25 words or less telling why you like any of 6 famous Lever products. Lux Toilet Soap, Lux Flakes, Lifebuoy, Rinso, Swan, or Spry. You can send in as many letters as you wish. Just be sure to enclose with each one a box top or wrapper from any one of these 6 products. Print your name and address on your letter, together with the name and address of your dealer. Mail your letter together with box top or wrapper to Lever, L-E-V-E-R, Lever Fur Contest, Box 1, New York City. Contest subject to complete rules on entry blanks at your dealer.
This fifth and last contest closes finally Sunday, March 14th. Entries must be postmarked before midnight.
Oh, there's our phone call. Hello? You say you're ready with the Piqua call, operator? Hello, is this Mrs. Hinch of Piqua, Ohio? Mrs. Scott J. Hinch of 534 Riverside Drive? This is John Kennedy speaking from the Lux Radio Theater in Hollywood, California, Mrs. Hinch. I have the pleasure to tell you that you've won the grand prize in Lever's Big Fur Contest. That's right, a $3,000 mink coat, any style you like. Or you can have the cash if you prefer. Are you excited? I can certainly appreciate how you feel, Mrs. Hinch. Congratulations. Goodbye. And now, Libby, the winners of the 3 second prizes.
A luxurious fur coat worth $1,000, or the cash, goes to Mrs. Clarence Egan, 2610 First Avenue North, Leeds, Alabama. Mrs. Helena Walker Lyman, 8809 Southwest Bertha Beaverton Highway, Beaverton, Oregon. Mrs. George Meslin, 7364 Maryland Avenue, University City 5, Missouri.
Winners of the remaining 325 prizes will be notified by mail. And ladies, don't delay. Send in your entries right away. You, too, may win one of these beautiful fur coats. Remember, Lever Fur Contest, Box 1, New York City. You hear that, ladies? It's your butcher getting the cash he owes you for that used kitchen set you've just brought in. You can still get good hard cash for every pound, you know. The worldwide shortage of fats and oils continues, and every drop you save in your own kitchen helps. Even those fats you reuse for cooking can be salvaged. So keep on saving every drop of used kitchen fat. The need is still great. Wallace Beery and Margaret O'Brien appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Bride Goes Wild, starring Van Johnson and June Allison. Join us again next Monday night to hear Spellbound with Joseph Cotton and Valley.
Pepsodent won by 3-1. Yes, in a recent survey, families throughout America compared new Pepsodent toothpaste with the brands they'd been using at home. By an overwhelming average of 3-1, they preferred new Pepsodent with Irium over any other brand they tried. They said new Pepsodent toothpaste tastes better, makes breath cleaner, makes teeth brighter. Yes, with families who made comparison tests, Pepsodent won by 3-1. Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Spellbound with Joseph Cotton and Valley. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Say, Ken.
Yes, Bing?
What's cooking tonight?
Why, this is our St. Patrick's Day program.
Begorrah it is.
And, incidentally, you're on.
Oh. Where the blue of the night meets the green of today, a shamrock waits for me.
Welcome you to Philco Radio Time, produced and transcribed in Hollywood with John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, the Rhythmaires, and Bing's guest, Margaret O'Brien. And now we bring you Kate Harrigan's greenest groaner, Bing Crosby.
Hey, Ken, thanks. How'd you know that my mother's maiden name was Harrigan?
Well, I checked with your brother Everett.
Oh, that's right. He's the family historian. He's also in charge of the piggy thing.
Yeah.
Patty's pig, that is. Now, Ken, before we lose this Hibernian mood, the Rhythmaires, John Scott, and myself would like to do a song made immortal by Whisperin' Pat Harrington. Eddie John, here old Donnie go. 3 years ago this very day I left the Port of Cork, and on a ship from Old Erin's Isle I landed in New York. Without a friend to meet me there and a stranger on the shore, but I wore an honest Irish heart and fortune came galore. So here I am back again on dear old Erin's Isle, and the friends they meet me on the quay and they greet me with a smile. But there's faces there that I surely forgot, for I was so long away. But me mother she introduces all, and this is what she says.
Shake hands with your Uncle Mike, be boy. Shake hands with your sister.
Well, Kitty, me darling.
The girl you used to swing down on the garden. Shake hands with all the neighbors.
Come forward.
And kiss the counting doll.
The part I like.
You're welcome as the flowers in May to dear old Donegal.
Well, they gave a party when I came back, and they came from near and far, and the road was lined for near a mile with Irish jaunting cars, and the whiskey flowed like buttermilk to fill our hearts with joy, and the piper played an Irish reel to greet the Yankee boy. So tomorrow out to church I'll go, and the wedded hour will be to my pretty little calling, sweet Biddy McGee. For Biddy was true and faithful to her Barney o'er the sea, and would join the harp and shamrocks to the stars of liberty. Second Brannigan, Flanagan, Milligan, Gilligan, Duffy, McGuffy, Malachi, Mahone, Rafferty, Lafferty, Donnelly, Connolly, Dooley, O'Hooley, Muldowney, Mullaw, Kelowna, oh, Kelowna. How did he get in there? Politics, eh? Shanahan, Manahan, Fogarty, Hogarty, Kelly, O'Skilly, McGinnis, McGinn. And O'Brien was late. Then I'll shake the hand of me Uncle Mike and the hand of me Sister Kate, and I'll hug and I'll squeeze as much as I please the girl on the garden gate. Then I'll invite all the neighbors to my wedding, great and small, and I'll live content and pay no rent. Indeed.
Well, Bing and Rhythm Airs, that was really straight from the old sod. You sure can rattle off those Irish names, Bing.
Oh, there's a lot of them, Ken. Harmons, Hogans, O'Dooleys. I could go on forever. The O'Tooles, the O'Reillys, the O'Melvinys.
Yeah. Say, Bing, I've often wondered, are there any O'Philcos in Ireland?
When did you often wonder that?
Just now.
Well, I don't know of any Philco family there. Why don't you call Pat O'Brien? Check with him. He'll know.
Oh, really?
No, O'Brien.
Oh. Well, anyhow, Bing, they got to have radio programs in Ireland, don't they?
Oh, sure.
What kind do they have?
Oh, about the same as we have here.
Yeah.
They got Phil Fogarty and his all-Colleen Orchestra.
Oh, fine.
They got a program called Truth or the Back of Me Hand to you. The one called People Are Funny, but watch out who you laugh at.
Yes.
Then there's Amos and Seamus.
Oh, I like that. That's great.
John's Other Jug. And the Rise of the Goldbergs. Big over there.
Well, those sound like great shows, Bing. And whether there's no Philco family in Ireland or not, I'm sure lots of folks there listen to Philco radios.
Certainly. The green jobs with the shamrock push buttons and the clay pipe tubes.
And in Ireland, like everywhere else, no matter what you're listening to, all programs sound better on Philco.
You're so right. Let's have it, Ken, and make it short.
Oh, don't worry. I'm not long for this commercial. So long are the new listeners will be for snapping up Philco's sensational new plastic portable. One fast look at a listen, and you're in business with the slickest, smartest portable radio you ever flipped a switch on. Lightweight plastic case in your choice of 4 colors, every one an eye-catcher. So's the price, Philco quality all the way through at a sensationally low cost. Breeze on into your Philco dealer now and catch the performance of this new portable champion from Philco, the leader.
Gloria Wood forsakes the Rhythm Airs at this point to join me in Jack Brooks' new tune, Saturday Day. It's just the way she sang it on record with Harry Babbitt for Kay Kaiser. Hello, honey. See, you look swell. How you been?
Oh, wonderful. Oh, but don't just stand there. Come on in.
Oh, but haven't we got places to go? A lot of things to do?
Mm-hmm. But I'd like to stay at home. Well, if it's all the same to you.
Well, okay. I got a Saturday date with my everyday sweetheart.
And we plan to spend a wonderful evening at home.
We'll be dining in the kitchen,
dancing in the parlor,
talking when the lights are low,
or just plain sitting,
listening to the radio.
On my Saturday date with my everyday sweetheart.
As long as we're alone, we're all right. We're a couple of stay-at-homes on Saturday night. Honey, let's sit over here where the lights are low.
You mean just you and I and the radio?
Are you happy?
Happy.
Love me?
Guess.
You comfy?
And cozy.
Shall we dance?
Oh, yes.
On my Saturday day with my everyday sweetheart.
Long as we're alone, we're all right.
It's a pleasure to be alone
in a world that we call our own.
Shall we do this again?
Well, now you tell me when.
On our Saturday date?
Oh, I can hardly wait.
'Cause we're a couple of stay-at-homes on Saturday night. By way of presenting a young lady whose name has been in my special date book for a long time, let me say that here's the perfect example of what happens when you mix sugar and spice. And everything nice. The very charming and talented Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer star, Miss Margaret O'Brien. Margaret, it's really nice to see you again. And may I take this opportunity to wish you a very joyous St. Patrick's Day.
Sure now, and I thank ye, Mr. Crosby. And 'tis the very same thing I'm wishing to you.
Well, bless my glockamora. Barry Fitzgerald in a hair ribbon. We got here.
Sure, it is a grand and glorious day that they've set aside in honor of St. Pat.
Sure, and it is that, Maggie Miguel. And let me add that I've never seen you looking more beautiful. Your eyes, they glimmer like the Irish sun dancing across the waters of the River Shannon. And your cheeks have the tender colouring of the wild Irish rose.
Oh, Mr. Crosby, you and your blarney. How you do go on. And please do go on.
There's no blarney, McCushla. 'Tis from me heart.
Faith, and is it now?
Faith, and it is. And if I'm not telling the truth, may the leprechauns put the whammy on the Pittsburgh Pirates. Heaven forbid.
Heaven forbid.
Heaven forbid, indeed.
Well, Mr. Crosby, as long as you said so many nice things about me, may I offer you a little blarney?
That you may.
Sure, and your voice is like an Irish thrush pouring out its heart. And your eyes are as blue as the skies over the lakes of Killarney. And those clothes you're wearing.
Yes.
Finian's rainbow.
Margaret, we better cut this out or we'll have Ajax Cassidy moving in here from Allen's Alley.
I guess you're right, Mr. Crosby.
I'm sure happy to see you tonight because I want to thank you for something, Margaret.
What's that?
Well, I must say that during the past year, you've had a remarkable influence on my youngest son, Linny.
He's so charming. And you know, Linny was almost voted the most popular boy in our class.
Well, who ran first?
Leslie Peterson.
Leslie Peterson?
He gave us all the measles.
Everybody went home. I remember that vacation you all had. Tell me, Margaret, how's Linny doing in school?
All right, I guess. Don't you see his report card?
Report card? He gave me to understand that they don't have report cards at your school.
Oh, well, maybe they just give report cards to the girls at our school.
Mm-hmm.
But really, Mr. Crosby, they're both very good in everything. But history.
History? Why should history give you trouble? Why, when I was your age, I could name all of the presidents in order.
Yes, but there weren't nearly so many of them to remember them.
You're right. The last president I had to remember was a Republican, I think. I've been reading your column in the Family Circle magazine. Pretty good stuff. With your pictures and your schoolwork and everything, I don't see how you find time to write a column.
Well, I visit different places, and I read the newspapers, and I listen to the radio.
Do you ever listen to my program?
Oh, yes, Mr. Crosby. Every day, all day long.
What you mean?
But my favorite program next to you is Super Neutron, the man with the atomic lungs.
Atomic lungs? Is that standard equipment?
Oh, yes. He just breathes on criminals and they explode.
If the boy ever catches cold, he's in big trouble.
Oh, Super Neutron never catches cold. He eats stratosphere crunchies, the breakfast food that's out of this world.
It's got to be. Do they snap, crackle, and pop?
No, they just go.
Sounds pretty dangerous. Do you eat them?
Certainly. I have to so I can save the box tops.
Ah, yes, the box tops. What do you do with them?
When I get 10 of them, I send them to Super Neutron, and she sends me the secret invisible code message.
For 10 box tops?
Yes, and then I save 10 more, and Super Neutron sends me the chemical formula to make the secret code message visible.
This is pretty fascinating stuff, isn't it? What happens then?
Then I send in 10 more box tops, and Super Neutron sends me the code book so I can read the secret code.
Oh, and what does it say?
It says, this little girl has sent in 30 box tops.
Oh. Look what I've missed being an old oatmeal man.
Not only that, Mr. Crosby, the Super Neutron stories are very interesting.
Oh, well, they probably are, Margaret, but I don't go for these modern stories so much. Whatever happened to the kids who enjoyed the old-fashioned fairy tales?
Well, children still like fairy tales.
Well, I'm really glad to hear that.
I've just written a fairy tale for our class play, and I play the part of Cinderella.
Oh, Maggie, you'd be devastating as Cinderella. Who's going to be Prince Charming?
The most charming man I know.
Well, you got the script with you?
Right here. This is your copy.
Thank you.
I marked your part with red Crayola.
Say, it's a clever title. Cinderella Goes to Town.
This is a modern version. I wonder if Mr. Carpenter will play the narrator.
I'd be honored, Margaret. Shall we begin?
But first we must have someone to play Cinderella's two mean sisters.
Well, I've got the people, all right. John Scott Trotter. He's not mean, but he's two people, all right.
But I was saving him for Cinderella's carriage.
We get another carriage somewhere.
Then
I guess we're all ready to begin, Mr. Carpenter.
All right, Margaret. Ladies and gentlemen, Cinderella Goes to Town. Once upon a time, in 1948, there was a mean and haughty woman who had 3 daughters, Metro, Goldwyn, and Cinderella.
I'm from Paramount, you know.
Please, Mr. Crosby, don't spoil the mood.
I'm sorry. Continue, Carp.
The 2 sisters were very mean to Cinderella. All day long, they would sit around eating Hershey bars and popsicles. And poor Cinderella was forced to stay out on the service porch with a Maytag washer and wash May's tags.
Mighty modern drudgery.
As the scene opens, Cinderella's 2 sisters are getting dressed for the big ball that Prince Mike Romanoff Charming is giving that night.
At his restaurant.
Prince Mike Charming is giving a fancy dress ball to which he's invited all the grand and important people of Hollywood, such as agents. Cinderella's 2 mean sisters have been invited, too, but not poor, sweet Cinderella. The first mean sister speaks.
Oh, mean sister.
The second mean sister speaks.
Yes, mean sister. What are you going to wear to the ball tonight? Oh, I think I'll wear my pink velvet with the wasp waist. I'd like to see either one of you get into it. Say, other mean sister, where's that wretched Cinderella? I'll call her. Cinderella?
Yes, mean sisters. What do you want?
Here, take this stick out and have it re-popsicled.
Oh, I'm so unhappy. I haven't been invited to the ball.
Who would invite you to the ball? Now go and do your work.
Yes, mean sisters.
And so the 2 mean sisters got all dressed up and went to the ball and left poor Cinderella home in tears.
Oh, poor me. Here I am left all alone to sit in the chimney corners among the cinders. I guess I'll tune into Bob Hope's program and have a good cry.
Don't cry, Cinderella. Dry your little tears.
Oh, are you my fairy godfather?
No, my child. I am Super Neutron, the man with the atomic lungs.
Sounds like a fresh pack of Raleighs.
Oh, Super Neutron.
I'm here to help you, my child. I have come to see that you attend Prince Charming's court ball.
But I have no silver dress trimmed with precious jewels.
I will tap you with my atomic wand. Here, my child. Now look at yourself in this mirror.
Oh, I'm ravishingly beautiful. I have a new gown by Orly Kelly, makeup by Wally Westmore, and hairstyling by Tony Coldwave.
Yes, Cinderella, and look at your dainty little feet.
Oh, how lovely. Beautiful glass slippers with high heels.
Now you must have a royal carriage. I will tap this pumpkin with my wand.
Oh, a beautiful Cadillac convertible drawn by Madman Munch.
Now you may leave for the ball, Cinderella. But remember, you must not stay a minute after the clock strikes 12, because your Cadillac will again become a pumpkin. Madman Munch will turn into Honest John. And your clothes will become the ugly, dirty rags of the girl who sat among the cinders.
I'll remember the clock. And thank you a million trillion times for all these lovely gifts.
Oh, this stuff is nothing. You ought to guess who Miss Hush is sometime. Goodbye, Cinderella.
Goodbye, Super Neutron. And now I'm off to the ball. Oh, Prince Charming, this is the most wonderful party in all the world.
My dear, may I say that you are the most beautiful princess I have ever seen.
Oh, thank you, Prince Charming. You're beautiful, too.
For many years, I've waited for a lovely princess like you to come along.
Oh, Prince Charming, you are so charming.
Darling, tell me that you will marry me and be my wife.
Oh, no, go. The clock strikes 12. I must leave.
But, my darling, she's running away. But she threw her shoes. Woe is me. My princess has fled, and I have naught but this tiny glass slipper to remember her by. I have searched all over my vast kingdom, but I cannot find the lovely girl whose foot fits into the slipper. I am in the depths of despair. I will kill myself with this dagger.
Hold everything.
Why, it's Super Neutron.
Yes, stay thy hand, Prince Charming. I know where you can find the beautiful girl to whom that slipper belongs.
Where, Super Neutron? Where does she live?
118 Elm Street.
I will fly there immediately on one of my fastest horses.
You'll never make it. I've got something. Let me cap that slipper.
Oh, hello.
It's my princess, and she's in the slipper.
My Prince Charming.
Oh, my darling, now that I've found you, I shall never let you out of my arms again. Come, we will be married at once.
Oh, I'm so thrilled. Let us go and live happily ever after.
Margaret, your play was delightful, and thank you. Now, if you'll just stand close by here, I'd like to sing you a fine old Irish tune, just for you.
That tumble-down shack where the wild roses bloom round the door, just to pillow my head in that old trundle bed, just to see my old mother once more. There's a bright, gleaming light guiding me home tonight, down the long road of white cobblestone, down the road that leads back to that tumble-down shack. To the tumble-down shack in Athlone. I'm a long way from home, and my thoughts ever roam to old Erin far over the sea. For my heart, it is there, where the skies are so fair, and old Ireland is calling to me. There's a bright, gleaming light guiding me home tonight, down the long road of white cobblestone, down the road that leads back to that tumble-down shack, to that tumble-down shack in
I love that song.
Well, I'm so glad you did, my princess.
Oh, do you know what?
What?
We forgot to thank Mr. Carpenter for his wonderful acting as Super Neutron, the man with the atomic lungs.
Oh, Margaret, you shouldn't have mentioned Carpenter's lungs here.
Why not?
You just take a deep breath and let go of the commercial.
Well, why not, Bing? We got plenty to blow about. Brand new Philco models arriving at your dealer every day. Gorgeous Philco radio phonographs with everything for easy listening. Plus, plenty of record storage space as a dividend. Eye-catching new plastic portables, powerhouse performers at a sensationally low price for Philco quality. And now, an atomic bombshell for you record fans. Philco's new automatic way to play records in a stunning, streamlined table radio phonograph that's a regular ring-dang-do, a ball of fire on radio or records, a fashion flash in fine cabinet design. See it, hear it, get it at your Philco dealer. You'll blow your top, too, over the sensational new Philco 1401, the radio phonograph with the easiest way to play records ever invented. From the world's largest radio manufacturer, Philco, the leader.
You blew all right. Dust yourself off, folks.
If you ever go across the sea to Ireland, then maybe at the closing of your day, you will sit and watch the moon rise over Claddagh and watch the barefoot gossoons at their play. Just to hear again the ripple of the trout stream, the women in the meadows making hay, and to sit beside a turf fire in the cabin and see the sun go down on Galway Bay. For the breeze is blowing o'er the seas from Ireland, are perfumed by the heather as they blow, and the women in the upland digging praties speak a language that the strangers do not know. For the strangers came and tried to teach us their ways. They scorned us just for being what we are. But they might as well go chasing after moonbeams or light a penny candle from a star. And if there's going to be a life hereafter, and somehow I'm sure there's gonna be, I will ask my God to let me make my heaven in that dear land across the Irish Sea.
And now, before heading home for a late snack of corned beef and cabbage, I want to thank Princess Margaret O'Brien for dropping in tonight and marrying me.
And Mr. Crosby, when you go home, please be sure to explain to Mrs. Crosby that we were just play acting.
Oh, I think Dixie will understand, Margaret. I want to tell you that I saw this picture that you were in, this last picture, and you did a remarkable job of acting in it. The big city?
It was fun working with Danny Thomas, George Murphy, and Bob Preston.
Oh, grand boys, every one of them. Well, Maggie, I hope I'll see you soon. Good night.
Good night, Bing.
Good night, folks. Thanks.
This program was produced and transcribed in Hollywood by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. Tune in to Philco Radio Time next week and hear Bing Crosby, John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, the Rhythmaires and Bing's guests, Wild Bill Elliott, and Peggy Lee. The Blarney on our St. Patrick's Day program was through the courtesy of Hal Cantor, Larry Clemens, and Blarney Dean. And remember, keep your eye on your Philco dealer now for the newest thing in radio from Philco, the leader.
bird, a Londonderry bird. It well may be he's bringing me a cheery word. I hear a breeze, a river Shannon breeze. It well may be it's followed me across the seas. Then tell me, please, how are things in Lacamora? Is that little brook still leaping there? Does it still run down to Donny Cove, through Killybegs, Kilkerry, and Kildare? How are things in Lacamora? Is that willow tree still weeping there? Does that lassie with the twinkling eye come smiling by? And does she walk away sad and dreamy there, not to see me there? So I ask each weeping willow and each brook along the way, and each lass that comes a sighing to relay. How are things in Lacamora this fine day?
Cigarettes presents the Screen Guild Players. Our stars, Margaret O'Brien, Jimmy Durante, and Mary Jane Smith. Our play, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Our host, Camel Cigarettes. Tonight, Camel Cigarettes presents the Screen Guild Players in the most hilarious event of the radio season, Walt Disney's Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, co-starring that lovable pair, Margaret O'Brien and Jimmy Durante, with Mary Jane Smith in the singing role of Snow White. And now, since time's a-wasting, let's be off to the home of Margaret O'Brien, where an excited little girl is seated by the radio.
Margaret, time to go to bed. Did you hear what I said, young lady? Yes, Mommy. But can I stay up just a little later tonight, please?
Now, darling, a rule is a rule. It's almost 7:30, isn't it?
I guess it is. But that's Pacific Standard Time, and we're on daylight saving time. It's really only 6:30, you know. And this is something extra special.
All right. What now?
Why, it's the Camel Screen Guild Players. They're going to do Snow White, and I wouldn't want to miss that for anything.
Well...
Mother, it's the doorbell. Who could that be at this late hour?
Well, why not go and see? Maybe it's your Prince Charming.
Golly, I hope it isn't one of the little boys from down the street who wants to play with me. Then I won't be able to listen to Snow White.
Hopscotch, anyone?
Why, it's Jimmy Durante. Oh, Jimmy, I'm so glad to see you. Won't you come in?
Thank you, Margaret, and welcome home from merry old England. Might I say the scintillating charm of your ethereal presence imbues me with rapturous felicitations and salutes me with ecstasy?
Why, Jimmy, how can you say that?
I don't know. I just opened my mouth and hope for the best. But it's nice having you back, Margaret. And here's a little homecoming gift I bought you.
Oh, Jimmy, for me, it's just what I wanted. A scarf.
Don't spread this around, but I knitted it myself.
Oh, it's a beautiful scarf. But what's this lump at the end of it?
That's the big toe. It started out to be a pair of socks. Where I should have knitted one and pearl two, I knitted three and dropped four.
Oh, Jimmy, I think you're the most wonderful man I know. Every day I tell my mother that I think you're prettier than Van Johnson.
You do?
Yes, and she said I should see somebody about it. Jimmy, what's a psychiatrist?
Wait a minute. Somebody pass the crackers. Durante's in the soup again. What's a psychiatrist?
I'm so glad you came. Then we can listen to Snow White together.
To who?
Jimmy, you must have heard of Snow White.
No, I can't say as I ever met Snow White, but I think I know a little brother Bob White. I got a million of them. But seriously, Margaret, this Snow White intrigues me. How does it go?
Well, once upon a time, long, long ago, there lived a beautiful princess named Snow White.
This is fascinating. I'll put a squirt of taboo behind my ear and listen.
Oh, she was beautiful, but she had a very wicked stepmother, the cruel queen, who made her work as a scullery maid, cleaning and scrubbing floors and washing dishes, and she didn't pay her a cent.
Nothing?
Nothing.
Well, for nothing you could buy much more in those days.
But when her work was through, little Snow White would go out into the garden and sit by the wishing well. She'd gaze into the well and sing, "I'm wishing." And the echo would answer, "I'm wishing."
Sounds like Dewey at the Republican convention.
Just listen, Jimmy. If you try real hard, you can almost hear.
Funny, I don't hear anything.
Shh, listen.
Once an old secret, promise not to tell. We are standing by a wishing well. Make a wish into the well. That's all you have to do. And if you hear it echoing, your wish will soon come true. I'm wishing for the one I love to find me today. I'm hoping and
Sensational, colossal. Margaret, that princess sings a mighty good duet.
Did you really hear it, Uncle Jimmy?
May Mrs. Calabash never speak to me again.
Well, if you try real hard, maybe you can even see the wicked queen. I've seen her.
You have?
You've just got to imagine.
Okay, I'm imagining.
You see that big stone tower and all those guards in armor?
Yeah. Where's the queen?
I don't know. Let's peek in that window.
It ain't polite, but I'll force myself. What do you see?
There she is. That wicked queen. Standing by the magic mirror.
Oh, magic mirror on the wall. Who is the fairest of them all?
Who's she talking to?
To the magic mirror. Listen, the mirror is going to answer.
Famed is thy beauty, majesty, but one is still more fair than thee.
Well, ask for her. Reveal her name.
Lips red as a rose, hair black as ebony, skin white as snow.
No, White. I can never be the fairest while she lives. Lieutenant of the guard!
Golly, she's going to have Snow White killed.
Margaret, you wait here for me.
Are you going to me? Are you going to stop the wicked queen?
No, I got a little tete-a-tete with that mirror. Oh, magic mirror on the wall. Who is the handsomest man of all? I lose more darn mirrors that way?
Oh, Jimmy, I'm afraid you broke the spell. And just when we were getting into the story.
Well, you got me in, you got to get me out. What happens, Margaret? Does the queen liquidate Snow White?
No, she just tries to kill her.
Oh, I see.
She sends her guardsmen to take Snow White's life and bring back her heart as proof of the wicked deed. But the guardsman can't bring himself to really kill her. So instead he kills the boar.
Anyone I know?
No, Uncle Jimmy. This boar is spelled B-O-A-R. He's a wild pig.
I repeat, anyone I know? But tell me, Margaret, what happened to Snow White? I'm beginning to like that kid.
The guardsmen left poor little Snow White in the cold, dark forest to die. But she didn't die.
Oh, penicillin, huh?
No, she wandered around the forest, and then at last she found a little cottage. You should have seen it, Uncle Jimmy. Everything was very tiny. Chairs and the tables were so small, it looked as though a beautiful doll lived there.
Again, I repeat, anyone I know?
There were dirty dishes lying everywhere, and everything was full of dust. So little Snow White gets a broom and sweeps the floor. And then she washes the dishes, too, and puts everything in place. And that makes her so tired, she goes right upstairs and falls asleep. And then the dwarfs come home.
Dwarfs? Where do they come from?
From the forest. There's 7 of them. And they spend all day in the forest working in their gold mines. And they're so happy, they come out of the mine singing.
John L. Lewis must have got him another raise. You know something? I think I can almost hear them.
Men, the lights lit. The lights lit.
Seems to me the floor's been swept.
The goblins have been here.
Look, towers on the table. Flowers on the table.
Oh, what beautiful flowers. goldenrod.
Why, look, the whole place is clean.
No doubt about it. There's dirty work afoot. Listen, men, whatever done this ain't down here, so it must be upstairs.
Upstairs?
Upstairs. And I say whatever it is, we gotta go up there and get it.
And that's the way they go upstairs. They creep up the steps with clubs in their hands. And they open the door very quietly. And then... Uncle Jimmy, would you like to know what happens next?
Well, sure. I guess so, Margaret.
You don't seem very interested.
Interested? I'm fascinated. But don't you have to save up something for the second act?
Camel Cigarettes now presents Act Two of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, starring Jimmy Durante, Margaret O'Brien, and Mary Jane Smith.
Well, Uncle Jimmy, would you like to hear the rest of the story of Snow White?
I wonder what would happen if I said no. What a confusion. Go ahead, Margaret. Dish it out.
Well, when the seven little dwarfs crept upstairs and opened the door, there was Snow White fast asleep in one of the little beds. So they woke her up, and she sat there staring at them. And then she smiled and said,
Oh, my. You're all so small. Why didn't you boys grow any taller?
I guess we ran out of bigger room.
Oh, I know you. You must be Doc.
Howdy.
And you must be happy.
Howdy.
And you must be grumpy.
Howdy, and don't think I mean it.
And you're sleepy, aren't you?
How did you know?
Oh, I just guessed. But I don't know who you are. What's your name?
My name is Sneezy. Silly, isn't it?
Well, it is odd. Why do they call you Sneezy?
Oh, I guess it's on account of the cause. I'll give you 3 guesses.
Is it because you sneeze once in a while?
Yeah, that's right. It's because I... Once in a while, she says.
Oh, you poor dear. What makes you sneeze like that?
Well, I'm sort of sickly. I got a fever.
What kind of a fever?
I got I can't say it because it makes me sneeze just to hear that word.
Is it spring fever? Scarlet fever?
Now, please, let's just skip it.
Is it hay fever?
You said it! That's the word I didn't want you to say.
Well, let's change the subject, Sneezy. My, this is a pretty house you have here.
Oh, yes, and it's all ours. No mortgages. We paid over 1,000 gold pieces for this place.
That certainly is a lot of money.
Yeah, it ain't hay. I said it. I said it.
Poor Sneezy. Isn't there any way we can help you?
Oh, it's too late. I got a headache.
Well, why don't you lie down and rest for a while?
Oh, that's a good idea. I'll go right over to my bed and hit the... Oh, no. Oh, I just caught myself in time. I bet you thought I was going to say hit the hay.
Well, men, it's dinner time. Diner time. Let's get downstairs and fill our stomachs. Fill our stomachs.
Oh, wait a minute. Snow White's going to sing for us.
Yeah, just the same, I'd rather eat.
Someday my prince will come. Someday we'll meet again on the way to be happy
Margaret, that was a mighty nice story. I might even say inspiring. You got to tell me another sometime.
But, Uncle Jimmy, the story isn't over yet. Did you forget about the wicked queen?
Get her? Indeed not. I simply choose to ignore her.
Well, the wicked queen did a whole lot more. When she found out that Snow White was still alive, she decided to put her into a deep sleep.
How did she accomplish that?
She just prepared a poison apple.
A poisoned apple? That queen was wicked to the core. Durante, you polished that one off.
And you know what, Uncle Jimmy? It was a very special poison. It will put Snow White into a death-like trance, and she'd only be awakened by a love's first kiss.
Love's first smackaroo?
Yes, and then the wicked queen disguised herself as an ugly old witch, and she took the poison apple in her hand, and she went to the home of the 7 dwarfs. And then when she got Snow White alone...
Would you like an apple, my dear? A nice rosy apple? A very special kind of apple.
A special kind of apple?
Yes, a magic apple. One bite and all your dreams will come true.
Let me see. What shall I wish for? I know. I wish my prince would come and find me and carry me away to his castle.
Yes, fine. Now take a bite, my dear. That's it.
Oh, Arthur, strange. Oh!
Success. Snow White, they will think you're dead. They'll bury you, and I will be the fairest in the land.
What a dirty trick. That old witch is repulsive, reprehensible, retractative, and superficial. Imagine leaving that lovely little girl as good as dead.
Yes, Uncle Jimmy, and the dwarfs thought that she was dead, too. But she was so beautiful, and they loved her so much, they just couldn't bring themselves to bury her. They built a lovely glass coffin for her, and they put her in the deep heart of the forest.
Spare me, Margaret, spare me. The saddest story I ever heard. The tears are running down my nose.
But wait, Uncle Jimmy. There's a happy ending.
Thank goodness for that. A man can only take so much.
You see, one day a handsome prince was riding through the forest.
Hold it, Margaret, hold it. I can see it all. Why, it's just as though I was there myself. I'm on my horse. I'm riding through the forest. I see the coffin. I bolt from the charger. Being a graceful dancer, I hits the ground. And suddenly I'm up to my ears in dwarfs. Nothing daunted, I kneels by Snow White, tilts my head back, swings my schnoz aside, and plants a kiss on her dainty lips. She opens her eyes. She goes limp. I takes her in my arms, and we ride away and live happily ever after. What a racket that Prince Charming had. What a racket.
Someday my prince will come. Someday
amazing. That's exactly how the story ends. How did you know?
Intuition? That Prince Charming stuff comes natural to me. Typecasting, you might say.
Yes, I agree with you. You're the nicest prince there ever was.
Well, I wish this program was transcribed. I'd like to see that remark go on record. Now, isn't it time you were getting to sleep? Or, to put it more literally, how about you getting some shut-eye?
Yes, Uncle Jimmy. But can I ask you something first?
Sure. What is it?
When you go to bed, do you sleep with your nose over or under the covers?
Margaret, my nose is the covers.
Margaret? Mama, I know what you're going to say. You're going to say it's getting late and I have to go to bed.
Why, Margaret, that's amazing. How did you know?
Intuition.
That wraps it up, Margaret. Pleasant dreams.
Margaret O'Brien and Jimmy Durante will return to the Camel Screen Guild microphone in just a moment. And now a final and heartfelt round of thanks to our stars for a most delightful half hour. Jimmy, Margaret, and Mary Jane, it must make you feel very happy to know how much your performances have contributed to the Motion Picture Relief Fund and its country house and hospital.
It does, Mr. Roy. It makes us feel very happy.
Well, Margaret, darling, there's something else to keep us in the same mood. Each week, the makers of Camel cigarettes send 3 Camels to the Men and Servicemen's Hospital. This week, among the other hospitals, 3 Camels are being sent to United States Naval Hospital, Santa Margarita Ranch, Oceanside, California, United States Marine Hospital, Vineyard Haven, Massachusetts, and Veterans Hospital, Coatesville, Pennsylvania. Happy smoking, fellas. Your 3 Camels are on their way to you now.
Mr. Roy?
Yes, Margaret?
Who's going to be on next week's show? I always listen.
Well, we've got a wonderful play next week, Margaret. It's one of the most beautiful stories ever written. Love Affair. And it stars glamorous, lovely Greer Garson and...
Greer Garson? Wait a minute. Is there a good man's part for me?
Well, yes, there is, Jimmy. Walter Pidgeon is playing it.
Walter Pidgeon? I'm a dead duck. Good night, folks.
Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs is directed by Bill Lawrence, adapted for radio by Harry Cronman and Jess Oppenheimer, with special material by Harry Crane, with music conducted by Wilbur Hatch, and was presented through the courtesy of Walt Disney, producer of Melody Time. Margaret O'Brien can currently be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production Big City. Jimmy Durante appears through the courtesy of Rexall and will soon be seen in MGM's On an Island with You. Don't forget next week, Camel Cigarettes presents the Screen Guild Players in Love Affair, starring Walter Pidgeon and Greer Garson. Be sure to listen. And listen to Vaughn Monroe with Colonel Stoopnagle and their guest, Vera Holly, on the air for Camel Cigarettes every Saturday night over most of the CBS stations. This is Michael Roy in Hollywood saying good night, and won't you have a camel? This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week. The Columbia Broadcasting System.
In just a moment, Autolite presents Suspense, starring Margaret O'Brien.
Over the river and through the woods to grandmother's house we go. The horse knows the way to carry the sleigh.
Why, Hap, that's not the way to sing hurrah for Thanksgiving Day.
What are you telling me, Harlow Wilcox? Why,
No, Hap. This is the way it goes today. Over the river and through the woods, and never mind the snow. Grandpa's happy with his jalopy, his battery's never low. Over the river and through the woods, blow high ye winds, blow low. The car's as snappy as Grandma and Pappy with an
an Autolite Stay Full, you know.
But, Harlow,
Well, you
not...
see, half Autolite Stay Full batteries have changed a lot of things today.
Harlow, isn't anything sacred anymore? It's Thanksgiving Day. Let's listen to Margaret O'Brien on Suspense.
Suspense. Autolite and its 60,000 dealers and service stations bring you radio's outstanding theater of thrills. Starring tonight, Miss Margaret O'Brien in Anton Leader's production of The Screaming Woman. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I'm Margaret Leary, and I've got to tell you how it happened. It was Thanksgiving Day, and it was nice and sunshiny. Almost like summer, except cooler. Mama was cooking the turkey, and I was watching. And Mama said to me,
"Good heavens, I forgot. Your Aunt Cynthia's made some cranberry relish for us. Run over and get it, Margaret, so her feelings aren't hurt. And hurry. This turkey's done to a turn."
So I ran to Aunt Cynthia's, and on the way back I took a shortcut through Mr. Kelly's lot. It's a big lot, more like the side of a hill that slides down to Monument Creek. It's a swell place to play Indians and cowboys, or explorers or hunting for treasures, because trucks dump all kinds of stuff there. Loads of dirt and junk, and even big things like old cars and big pipes and chunks of concrete. Well, this day, coming back from Aunt Cynthia's, I saw that a lot of new junk and dirt had been dumped there since Saturday. They'd even covered up our swell big concrete pipe that us kids called our fort. Covered it clear up. I was looking around to see where it used to be when, all of a sudden, I stopped and listened. The sound was coming up out of the ground. A woman was buried under the junk and dirt and glass, and she was screaming all wild and horrible for somebody to dig her out. I started to run. I fell down and got up and ran some more. It was an awful, awful long way to our house that day. Mama! Mama!
Margaret?
Mama!
Oh, Margaret, haven't I told you not to slam the door? Is that the relish?
Listen, Mama. There's a screaming woman in the lot.
Wash your hands, Margaret.
She was screaming and screaming and screaming. Mama, listen to me. We've got to dig her out. She's buried under tons and tons of dirt.
I'm sure she can wait till after dinner. Oh, next year, I swear I'm going to buy a bigger platter.
Mama, don't you believe me? You've got to believe me.
Margaret, I've got a million things to do. Good gosh, look at you. How'd you get your knees so dirty?
Well, when he back from the lot,
Never mind. Scoot and tell your dad we're about to eat. He's in the front room reading his paper.
Yes, Mama. Daddy! Oh, Daddy, I've got to tell you something.
Getting hungry, baby?
Daddy, there's a screaming woman in the lot.
Oh, I never knew a woman who didn't. Smell that turkey.
We've got to get picks and shovels and dig her up, like for an Egyptian mummy. Oh, Daddy!
I don't feel much like an archaeologist today, Margaret. I can't think of anything but food. Let's have an expedition next Sunday and dig her up.
But we can't wait that long. Oh, Daddy, she'll die if we don't do it now. I'll give you some money.
Oh, so it's a business proposition. Well, how much do you pay by the hour?
I've got $5 whole. It took me a year to save.
Come here, Puss. You know I'm touched.
Oh, but Daddy...
You want me to play with you, and you're willing to pay me for my time. Why, dear, you're shaking. Calm down.
Oh, Daddy, please.
After our Thanksgiving dinner, I'll come out and listen to your screaming woman. How's that?
Oh, no, now, Daddy. Maybe she'll die if you don't come out now. Oh, you've got to come now.
Margaret.
If you believe me, you wouldn't wait. You never believe me. Mama doesn't believe me. Nobody believes me.
Quiet down right this minute.
Oh,
or I not only won't go with you, but you go to your room and stay in without your Thanksgiving dinner. Now, is that clear?
Yes, sir. It's clear. I always liked Thanksgiving, almost next best to Christmas. But that was an awful one. Dinner was 1,000,000 years long. Everybody moved so slow, like a slow-motion movie. Forks and knives and spoons moved slow, and Dad's cheek muscles moved slow when he chewed. I'll try to make things faster.
Margaret, you heard your mother now. Don't eat so fast.
But, Daddy, The screaming woman. We've got to hurry.
My dear young lady, this is Thanksgiving dinner, an occasion when we do not hurry. No, I intend to eat 4 or 5 helpings of everything until I can't eat any more. And then I'm going to make an extra effort and find room for pumpkin pie, a few walnuts, and stuffed dates.
Oh, please, please, Daddy.
Now, if you pester me any more, if you mention her again, this screaming what's-this, I won't go out with you to hear a recital at all. That understood?
Yes, sir. It's understood. I wanted to yell, oh, please, rush, get up, run around, come on, hurry. But I had to sit still, while out there in the lot with the sun shining down, all alone with nobody to hear or to help her, was the screaming woman. I could hear in my mind, screaming. Mom and Daddy couldn't hear. They just kept on eating and talking.
Well, now that I can be thankful for a full stomach, I guess we should consider what other things we have to be thankful for,
Well, we're all healthy. Prices are sky high, but we're not in debt. Yet.
Those are mundane things, my dear. I'm thankful for my big daughter. Right, Puss?
Yes, Dad.
And for my loving wife, who is still the most romantic woman I know.
Oh, silly.
I'm thankful I didn't marry somebody else.
You nearly married Dora Lampell. Even gave her a ring.
No, I never meant a thing. No one... No. You're the only one who's been the serious competitor since we were all kids.
Oh?
There's only one. One other. Helen Nesbitt.
Oh.
Yeah, Helen was my first love. When she was about as old as Margaret, I gave her a present one Christmas, and she gave me one, and I still have it.
Oh, that paperweight on your desk.
Mm-hmm. Funny how we hang on to things that were important when we were kids.
Daddy.
Just a little longer, boss. Warm up my coffee, will you, dear?
You know what I'm thankful for, dear? Seriously. That we stayed here in this same town where we grew up. Here you are, dear.
Thank you.
The same friends. Even the same street. It's been a peaceful life. Not very exciting, but...
Daddy!
Margaret finds it pretty exciting.
Yes. You better take her out to the lot before she collapses.
All right, now, where is your screaming woman? Lead me to her.
Over here, where our fort used to be.
Fort?
The big concrete pipe. It's all covered up now.
Kelly's really getting this lot filled in. All right, where's the lady?
Right about here, Daddy. Listen.
Don't hear a thing, except the wind. Better button up your sweater, Puss.
Shh. Listen.
Well, that's the trolley over on Aspen Street.
Hey there! Screaming woman! Hey!
Looks like the Dolans are starting out for a drive. Well, I guess your screaming woman's let you down, Puss.
But she was here, Daddy. Right under here where they dumped all this dirt. I heard her screaming and screaming, like she was underneath the fort. Somebody's dumped tons and tons right on top of our fort.
Yeah, too bad they buried your fort, Margaret. I saw 2 of Kelly's big trucks backed in here last evening. There was a dump truck in here this morning, too.
It isn't because they covered the fort.
It must be your screaming woman doesn't like grown-ups. Only delivers her solo for kids, I guess.
Maybe she can't scream anymore.
Well, I'm going back and take a nap. Let my dinner settle.
Well, aren't you going to help me dig?
Now, listen, my dear. Don't you think this is a sort of a silly game?
But it's not a game.
Now, don't stay too long, dear. Mama probably likes some help with those dishes.
Daddy! Daddy! I know I heard her scream. I know it. Oh, darn, darn, darn! You're there! You're still there! Hey, screaming woman! Oh, why did you scream before? Why didn't you scream so Daddy could hear you? Don't just scream for me. I can't help you all by myself. Daddy, where are you?
Upstairs, Margaret.
Daddy, she's screaming again. Right after you left, she started to scream. You've got to come back.
Whoa, there now. Come here. Let me feel your head.
Please, Dad.
Why, you've got a fever. You're going to lie down, young lady.
We can't leave it down there, Dad. We just can't.
Come on into your room. That's right.
It's awful, Dad. It's awful for her to be screaming and nobody listening. Nobody caring.
Lie down, Puss. Lie down now. Come on.
She'll choke where there isn't any more air and she'll die.
Now, you're going to lie down the rest of the afternoon before you make yourself sick.
No, I've got to dig. I've got to dig her up.
It's all those comic books you read. Now, I forbid you to leave the house. Close your eyes now and take a nap. That's my good girl.
Oh, what am I going to do? What am I going to do?
For Suspense, Autolite is bringing you Miss Margaret O'Brien in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
I have a hunch you're going to give me another Autolite Stay Full Battery Thanksgiving song.
No, not me, Hap.
No?
No, sirree. By Cornelius, I'm going to tell a Thanksgiving story. It's a fable.
Couldn't be anything else if you told it.
Now, listen to this, my trigger-tongue trooper. Last year at this time, my car called me out to the garage. Quite a car, too, Hap. Once a year, she overhauls me.
Wow, and on Thanksgiving Day, too.
Harlow, she said, I have an empty feeling, and I'm so confounded thirsty all the time, I think you ought to do something about it. I'd like to end up Thanksgiving Day with that fine, full feeling that lulls you to sleep as soon as the mince pie disappears. Well, how, my pretty, says I, can all this be accomplished? Easy, she chimes. I need to switch to an Autolite Stay Full battery. Why, with an Autolite Stay Full battery, I'll never be thirsty, and if you use me normally, I'll need only 3 drinks a year. And what's more, with the oversized electrical capacity and fiberglass insulation of that Autolite Stay Full battery, I'll have more power, stay lively longer, and save you time, trouble, work, and worry. And Harlow, for a fellow as lazy as you are, think what all this means. Well, when she came up with all those points in my favor, I hurried, I hastened, I hurtled till I was exhausted. And by Christopher, I got an Autolite Stay Full battery and gave it to Clarissa. I call my car Clarissa. Thanksgiving morning. We took a spin, and I could tell she was happier than a penguin with skis.
Sounds like Harlow in Wonderland. Well, now, let's get back to Margaret O'Brien and the Screaming Woman.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Miss Margaret O'Brien as Margaret in The Screaming Woman. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
After a while, I stopped crying. I had to get back to the lot where that woman was screaming, but I was locked in. I tied a sheet to the bed and let it out the window and shinnied down to the ground. Then I ran to the garage and got shovels and ran to the empty lot. The sun was almost down and it was getting cold. I started to dig fast.
Hiya, Maggie.
It was Dippy Smith, who was 10 years old, the same as me. He goes to my school.
What you digging for?
For a screaming woman. She's down in the ground and I'm going to dig her up. You can help me dig, Dippy. There's an extra shovel.
I don't hear nothing. I don't dig unless I hear a scream.
Then listen.
I don't hear nothing.
Just wait. You will. There. Did you hear it?
Hey, that's okay. Do it again.
Do what again?
Scream. Do it again. Go on. I'll give you this Aggie to teach me to do it. Hot dog, did you get that ventriloquist book for a dime from that magic company? You got one of those tin things in your mouth?
I won't tell unless you help me dig.
Okay, swell. Give me the shovel. Hot dog.
And you got to dig fast. Like this, Dippy.
Boy, you think she was right under our feet. You're wonderful, Maggie. Say, what's the screaming woman's name? You must have made her up a name.
Oh, sure. Her name is Wilma Schweiger, and she's a rich old lady, 160 years old. And she was buried by a crook named Spike. Come on, Dippy, dig. digging. We can't stop, Dippy.
Oh, I'm tired. I think I'll go home.
Dippy, stop. You can't. There really is a woman buried here.
Well, sure. You said so, Maggie.
Oh, don't you believe me? I wasn't throwing my voice. Come back, Dippy.
Okay, but I'm getting tired of digging.
Now, look, Dippy. I'll go way over here, and then you listen.
Okay.
Listen.
Hey, there really is a woman here.
That's what I told you.
Well, come on, let's dig. How's she breathing, do you think?
I think she's in the fort. Remember?
Sure. That's where she must be. 5 or 6 of the kids could get in it so it's big enough. I sure hope it isn't just a radio or something.
Well, a radio would be nice, too.
Here. What do you kids think you're doing?
Oh. Hello, Mr. Kelly.
I'm tired of chasing you out of this lot. If one of you gets hurt, maybe your folks would sue me.
But, Mr. Kelly, there's a woman screaming.
You kids beat it. Do you hear?
Yes, sir. But listen, Mr. Kelly. Don't you hear her? There.
I don't hear a thing, and neither do you. Now beat it.
Come on, Maggie.
Mr. Kelly, somebody's got to dig her up.
Don't argue with me or I'll phone your folks. This is my property. Do I have to put up a fence? Why should I spend money to keep people off my own property?
Dippy, it's him. He's the one.
Huh?
He murdered Mrs. Kelly. He hit her on the head and stuck her in the fort and dumped loads of dirt on top. But she wasn't dead. She came to. Why, you saw him. He stood right there when she screamed and wouldn't pay any attention.
Hey, that's right. He stood right there and lied to us. What'll we do, Maggie?
There's only one thing to do. We'll phone the police and tell them to come and arrest Mr. Kelly.
Hey, they sure got here fast, Maggie.
Don't make a sound.
Is Mr. Kelly in the house?
Yes, he went right home from the lot.
Yes, officer. You, Mr. Kelly? Yes, sir. What can I do for you? Is Mrs. Kelly at home this evening? Why, sure. Can I see her, sir? Why, sure. Hey, Anna. What's up? We got a call. Oh, good evening, ma'am.
What is it?
Oh,
I'm sorry, folks. We got a call that Mrs. Kelly was buried alive in an empty lot. Sounded like some kid calling, but we had to make sure. Always check, you know.
Oh, I can't understand.
It's those blasted kids. If I ever catch them, I'll break their necks.
Maggie, Jesus!
Boy, if Mr. Kelly telephones my dad, I'll get a licking.
What'll we do about the screaming woman?
What the heck with her? I'm not going near that lot again.
Wait, Dippy.
Huh?
I know why he didn't hear the scream. Kelly's sort of deaf. Mama says he's hard of hearing.
He heard us, didn't he? He heard the cop.
He reads people's lips, but he couldn't hear the screaming woman because he couldn't see her. Dippy, come on. We gotta dig some more.
No, sir.
But we've got to.
We're already in a peck of trouble over your darn old ventriloquist voice. I'm not going to get in any more trouble. No, sir.
And he went off and left me alone. I wanted to crawl down under the ground with the screaming woman and die, too. It was dark now, and Dad would be hunting for me. If he found me, I'd get a licking and be put to bed. And then nobody would help the screaming woman at all. There was only one last thing to do. So I did it. To go all over the neighborhood from house to house and find out who's missing.
Why, hello, dear.
Hello, Mrs. Griswold. Is anybody missing from your house? Is your sister from Detroit still here?
Yes, she's sitting right over there by the radio. Don't you see her? Little Margaret Leary wants...
No, I only wanted to see her, Mrs. Griswold. I was just wondering. I just wanted to know if she was here. Hello, Mrs. Pikes. You're looking good. I'm glad to see you're at home, Mrs. Pikes. I'm awful glad. Mr. Hyde, is your wife still here?
Dora, aren't you out pretty late, Margaret?
Yes. Oh, hello, Mrs. Hyde.
What is it, Margaret?
I just wanted to see you, Mrs. Hyde. That's all. The hours were just rolling along, and I rang bells and knocked, and I rang bells. I was about to give up when I came to the Nesbitt's house. The house was quiet, like nobody was at home, but I saw a dim, spooky light inside somewhere. So I just kept knocking and knocking. Oh.
What do you want?
Oh, nothing, Mr. Nesbitt. I only wanted to see Mrs. Nesbitt.
She's not here. She's gone to the store.
At night? Besides, it's closed today, I think.
The drugstore down on Clark Street.
Oh, well, then she ought to be back pretty quick. I'll come in and wait.
Hey, wait a minute.
I'll just sit down here and wait. I sure like this rocking chair. Go right ahead and do whatever you were doing, Mr. Nesbitt.
I wasn't doing anything.
Oh, looks like you were packing or something, with all those boxes and trunks around. Going away?
No, Helen's been sorting things out, getting rid of a lot of stuff.
Oh, burning it up in the fireplace.
Yeah, that's right.
Dad always burns our junk out in the alley. Clothes smell awful when they burn.
Look, kid, Helen may have gone on from the store to visit a friend.
Well, if she doesn't come back soon, I'll leave.
Yeah, I'll tell her you were here. What do you want to see her about?
Oh, nothing much. Hey, that's too bad.
What?
I guess you lost the key to that box. You had to break the lock.
No, it was broken already. Yeah, I bet your folks don't know where you are, kid.
No, sir. They think I'm in bed. What friend did Mrs. Nesbitt go to visit?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, hey, look, kid, I ought to tell you, she won't be back tonight.
Oh?
No. She went to the store, like I said, but she was going from there over to Beechwood to visit her mother. On a bus. She'll be gone 2 or 3 days.
Oh, that's a shame.
Why?
Well, Mama was expecting Mrs. Nesbitt to come over tomorrow. Maybe to sell.
Hey, you better not tell your mother. You see, it's kind of secret about Helen going away. She doesn't want people to know for a while.
Oh.
You know how to keep a secret, kid?
I guess so.
I'll give you something for not telling. I'll give you a reward. Let's see. Hey, here's something for a kid. A doll.
A doll?
Yeah. Helen was going to give it to you. I heard her say when she was sorting the stuff. She said, I'll give this to the little Leary girl.
Mrs. Nesbitt always calls me Margaret.
Well, sure, that's what she said. Margaret. That's quite a doll. Old-fashioned. It's made of leather. And face is china or something, see?
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mr. Nesbitt.
It's a reward for not saying anything about Helen being gone. Understand? Now, come on. I'll snap on the porch light.
Mr. Nesbitt, did you finish your driveway?
What do you mean?
Did you get all the dirt hauled off to make it smooth?
Sure. Now, come on.
I saw your dump truck in the lot this morning and...
What do you mean? Were you in the lot this morning?
No, I was at home. I looked out the window. Please, Mr. Nesbitt, let go of my arm.
You've been playing out there today? Answer me.
Oh, don't. That hurts. I wasn't playing. It's no fun now with our fort all covered up.
The fort? What's that?
Nothing, Mr. Nesbitt.
Tell me what you're talking about.
Nothing but that old concrete pipe.
You know something. That's why you came here. You've been snooping around that lot and you found out something. What do you know?
I don't know anything. Let me go, Mr. Nesbitt. If you don't let me go, I'll...
There! Come back! Hey, come back, kid. I'll give you something else. I'll give you something else. Come back, kid. Come back.
Mr. Nesbitt yelled because I kicked and bit his hand. Then I ran, but I heard him running after me. It was dark and quiet and scary on the street, and more scary out there in the lot. I ran straight across the place where I heard the screaming, and it was so quiet. And all of a sudden there was a man in the lot, right in front of me.
Stop, Margaret.
Oh.
Margaret?
Oh, Daddy.
Margaret, where have you been? Do you have any idea how your mama's worried? Do you know how late it is?
Daddy, he's after me.
We've been up and down alleys and clear down to Clark Street. I was about to call the police.
The screaming woman. It's Mrs. Nesbitt down there.
I'm going to give you a good licking.
Mr. Nesbitt killed her, and now he wants to kill me.
I've had all of that idiotic talk I can stand.
It's true. You've got to believe
Margaret,
me.
I'm going to lick you right now, right here. I've had enough of... What have you got there? Where did you get that doll?
Why, I gave it to Larry. The kid stopped by the house. I remembered Helen said she wanted to throw it away.
Helen said to throw it away?
He's lying, Dad. He gave it to me so I wouldn't tell about her. It was locked up in a box. He didn't have the key. He broke it open.
She's a high-strung kid, Leary. All the stuff she was telling me.
He's lying, Dad.
Yes, he is lying. Why are you lying, Charlie?
Lying? How do you get that, Leary?
Helen never let you have that doll. It was locked up. It was a present I gave her a long time ago. She wouldn't throw it away anymore, and I'd throw away the paperweight she gave me. Why are you lying, Charlie?
I'm not. Don't look at me that way, Leary. As God is my witness,
It's her. Dad, it's the screaming woman.
As God is your witness.
Leary, don't! No!
Margaret, run to the house. Phone the police and tell them to hurry. Tell them we've got to dig.
Hello? Hi, Dippy. Everything's fine. Everything's worked out clean. The screaming woman isn't screaming anymore. And they've got a lot of people down there digging her up.
Hey, that's swell. Hot dog.
And you know what else, Dippy? They're going to uncover our fort again. Oh, Dippy, wasn't it a keen Thanksgiving?
Thank you, Margaret O'Brien, for a splendid performance. Miss O'Brien will return in just a moment.
Oh, that Autolite Stay Full Battery fable wasn't bad, coming from a fairly fabulous fibber.
Ah, but you haven't heard all of it, Hap. Why, by Cornelius, Clarissa, that's my car, spoke to me again this morning. Thanks to you, she said, and that Autolite Stay Full Battery, this has been the happiest year of my life. Why, even these cruel, cold mornings, I've got that Autolite pep, that Stay Full Battery, get up and go. Well, Clarissa, I says to my gas buggy, you're the queen of the May, the lass with the delicate air, and the pride of Wilcox Alley all in one. What do you want now, my Thanksgiving precious? And she says, just to go to sleep out in the garage once again. Why, Harlow, you can even use my Autolite Stay Full Battery for a pillow. Happy slumber and good night, everybody.
And remember,
Autolite means batteries.
Stay Full Battery.
Autolite means spark plug.
Ignition-engineered resistor spark plug.
Autolite means ignition systems.
The lifeline of your car.
And now here again is Miss Margaret O'Brien.
It's been just wonderful being on Suspense. And I hope you'll let me come back again sometime.
We will, Margaret. And now let me tell our listeners about next week. Claude Rains and Vincent Price in the famous mystery story, The Hands of Mr. Ottermole. Another gripping study in suspense.
Margaret O'Brien appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor picture The Three Musketeers, starring Lana Turner, Gene Kelly, and June Allison. Tonight's suspense play was by Ray Bradbury, adapted for radio by Sylvia Richards, with music composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The entire production was under the direction of Anton M. Leader. In the coming weeks, Suspense will present such stars as Rosalind Russell, James Cagney, Ronald Coleman, William Bendix, and many others. Make it a point to listen each Thursday to Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills. And next Thursday, same time, hear Claude Rains and Vincent Price in The Hands of Mr. Ottermole.
This is the Autolite Suspense Show signing off. Good night. Switch to Autolite.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring June Allison, Peter Lawford, Margaret O'Brien, and Janet Leigh in Little Women. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Little Women is one of the most enjoyable stories ever written. It has all the endearing qualities that make for real drama, laughter, romance, and tears. And never has a story been presented more expertly or with greater artistry than in the recent picture from the studios of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Tonight's play is based on this picture, and we have 4 of the original stars. First, June Allison, whose warmth and sincerity have made her an outstanding attraction. Peter Lawford, with all his charm and talent. Margaret O'Brien in one of her most appealing roles. And lovely and gracious Janet Leigh, to complete one of the greatest casts we've ever presented. Little Women is the story of the March sisters and their romances. 4 girls whose loves and ambitions are completely different, but who are bound together by happy family ties. A story beloved by 3 generations of Americans. You know, every day we receive letters from modern Little Women telling us that Lux Toilet Soap is the complexion care in their homes. Mothers set the example and daughters follow. A good rule where Lux complexions are concerned. The curtain rises on the home of our Little Women, starring June Allison as the unforgettable Jo, Peter Lawford as Laurie, Margaret O'Brien as Beth, and Janet Leigh as Meg, who tells our story.
We were 4 sisters, Amy, Jo, Beth, and I shall start our story during that winter of 1864 when Papa was still away at war. What a miserable Christmas we all thought. How happy a Christmas it really was.
Well, at least we have a Christmas tree, Amy. And I think it's beautiful.
Christmas won't be Christmas, Beth, not without presents. Oh, it's dreadful to be poor. I especially feel it because I'm the eldest, and I can remember when we used to be rich.
We're better off than a lot of people, Meg. Orphans, for instance. We have Father and Mommy and each other.
But we haven't got Father, Beth, and probably won't have him for a long time.
But, Joe, the men in the Army are having such a terrible winter. Mommy's right. We have to make sacrifices.
Only I'm tired making over these same dresses year after year.
Well, I don't think any of you suffer as I do. You don't have to go to school with impertinent girls who label your father just because he's poor.
Oh, Amy, if you mean libel, then say so. And stop talking about labels as if Papa was a pickle bottle.
Well, you needn't be so satirical about it, Joe. It's proper to use good words and improve one's vocabulary.
Vocabulary? Christopher Columbus.
Joe, don't use slang words.
Oh, I just detest rude, unladylike young ladies.
And I hate affected snips.
Birds in their little nests agree.
No, I'll never get over my disappointment at not being a boy. Look at me. Dying, simply dying to go and fight at Father's side. And here I am sitting and knitting, like a poky old woman.
Poor Joe.
Oh, thank you, Miss Beth. But I don't need any pity. Because someday I'll be a famous writer and make my fortune. Oh, not that I'll forget about my sisters. You'll all ride around in fine carriages. And you, my Beth, you will have a new piano. And you, Meg, you'll have 10 dozen dresses and satin slippers and red-headed boys to dance with.
I shall like that. I thank you.
So there's no use fretting now. I'll get famous just as soon as I can. Meanwhile, let's rehearse the play.
Meanwhile, it's time for tea. Come, girls, help me with the tray.
Don't we ever have coffee anymore, Hannah?
Coffee is scarce and dear. And it seems to me you'd be...
What is it, Hannah?
Someone's looking in this room.
What?
Keep away from the window.
But, Hannah, who is it?
That Lawrence boy.
Where? Where is he?
Next door in the Lawrence house where he belongs. Only he does not belong at their parlor window, staring into our parlor window.
But what Lawrence boy?
Mr. Lawrence's grandson, of course.
Ha! I didn't know the old fusspot had a grandson.
Well, he just came home. First, he ran away from college.
Oh, that's the bravest thing I've ever heard of.
And when they found him, there he was, wounded, in an army hospital. He'd lied about his age and enlisted.
How perfectly splendid. I should like to do the same.
Joe, what are you doing?
Well, if he can look out of his window at us, I can look out of ours at him.
Josephine March.
Oh, he's still there. Gee, I'm glad he's a boy. I certainly would like to know a boy for a change and have a little fun.
Oh, how can you say such things?
I wonder how I could get to know him. You!
Oh, Joe, you're disgracing us.
Hello. Why, that dreadful boy. He's waving at me.
Marmee didn't come home until late that afternoon. She'd been in the village helping poor Mrs. Hummel. As soon as Beth had brought her chair up to the fire, I told Marmee my big news.
News, Meg? What news, dear?
I saw Mrs. King about the position, Marmee, and she's going to take me, $4 a week.
Meg, I'm proud of you.
Oh, they have a beautiful house, Marmee, and the children are sweet. I won't mind working at all.
Was there any mail in the village, Marmee? A letter from Father?
You don't think he'd forget to write us at Christmas, do you? Amy, dear, the letter's in my muff.
A letter from Father.
He sent you all a little Christmas message.
How do you do?
Aunt Marge.
Oh, Merry Christmas, Aunt Marge.
How nice of you to come.
Yes, it was nice of me to come. Here, Christmas remembrance for each of you. Meg.
Thank you, Aunt Marge.
Joe.
Thank you, Aunt Marge.
Amy.
Thank you, Aunt Marge.
Beth.
Thank you, Aunt Marge.
When I was a girl, my aunts didn't have to come to me.
Oh, we plan to visit you tomorrow, Aunt Marge.
One never knows if there will be a tomorrow. Well, have you heard from that foolish father of yours, waltzing away to war and leaving others to care for his family?
We're very proud of Father, Aunt Marge, and there's nobody looking out for us.
Joe.
Hoity-toity. If your father had listened to me, young ladies, you'd be better off today. I begged him not to invest his money with that swindler. If I told him once,
Forgive me, Aunt Marge, but that was years ago and has nothing to do with now.
Besides, it was our money that got lost, not yours.
Don't be impertinent, miss. Oh, it's a waste of time to talk. Nobody listens to me anyhow. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Thank you. Aunt Marge, I'll walk out to your sleigh with you.
And catch a death of cold while you're about it.
Aunt Marge, you still want me to work for you, don't you?
Fine time to ask me.
Well, I'd like to be your companion.
A companion should be companionable, young woman.
Yeah, I will be, I promise. I am willing to bury the hatchet.
Very well, then. Come over after the holidays. And bring an apron.
All right, thank you, Addie. Merry Christmas.
For all her scolding, Aunt Marge had given each of us a new, shining silver dollar. Supper would have to wait that night as we dashed off to the village store. And later, after we wrapped the presents we were giving to ourselves, Marmee took out the letter that had come from Papa.
And give my girls my love and a kiss. Tell them I think of them by day, pray for them by night, and find my best comfort in their affection at all times. I know they will remember to be loving children to you, who work diligently so that these hard times need not be wasted, and that when I return, I may be fonder and prouder than ever of my little women. How long this sad war will last?
Mrs. March, ma'am.
Yes, Hannah.
A message from poor Mrs. Hummel, ma'am. She wants to know how soon can you come.
Right away. Amy, get my boots, dear. My wraps, Joe. Good night, my children.
Good night,
Good night,
Mama.
Don't wait up for me. I may be late.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
A fine Christmas Eve. Papa far away and Marmee out taking care of sick people.
And our presents. They look so lonesome under the tree.
And there's nothing for Marmee. Nothing. And she needs a new pair of slippers.
Well, I'm the man in the family while Papa's away, so I'll supply the slippers.
But how? Our money's all spent.
Well, I bought a book. I'll take it back.
But I thought of the slippers first, Joe.
So you did, Beth. Well, then, I'll buy her army shoes, the very best to be had.
And I'll get her a nice pair of gloves. Pink ones.
A little bottle of cologne for me. Both Marmee and I just love cologne.
Oh, but won't the stores be closed?
Who cares? Come on, me hearties. We'll storm the citadel.
It was long past midnight when Marmee returned. We were huddled at the top of the stairs. We couldn't see her as she stopped by the Christmas tree, but we knew that she had found our presents.
But why is she crying? I can hear Marmee and she's crying.
Doesn't she like our presents? Come on now. Back to bed before she sees us.
Why is she crying, Meg?
Because she loves us, little Beth. And love and tears live very close together. Come on now. Christopher Columbus, what a breakfast. Look, kidney pie and sausage.
Popovers and coffee.
And everything.
Merry Christmas, girl.
Oh, Merry Christmas, Hannah.
Hannah, you do beat the Dutch.
Oh, I can remember when I served a breakfast like this every day.
We must have been enormously rich. Well, kindly pass the popovers, Meg.
Now, wait for Marmee, Amy.
Your mom's took breakfast and gone. She said she'll meet you all in church.
Gone?
Back to the Hummels. The baby finally come early this morning.
Another baby?
One after another. 6 children, half frozen, huddled in one bed, she said. Your mom took her breakfast to them.
I'm not hungry either.
Oh, Beth.
I'm not hungry.
But people are starving everywhere every day. Well, if you're going to let that worry you, you'll never eat at all.
I try not to think about it.
Those people are far away, Megan. We don't know them. But the Hummels are near, and we do know them.
You're not thinking of giving our breakfast to the Hummels. Yes, we are, aren't we, Joe? Oh, no, you couldn't think of a thing like that. No.
Poor, hungry Amy. A few moments later, as we passed by the Lawrence mansion, loaded with food for the Hummels, there he was, Mr. Lawrence's grandson, and another young man.
Aren't you rather loaded down, madam? May I help you?
Oh, no, thank you, sir.
Josephine, must you lag so?
Well, just a minute. You're his grandson, aren't you? Mr. Lawrence's.
Why, yes, I am. I'm Theodore Lawrence, and this is my friend John Brooke.
How do you do?
How do you do?
I'm Joe March, and I'd like you to meet my sisters, only I guess they're too far up the road.
Oh, what a pity.
Oh, we know all about you, you know. About how you ran away to join the Army. Oh, and I'd have done the same in your place. And how you were both in the same regiment, which is splendid, I think. Simply splendid.
Oh, we're pleased, Miss March. Simply pleased.
Josephine, come on.
Well, goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss March.
Goodbye, Miss March.
Really, Joe, I must say, really.
Oh, fiddlesticks.
What will they think?
Stopping to talk and we hadn't met them properly. Well, you weren't very friendly. You didn't even say, how do you do?
I don't like the way that man stared at me.
What man? Oh, Mr. Brooke? I didn't notice.
Well, I did.
And he's still looking.
Who?
Mr. Brooke. Don't look back.
Oh, pooh. Bye.
That was a big morning in our lives, surrendering our breakfast to the humble children and meeting young Mr. Lawrence and Mr. Brooke. The next afternoon, Joe was out on the walk shoveling snow.
Hello?
Hello. Hustle yourself out here and help me.
I can't. I have the quinsy.
Oh, what a shame.
Oh, it isn't contagious. I can have visitors, but I don't know anyone, though.
Well, you know me.
Well, would you care to come over and keep me company?
Well, I'll speak to my mother, Mr. Lawrence. You may expect me, though.
Thank you.
Well, here I am, Mr. Lawrence. And I brought you some blamage. It's soft and will slide down easily. Quinsy, huh? Got some flannel around your throat?
Oh, yes, you see. And thanks for the remark.
Well, I've come to entertain you. I'll read aloud and you can listen. I do love to read aloud.
Well, I'd rather just talk, if you don't mind. Won't you sit by the fire?
Oh, thank you. I love to talk, too. Christopher Columbus.
What's the matter?
Well, this room. What richness. Oh, I call this splendor. That's what I call it, splendor. Mr. Theodore Lawrence, you should be the happiest creature alive.
Well, it's just a room to me, and it certainly doesn't make me happy. Some tea, Miss March? How many lumps?
1, please. 3. Now, do tell me all about yourself. Oh, of course, I know all about your school and the Army. But before that, what?
Well, I used to live in Europe with my parents before they died.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to Europe, too, you know.
Oh, really? When?
Oh, well, I don't know exactly. You see, my Aunt March, I've decided to work for her as companion. Oh, and what a nervous, fidgety soul she is, too. Well, anyway, my Aunt March has rheumatism, and the doctor thought that baths... Oh, not that she hasn't got a bath. She has a very nice bath. Mm-hmm. Did you have any baths while you were there, Mr. Lawrence? I mean, for your rheumatism.
I haven't got rheumatism.
Oh, well, neither have I. But you see, I figured that baths wouldn't do me any harm. That is to say, while I was there, because I've always wanted to go to Europe. Oh, not for the baths, of course. Not at all, but for my writing. Mm-hmm. It's so good for writers. You see, Aunt March... Oh, but you don't know Aunt March. What were you going to say, Mr. Lawrence?
Well, it was so long ago, I've forgotten. But I'm not Mr. Lawrence. I'm Laurie.
Oh, well. Laurie. How are you getting along with your grandfather, Laurie?
Oh, fine. Once I got used to him. Isn't he a holy terror?
Ha! You should see my Aunt March.
This blancmange looks too good to eat.
Oh, it isn't. Meg made it. She's the oldest.
Oh, she is? You know, John and I were wondering.
Why should he wonder?
Well, he seems quite taken by your sister's beauty, and, he wondered if there was anybody, anybody she liked.
Did he ask you to find out?
No. I was just...
Well, you may tell Mr. Brooke that we don't like anybody in our house. That is, we like a great many people, but we don't like young men. Oh, we like young men, too, but we don't like young men who wonder about who else we like.
Oh.
And Meg is too young and too fine, and far, far too clever to bother about who wonders about it. It's ridiculous.
I beg your pardon, Miss March.
Yes?
You're on fire.
What?
Your dress in the rear.
Oh, how clumsy. Well, put it out. Don't just stand there.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hope I didn't hurt you.
Oh, that's the second dress I've scorched this week. You see, I like to toast myself, and I get too close. I think I better go home.
Oh, please don't go. It's dull as tombs here.
Is that why you stand at your window looking at us?
Well, it's rude of me, I know, but you always seem to be having such a good time. When the lamps are lighted, it's like looking at a picture, Miss March. All of you gathered around the fire with your mother.
Well, then why don't you come over? Then you'd be a part of the picture. And Marmee is so splendid.
Well, my grandfather mightn't approve. He'd say I was imposing. But in spite of that...
Oh, Bilge. Oh, I know his face frightens half of Concord, but it doesn't frighten me. Of course, every time I've ever seen him, he's been barking at something. Nevertheless, I rather like him.
Well, that's something, isn't it?
Oh, Mr. Lawrence.
Thank you, madam. My face frightens half of Concord, does it?
Yes, sir. Frankly, it does. You understand, I don't think you mean to frighten them, but your face is... Well, you ask me, sir, and yes, I do think so.
And I bark, do I?
I've heard you bark, yes, sir. Perhaps you don't bark all the time, but you do bark, yes, sir.
And with all that, you rather like me, do you?
Yes, I do. I really do, in spite of everything.
And I like you. Have a cup of tea.
Oh, thank you. I had one. I was just going.
Not so fast, young lady. I have something to ask you.
Yes, sir.
Unless you have already asked her, Lorraine.
No, sir. I've had difficulty saying much of anything, sir.
Yes. Young lady, on Saturday night there will be a cotillion of sorts in this house. We shall be happy if you and your sisters attend.
A cotillion? Here?
Well, will you attend?
Will we? I shall ask my mother, Mr. Lawrence. It's very grateful of you, sir. Yeah, I'll go home and ask her right now. A cotillion? Christopher Columbus.
Well, you know, Laurie, I wonder if that young woman ever walks.
Christopher Columbus, sir. I wonder, too.
In a few moments, we'll bring you Act 2 of Little Women. And now, here's our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins. What's new, Libby?
Well, Mr. Keeley, the darling of musical movies will soon be seen in a new one. Betty Grable in 20th Century Fox's Wabash Avenue.
An event that will make the fans happy. You know, Betty's always delightful in a singing and dancing part.
She plays a gay 90s cabaret performer in love with Victor Mature, the breezy lad who helps her to stardom.
And Phil Harris does himself proud in his first straight part as the diamond in the rough cafe owner.
You know, some of the ensemble scenes are way beyond what the 90s could have produced in lavishness. And Betty wears some fabulous costumes.
And does full justice to them.
Indeed she does, John. For Wabash Avenue, her hair is lighter than usual. And in Technicolor, you get the full effect of her pink and gold loveliness.
She's a glamour girl, all right. Especially in some of those off-the-shoulder dresses.
Yes, John. You know, Betty Grable has been a Lux girl for years. For all over Lux loveliness, Betty Grable recommends the new bath-size cake. Says it gives her skin fresh, new beauty. Leaves her arms and shoulders looking so soft and smooth.
The new bath-size Lux toilet soap is really luxurious. Screen stars like its rich, creamy lather.
And the delicate fragrance it leaves on the skin. A flower-like fragrance that lasts.
Women everywhere are delighted with this satin-smooth bath cake. Your store is featuring Lux toilet soap now. Be sure to put both the bath and the complexion size on your shopping list. Let everyone in the family enjoy this generous, longer-lasting bath cake. See for yourself why 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap. Now, our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Act 2 of Little Women, starring June Allison as Jo, Peter Lawford as Laurie, Margaret O'Brien as Beth, and Janet Leigh as Meg.
An invitation to a party in the richest, most elegant home in Concord. Oh, no wonder we were so excited when Saturday night finally arrived. Yet, to be completely honest, only Amy and I really wanted to go.
You look just lovely, Meg, dear.
Thank you, Mommy.
Lovely. Now, where's Amy?
Oh, she's painting Joe's dress, Mommy.
She's what?
Joe's done it again. Stood too close to the fire. Her best dress, too.
Oh, no.
Beth and I patched it for her, and now Amy's painting the patch to sort of blend it in. Watercolors.
Oh, that's splendid, Amy. Splendid. It's right as rain now.
But it still shows, Joe. I don't know what you're going to do.
Oh, it's very simple. I shall spend the evening sitting in chairs with Beth.
Do I really have to go? Do I, Mommy? There'll be all those people.
But it would hurt their feelings if you stayed at home. And besides, little Beth, you must learn not to be afraid of people.
Well, you at least look most attractive, Beth. But look at me. My shoes are too tight. I have 19 hairpins sticking in my head and a patch on my back, and I feel dreadful.
Joe, don't you have your white gloves?
Oh, all right. Ooh, how I hate to be elegant. Well, good night, Marmee.
Good night, my dear.
Good night, Marmee.
Now, don't eat too much, Amy, and wait until you're asked.
Marmee, you think I were a child. Just tell Joe not to stride about and swear. She'll disgrace us.
I shall be prim as a dish. Come on, my dears. Let's be elegant or die.
I'm glad we found the spot, Amy. Nobody can see us behind all these potted palms.
A palm and a pot is a mark of elegance. Can you see Meg?
Oh, yes. She's still dancing with Laurie's friend.
Mr. Brooke, huh? You know, my dear Beth, I do believe our Meg is stricken.
I think so, too. Dancing makes anybody dizzy.
Oh, I don't mean that.
Amy, just look. Just look at that piano over there. Oh, isn't it perfectly absolute? Why, it's bigger than our kitchen.
Who's that? Who's that behind the bar?
Oh, don't let him see me, Amy.
Why aren't you dancing, Miss Amy?
Mother thinks I'm too young, Mr. Lawrence. Besides, I'd rather mingle with my little sister than mingle with the crowd. She has an infirmity, Mr. Lawrence.
Oh?
She's shy.
Oh, I see.
But if it weren't for that, she'd be simply fastidious. She's a real artist, you know. Plays the piano beautifully.
Well, she should come over here and play sometime.
Oh, she'd never do that. She doesn't play for people, just herself.
But I wasn't going to listen to her. It's just that piano is going to ruin for want of use. But if no one cares to come, never mind.
Someone cares very much.
Oh, I didn't realize you heard what I was saying.
I heard, sir. I'm Beth, and I'll come if no one will hear me and be disturbed.
Not a soul, my dear, not a soul. And please tell your mother that I think all her daughters are simply fastidious.
Oh, Beth, isn't he just perfectionary? Well, I think...
Amy, somebody's coming. Let's hide again. Oh, it's that stuck-up Miss Gardner and her daughter. Don't move.
Did you see him, Sally? Theodore Lawrence, still with that impudent Josephine March. Well, it's very obvious she set her cap for him.
Well, what can you expect, Mother? One of them has to marry for money, since they've none of their own.
Well, Mr. Lawrence will have something to say about that. I'm sure he has other ideas for the boy. Of course, it would be a triumph for Mrs. March. I must say she's managing the affair very well.
Amy, did you hear what they... Oh, Amy!
Now, this is the third dance, Joe, and I'm hanged if I let you refuse me again.
Please, Laurie, don't ask me anymore.
Well, why not? How can a girl sit so much?
Oh, very well. See for yourself. There, I'm patched.
Oh, so you did it again, huh? Too close to the fire.
You know, life will be far less complicated for me when the warm weather comes.
Well, the least you can do is...
Joe, something awful's happened.
Amy.
Well, it can't be that bad.
Well, what is it?
Well, I can't tell you now, not in front of him. Beth wants to go home. She's had a dreadful shock, and I think I want to go home, too.
Where's Meg, Laurie?
Well, still with John Brooke, of course.
Laurie, would you fetch her, please?
Of course.
Joe, coming home from the party so early. Well, I'm glad you all had a nice time.
Oh, yes, Marmee. It was splendid. Simply splendid. Mommy, you don't have any plans for us, do you?
Plans?
Well, you know, like wanting us to marry rich men or something.
Well, yes, Joe. I have a great many plans. I want you all to be beautiful, accomplished, and good. Of course, I'd like to see you marry rich men, if you love them. But I'd rather see you as the happy wives of poor men, or even respectable old maids, than Queens on thrones without peace or self-respect.
Oh, I'm never going to get married. Never.
Aren't you, my Joe? Now go to bed, sweetheart. Go to bed.
One reason why Jo was so sure she'd never get married was because she wanted to be a writer far more than a wife. Jo never stopped writing, left her very little spare time, even for Laurie.
Laurie's here, Joe. He said that you said that Aunt Marge said you didn't have to go to her house today.
Well, Beth, just send him away.
He says he's just going to wait until you come down.
Oh, I wish he'd realize I haven't time for his nonsense. And what's in that package?
Slippers. I need them.
Who for?
A gentleman.
A gentleman? What's the matter with everybody in this family?
Oh, but this is an old gentleman. They're for Laurie's grandfather. He's been so kind about letting me play on that lovely piano. And in all the weeks I've been going there, I haven't even seen him.
Well, go ahead then. Give him the slippers.
If your story's finished, Joe, can I read it?
Nope, not now. But you keep your fingers crossed and maybe someday you'll read it in print. I'm taking it to the publishers this morning. Now, you run along.
Joe, but what'll I tell Laurie?
No, tell him I went up and smoked.
So Jo went into town. But what she didn't know was that Laurie went into town, too. And he waited for her in front of the publishing office.
That's not very good manners, Mr. Lawrence, following me.
And what about your manners, trying to avoid me all the time? What were you doing in there?
What I was doing is a secret.
All right, keep your secret. Only I've got one, too.
Oh? Something plummy?
Something very plummy. Now tell me yours, and I'll tell you mine.
All right. Here.
A bank draft?
Well, read it.
Pay to Josephine Marsh the sum of $1. For what?
I'll turn it over.
In full payment for her story entitled The Phantom Hand.
Well?
$1.
Oh, well, maybe it isn't much, but someday I'll get as much as $10.
Joe, I just don't understand you. Cooping yourself up in the garret, missing a lot of fun with me, working, and for what? For one measly little dollar.
It isn't the dollar. At least that's not all of it. It'll be read in print, and I wrote every word, and people will read it. People I've never even seen. Well, anyway, what's your secret?
Well, you remember the glove that Meg couldn't find?
Meg's glove? What about it?
I know where it is. In somebody's pocket. John Brooks. It's very romantic, isn't it?
No. It's horrid.
You don't like it?
Of all the sickly, sentimental rubbish. I'm disgusted. And I'm certainly glad Meg doesn't know. She'd be furious.
Well, I'm not so sure. I believe she's very fond of John.
She's perfectly happy with the way things are. And you'd better tell Mr. Brooks to keep away from us, or I'll let him know just what I think of him, trying to break up my family.
Oh, just wait till someone falls in love with you, Joe. You'll feel differently then. A soft summer day with the sun setting through the trees and your lover's arms around you.
I'd like to see anyone try it.
Would you? And what would you do?
I'd give him a good shove, just like this.
Joe! Joe, wait! What are you mad at me for?
Jo must have run all the way home. I remember how annoyed I was because she burst into the house just as Mr. Brooks was about to leave. He'd been calling on me. She all but knocked him down, too.
Well, can't a member of the family even come into the house?
Oh, I was never so embarrassed in all my life. Oh, Jo, when are you going to stop your rude, romping ways?
Not till I'm old and stiff and need a crutch.
Look at you. No hairpins, no combs, running down a public road.
I wish I was a horse.
Oh.
Falling in love, that's what you are. And Amy's not much better either. Always primping and showing off. Beth's the only one I can depend on. Where is she?
She's in the parlor. Oh, we just had a big surprise.
What kind of a surprise?
Mr. Lawrence sent her a present, and it took 6 men to carry it over, his piano.
Piano?
Yes, he's given it to Beth.
For me, Joe. He gave it to me, Mr. Lawrence.
But his note, darling. We haven't even opened up the note he sent. Well, read it then.
I can't. Will you read it, Joe?
Miss Elizabeth March. Dear Madam.
Oh, how elegant.
I have had many pairs of slippers in my life, but never any that suited me so well as yours. I like to pay my debts, so I know you will allow the old gentleman to send you something which once belonged to the little granddaughter he lost.
Oh.
I remain your grateful friend and humble servant, James Lawrence.
Aren't you going to play the piano, darling?
Not now. I have to go and thank you.
Look at her, Mommy. A scared little rabbit going all by herself. The piano's turned her head. She'd never go, not in her right mind.
A young lady to see you, Mr. Lawrence. Miss Beth March, the pianist.
Well, show her in. Show her in.
Good afternoon.
Well, can't you come any closer?
Yes, sir.
Now look at your chin. It's all quivering. But why?
I came to thank you, sir. I came to thank you.
Little girl. Little girl.
So many things happened in those fast fleeting days, and now in retrospect I see them far more clearly than when they were actually happening. But then I suppose all I could think of was John Brooke. But one event struck all of us, like a bolt of lightning. A telegram from the War Department.
So your father's in the hospital, eh? Wounded.
Marmy's packing now, Aunt March, and she sent me to ask for your help. She needs $25 for the fare.
Oh, she does, Miss Jo. I begged your father not to go in the first place, but nobody listens to me. Not until they get into trouble.
Oh, Aunt March, what's the use of all that now? The train leaves in 2 hours.
Always interrupting me. But you'll listen this time.
No, I won't. I only came here because Marmy says she's not too proud to beg for Father. Well, I am. I'm too proud to beg for anyone. I'd rather streak this sweep than ever come to you again.
Stubborn, obstinate, rude. Josephine, come back here. Come back
So you had another argument with Aunt March?
Yes, Marmy.
Well, that's funny. She didn't say anything about it when she was here just now.
Aunt March was here?
Why, yes, dear. She brought me the money.
Oh, no.
Then where have you been? Roy's been looking all over for you, Joe.
Oh, I've lost my temper, so I decided to get some money on my own. Here, Marmy.
But where did you get it? How?
Well, look.
Oh, Joe.
Joe, your hair, your beautiful hair.
Oh, my poor Joe.
Amy, look. Joe's cut her hair off and sold it.
Well, it doesn't affect the fate of the nation, so don't start wailing.
So you've come home. I've been looking... Christopher Columbus, you look like a porcupine.
Really? I feel deliciously light and cool.
Your hair will grow back, Joe. It'll be just as lovely as ever. But you will never be more beautiful than you are now.
Marmy, your train.
I'll be glad to drive you to the station, Mrs. March.
Thank you, Laurie. Goodbye, my darlings. God bless and keep us all.
Never was our house as empty as now. Father wounded in a hospital. How badly we didn't even know, and now Mommy left us too. And then came the worst disaster of all.
Come on in, Beth. Lunch is all ready.
How are the Hummels, dear? Did you help them like Mommy said?
Don't come near me.
Beth, what is it?
The baby. The Hummels baby. The baby's dead, Joe. The baby's dead.
Oh, no.
I tried to warm her feet, but she was so cold and lay so still. Then I knew she was dead. The doctor gave it. He said it was a kind of fever.
Oh, Beth. Look at her. Look at her face.
No, keep away from me. I'm too funny. I'll put her to bed. Joe, run for Dr. Barnes.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a few moments, we'll continue with Act 3 of Little Women. We're delighted to have with us tonight the well-known musical comedy star of stage and screen, Miss Benevenuta. Welcome to the Lux Radio Theater, Miss Venuta.
Thank you, Mr. Keeley.
I understand you've been appearing with Betty Hutton in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's new Technicolor musical, Annie Get Your Gun.
And I think it was the most exciting experience I've ever had.
Betty is certainly the girl to play Annie Oakley in the screen version of Irving Berlin's stage hit.
And, of course, the picture has the famous Irving Berlin tunes from the show.
There's no business like show business, and doing what comes naturally, and many others.
At the preview, the audience came out as thrilled as though they'd attended a Broadway opening.
And at the same preview, feminine fans discovered a new romantic singing star when they saw Howard Keel as Frank Butler.
And don't forget Louis Calhern as Buffalo Bill, and Edward Arnold as Pawnee Bill.
Weren't they wonderful?
They were indeed.
But this will interest you, Mr. Keeley. I know the whole cast feels that much of the credit for the picture should go to George Sidney for his fine direction.
I agree. And I'm sure everyone at MGM's Annie Get Your Gun was charmed by Betty's high spirits and beauty. I'll wager that when they saw you and Betty, they said, what lovely Lux complexions.
Thank you. Those of us who have camera close-ups to face give our skin the best care we know. Mr. Kennedy, both Betty and I are devoted to our daily Lux soap facials.
Those facials really work, don't they?
Yes. It's such a quick, easy care, but it certainly does the trick.
Recent tests by skin specialists prove that. In actually 3 out of 4 cases, complexions became softer, smoother, in just a short time. Thank you, Miss Benevenuta, for being here tonight. I think women everywhere will welcome your beauty tip on gentle, protecting Lux soap care. Now, here's a suggestion. Your store is featuring Lux Toilet Soap now. Be sure to put both the complexion and the big bath size on your shopping list. See what quick new loveliness this fragrant white soap will give your skin. Remember, 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux Toilet Soap. Now, Mr. William Keeley, our producer.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of Little Women, starring June Allison as Jo, Peter Lawford as Laurie, Margaret O'Brien as Beth, and Janet Leigh as Meg.
Those were the darkest days of our lives. But our prayers were answered, and our little sister Beth was spared. Mommy was home by now, and then the glorious day when Papa came back to us, too. Thin and worn and weak, but home again.
Well, Meg, I guess the March family is all together once again. Oh, I call that splendid. I do, really. If only you didn't...
If I didn't what?
Meg, are you expecting that man to call?
Man? Well, if you mean John Brooke, Joe.
Well, I hope you don't think you're in love with him. Because I can tell you that you're not.
I'm not?
Nope. You see, Meg, I'm a writer, and so I know. You have none of the symptoms. Your appetite's fine, you sleep like a log, and you don't mope in corners. Therefore, you're not in love. Therefore, do not go and marry that man.
I don't intend to go and marry any man.
You don't? Hooray for you. You're a trump. But what will you say to him when he comes begging for your hand?
Well, I shall say, thank you, Mr. Brooke, quite calmly and decidedly. Thank you, Mr. Brooke. Let us be good friends, but nothing more.
Good. Hand him the mitten, Meg, and then maybe things around here will be the way they were when...
Oh, no.
Oh, no, what?
Joey's here. Look, the veranda.
You're in luck. You can tell him off right now. Oh, if I could only see his face when you do.
Poor John. I tried to send him away. I really did, but I didn't have a chance to. We weren't alone for 5 minutes before Aunt March descended on us and ordered me out in the hall.
What was he doing? Proposing to you, wasn't he?
Oh, please, Aunt March. He'll hear you.
Well, let me tell you, miss. Accept that, crook or brook, and not 1 penny of my money goes to you.
I shall marry whom I please, Aunt March, and I don't care anything about your money.
It is your duty, Miss Independence, to marry a rich man and help your family. You may be perfectly sure that fortune chaser knows you have a rich aunt, and that is why he wants to marry you.
How dare you say such a thing? Why, my John would no more marry for money than I would.
Do as you please. But the day you marry him, consider yourself disinherited. Now you've even made me forget what I came here for in the first place.
Meg, I couldn't help it over here.
Oh, John.
Thank you for defending me, Meg. For proving that you do care.
I didn't know how much until she said those dreadful things.
Meg, my dearest Meg.
Do something.
Joe, what is it?
Go downstairs, quick. John Brooke is acting dreadfully, and Meg likes it.
John and I were married 3 months later. There was a reception afterwards at the Lawrence home, and And I saw Joe steal away from the crowd, and then Laurie going after her. I was so sure then that another wedding would not be far distant.
Oh, don't feel too badly, Joe. She's still your sister, and there isn't a finer man in the world than John Brooke.
She married him after all of her promises.
Well, you've still got me, Joe. I'm not good for much, I know, but I'll stand by you all the days of my life.
You don't know what a comfort you are to me, Laurie.
Joe, will you listen to what I want to tell you?
No, Laurie, don't say it.
Oh, but I will, and you must hear me. It's no use, Joe.
Please.
I've loved you ever since I've known you. I couldn't help it. I've tried to show you, but you wouldn't let me. And now I'm going to make you give me an answer.
Oh, I never wanted you to care for me so. I tried to keep you from it when I could.
And I only loved you more for it. Oh, I know I'm not good enough for you, Joe, but if you love me, you can make me anything you like.
Oh, Laurie, I wouldn't change you. You should marry a lovely, accomplished girl who adores you. Someone who would give you the sort of life you really want. I wouldn't. We'd quarrel, Laurie, and...
Oh, no, we wouldn't.
Oh, we always have, you know, and everything would be horrid.
Oh, it'd be heaven. Joe, I just can't go on without you.
I'm so sorry, Laurie. So desperately sorry. But I can't say I love you when I don't.
Really and truly, Joe?
Really and truly, Laurie. I don't think I'll ever marry.
Oh, yes, you will. You'll meet some good-for-nothing fool and work and live and die for him. I know you will because it's just your way, and I'm to stand by and see it all happen. But I'll be hanged if I will.
Laurie, where are you going?
To the devil.
Laurie!
The months went by, and Laurie and Joe scarcely saw each other. And then, throughout March, Joe heard of a position in New York. A good family in need of a governess.
Oh, I've always wanted to go to New York, Marmee. Why, they have the finest libraries and theaters there. And in my spare time, I can write.
Let me talk it over with Father, my darling.
I've already asked him. He says it's up to you.
It might be good for you, Joe.
Oh, it would. And I won't stay forever. A year, maybe. And when I come back, why, everything will be just the same as it used to be.
I have no little ones anymore, Joe.
You have Beth, Marmee, and Amy?
Yes, Joe. Yes, of course.
So, Joe left Concord. We heard from her regularly, and always an inquiry about Laurie. And after a while, always a passing mention of a tutor in the household, a foreigner named Professor Bear.
Was ich leide, allein
Oh, Miss March.
Oh, please don't stop, Professor Bear. It's so beautiful.
Thank you very much.
What is that song? I've heard you play it before.
It's called Nur wer die Sehnsucht kennt. Do you understand German, Miss March?
No, I don't.
The words are by a famous writer, Goethe. I will try to say them for you in English. Let's see now. Only who knows what longing is can know what I suffer. Alone and parted, far from joy and gladness, my senses fail. A burning fire devours me.
Oh, if only I could write something like that. Something that would set other hearts on fire.
You truly like to write, do you not?
Oh, it's my life, Professor Bear.
Sometime you will show me what you have written.
Oh, yes. And I've just sold another story. It's in the Weekly Volcano. Oh, it's a wonderful one about... Well, if you'd really like to read it...
The Weekly Volcano?
It's a magazine. And it's the best story I've ever done.
How happy you look, Miss March. I'm so glad for you.
I am happy.
And you have not missed your home so much lately? Or your old friends?
No, I haven't. And you are most responsible for that.
Thank you, my little friend.
Oh, showing me this wonderful, exciting city. The museums, the theaters.
I will tell you something, Miss March. There is no greater pleasure than to hear or see something beautiful with someone who...
Excuse me, Miss March.
Yes, Paul?
You have visitors, miss. Your aunt and your sister.
Yes, Amy and Aunt March were in New York, but not for long. Aunt March was taking Amy abroad.
Of course, I know I promised to take you to Europe, Joe. But then Amy and I get along famously. And I never did get along with you, now did I?
Oh, it's all right, Aunt March. Oh, and Amy, dear, I'm so happy for you. Now, tell me, how's the family?
Oh, they're all fine, Joe. Except Beth. She hasn't been well since she was so sick that time.
Beth. Oh, but she must get well. She must.
And you do know that Meg is expecting. Dreadful, isn't it?
Oh, no, Addie, it's wonderful. And, how's Laurie?
Laurie? Well, didn't you see him when he was here?
Here? In New York?
Mm-hmm, 2 weeks ago. He and Mr. Lawrence are on their way to England.
And he didn't come to see me?
Oh, can you blame him after the way you trotted off?
He didn't even try to see me.
Yes, Miss March. I have read every one. All your stories. Thank you for lending them to me.
Well, Professor Bear?
I must be honest, little friend. I was disappointed.
Oh.
Why do you write such artificial characters? Such contrived plots? Villains, murderers, fainting women. Do you not know that... Miss March, I have hurt you. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh, don't pay any attention to me. It's just that everything happens at once.
Everything?
Well, my little sister is ill, and my trip to Europe will never be, and Laurie.
Laurie? Oh, yes, your friend.
He was in New York. He didn't even try to see me.
What a fool he must be. And I chose this moment to criticize your writing.
Oh, no. No, I always knew my stories weren't very good, but you see, they help at home to pay the bills.
Yes. Yes, that is what I thought. And I said to myself, maybe I have no right to speak to her, for she does have talent.
Have I really?
Great talent, little friend. And I say to you, sweep first the mud in the street before you are false to that talent. Say to yourself, I will never write a single line which I have not first felt in my own heart. Say to yourself, when I'm young, I will write the simple, beautiful things I know and understand. Will you do that, Josephine?
I'll try.
I have a rich friend. He's a publisher. When you are ready for it, I will see that he reads what you write.
Thank you, only I'm going back to Concord. I'm going home.
Going? Home?
It's where I belong.
Then I will not see you again? Yes. Go back to your home and write your stories. And maybe someday I will see you there, in your home.
Joe was back, and the old house in Concord was briefly lighted again. But there was a great darkness impending. Oh, Beth. Our little Beth.
Don't cry, Joe. I don't want you to cry for me.
I'm not crying for you, darling. I'm just lonesome for Amy and Meg and our old happy times. I'll be all right.
It's no use, Joe. I know what the doctor must have said. Please don't tell Mommy or Father. But I know. Oh, Joe, you mustn't be afraid. Doesn't it sound funny, me saying that to you, when you've always said it to me? You've always reminded me of a seagull, Joe. Strong and wild, fond of the wind and storm, and dreaming of flying out to sea. And Mommy said I was the cricket on the hearth, content to stay at home. I can't express it very well. I guess I shouldn't even try, except to my Joe. But it seems that I was never intended to live very long. I never planned what I would do when I grew up, like the rest of you did, because I could never bear the thought of leaving home. But I'm not afraid anymore, Joe. I've learned that I won't lose you, that nothing can really part us, though it seems to, and that we'll always be a family, even though one of us is gone. But, Joe, I think I will be homesick for you, even in heaven.
In April, when my baby was born,
I named her Elizabeth, in memory of our sister. After we had lost Beth, no one saw very much of Jo. She'd shut herself up in the garret writing. But then one day she came to visit me.
It's all finished, Meg. My novel. I'm on my way to the post office now.
Oh, Jo, how wonderful. Can I read it?
When it comes back.
Oh, maybe it won't come back. Maybe they'll publish it.
I'm not sending it to a publisher. It's going to Professor Bear.
Oh, you write to him often, don't you?
Yes, I do. And he knows what I'm writing about. I mean, he understands me, Meg.
Well, I think it's splendid. We had a letter, Jo, from Laurie.
Oh?
Jo, how would you feel if you heard that Laurie was learning to care for someone else?
Amy?
Yes. They're all in Paris now.
Then I wouldn't mind at all, Meg. How could I?
Well, it's just that you seem so alone, Jo. I thought that if Laurie came back again, you...
No. Amy and Laurie. I'm truly glad, Meg. Truly glad.
In June, Amy and Laurie were back in Concord as husband and wife.
Jo, you busy? May I come in?
Laurie! Oh, Laurie, when did you get back? Where's Amy?
Downstairs with the family. We and a thunderstorm just arrived.
Oh, I can't wait to see her.
Jo, dear, I want to say one thing. Then we'll put it by forever.
You don't need to say it, Laurie. It was always meant to be this way.
You tried so hard to make me understand.
You were so impatient and stubborn.
Well, now that everything came about the way you wanted it, it'll be like old times again.
No, Laurie. The old days can never come back. We can still love each other and help each other all the rest of our lives.
Dear Jo, for the rest of our lives.
Now let's go down. I want to kiss the bride.
It was a wonderfully happy reunion that day. Even Aunt Marcia was reasonably cheerful. Only if Beth... During the party, Laurie heard someone at the front door.
I beg your pardon. Is Miss March in? Miss Josephine March?
Why, yes. Won't you come in?
Oh, but there are guests?
Well, yes, but...
I will go. If you will just give her this, please.
Well, yes, of course. Thank you. This is for you, Jo.
Why, thank you, Laurie.
Oh, it isn't for me. Some man
Well,
just...
open it up, Jo. Don't just look at it. Why, it's a book. Yes. Yes, Mommy.
My Beth by Josephine March. Jo, it's your book. It's been published.
Well, why didn't you tell us?
Published a book?
Who left it, Laurie?
Well, a man with sort of an accent.
Oh, where is he?
Well, he wouldn't come in. He went away.
Oh, no. He couldn't have. He couldn't have.
Jo, come back. It's pouring outside.
Professor Bear?
Miss March, Josephine.
Where are you going?
Back to the railroad station. I came to bring you your book. My friend published it, you see. He has great hopes. He thinks...
Oh, never mind what he thinks. Did you like it?
It has such truth, such simple beauty. But I cannot tell you what is deep in my heart.
And you were going away. I might never have seen you again. Oh, please come back.
I couldn't intrude. You have guests.
Oh, no, it's just my family. My sister's come home. Amy. She's married to that man I told you about.
Laurie?
Yes.
Oh.
And it's the first time we've all been together in such a long time. You will come back?
Oh, please. Please, Jo. Just one moment before...
Yes?
I have a wish to ask something. Would you... I have not the courage to think that, but if I could hope that... I know I shouldn't have asked. I have nothing to give you but my heart, which is full, and these hands which are empty.
Then take my hands in yours.
Jo, my darling.
Oh, let me keep them there forever.
reluctantly draw the curtain and bring our little women forward for a bow. And here they are, escorted by Peter Lawford, June Allison, Margaret O'Brien, and Janet Lee. June, we'll never forget your performance as Joe March.
Well, it's an unforgettable part, Bill, but thank you anyway.
And you, Peter, you're an extremely lucky fellow to star with three such charming girls.
Oh, I know it, Bill. I hurried home from New York the moment I heard you were going to produce it.
Margaret just got in from New York, too. You must have followed her out here, Pete.
Oh, dear, I hope some columnists won't make an item out of this.
Well, little women, you are a very attractive item.
Incidentally, June, did you know that Bill Keeley once played in Little Women on the stage? No, I didn't. When was that, Bill?
Well, let's just say it was some years ago, June.
Little Women will go on forever growing up.
That's what you seem to have done, Margaret.
Yes, Margaret practically grew up on this stage. And she's always been one of our most enthusiastic Lux girls.
Well, aren't we all? Lux soap is my favorite complexion care.
You're wise to start early, Margaret. I always use Lux soap, too.
June, I know you've been starring in a picture at MGM called The Reformer and the Redhead. I can guess who the Redhead is, but who's the Reformer?
Oh, it's a new actor named Powell. Dick Powell. It's a little different role for him, and one I hope he won't try around the house. I'm quite happy with the way things are.
What's your play going to be next week, Mr. Keeley?
It's the 20th Century Fox comedy hit, Father Was a Fullback. A rollicking story of a football coach who has as much trouble raising two daughters as he does winning a football game. We're delighted to welcome back for her original role the glamorous Maureen O'Hara, and co-starring with her the very popular Paul Douglas. It's a comedy the whole family will enjoy.
Well, we'll be listening, Bill. Good night.
Yes, good night.
Good night. It's a wonderful evening.
Here's a fashion flash from Hollywood.
Dark seams or contrasting clocks on blonde stockings are the most exciting stocking news since nylons came back. June Allison likes them with sheer chiffon dresses for a fragile, delicate look. But even her sheerest nylons last twice as long because they always get Lux Flakes care. You know that rubbing stockings with cake soap or using strong soap makes runs come much sooner. Strain tests prove it. Prove that Lux Flakes makes all kinds of stockings last twice as long. No wonder over 90% of the makers of stockings recommend this gentle care. Put Lux Flakes on your shopping list tomorrow. Give all your nice washables that lovely Lux look.
Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Paul Douglas and Maureen O'Hara in Father Was a Fullback with Betty Lynn. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
June Allison, Peter Lawford, and Janet Lee appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Nancy Goes to Rio, starring Ann Sothern and Jane Powell. Heard in our cast tonight were Rhoda Williams as Amy, Betty Lou Gerson as Marmee, and Robert Boone as the Professor. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Father Was a Fullback, starring Maureen O'Hara and Paul Douglas with Betty Lynn. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware, makers of better things for better living through chemistry, presents the Cavalcade of America. Tonight's star, Margaret O'Brien in Juliet in Pigtails. Tonight's DuPont Cavalcade, starring Margaret O'Brien, begins in November 1875. and tells the story of how Mary Anderson, a great actress of the American stage, got her start. Louisville, Kentucky, the golden age of the racing thoroughbred of bustling steamboats on the Ohio River, gracious mansions, pompadoured ladies, gentlemen in tall silk hats. A glamorous city in 1875 and a busy city. Busy everywhere except at Macaulay's Theater. There, silence. Abysmal, dismal silence.
Is anyone here?
Nobody. How did you get in?
I just opened the door. Are you Mr. Macaulay?
It won't do you any good. I'm broke.
My name is Mary Anderson. My father, that is my stepfather, bought 2 tickets for Romeo and Juliet for Saturday night.
Well, go to the cashier. Maybe you can still get your money back.
Oh, we don't want our money back. We want Romeo and Juliet.
Sorry, the show has been canceled.
So we were told, Mr. Macaulay. Why was it canceled?
No Juliet.
Has your Juliet been taken ill?
She's not my Juliet, and she's quit.
Why?
She's peculiar. She doesn't like to play to empty seats.
Romeo isn't much without Juliet.
I agree with you.
Mr. Macaulay, I could be your Juliet.
What? Who could?
Me.
And who is me?
Why, me, Mary Anderson. I've always wanted to be an actress, and I've always wanted to play Juliet. I know all the lines by heart.
Now, if I were you, I'd go home and brush my pigtails.
These are not pigtails. Mr. Macaulay, I'm an actress. Honest and truly I am. Why, ever since I was so high, I've been reading Shakespeare, Richard III and Hamlet and Romeo and Juliet. Oh, please, Mr. Macaulay, try me. 10 minutes, that's all. 5 minutes, I won't ask for more. Even 3 minutes. Just 3 tiny minutes. Please, Mr. Macaulay.
How old are you?
What?
Mary Anderson, how old are you?
I'm going on 16.
Huh. What, year?
Mr. Macaulay, you don't have to be middle-aged to play Juliet. I refer you to Act 1, Scene 2. Juliet's father says, "My child is yet a stranger to the world. She hath not seen the change of 14 years. Oh, I didn't play that well. I'll do it again for you, this time with expression.
You will not do it again for me. What is the name of your poor, unfortunate father?
He's not poor, and he's not unfortunate, and he's my stepfather. Besides, he's a respectable physician.
The name of the man?
Dr. Hamilton Griffin.
Griffin?
Griffin!
Now, what are you blubbering about? I didn't hit you.
You shouted. You won't give me a chance.
Oh, shut up.
Stop shouting.
All right. Desist. Now, please, Mary, I want you to do something for me, something important, crucial.
Anything?
My compliments to Dr. Griffin. Please tell him that Barney Macaulay says to lock you in your room and not to open the door until Christmas.
Mary, your mother will be upset because you haven't touched your dinner.
He wouldn't even listen to me, Daddy.
Why don't you try some of the roast beef? It's quite good.
I don't want any. I'm not hungry. Why, he treated me like a little girl. Go home and brush your pigtails, he said.
Well, at least have a slice of bread and butter. You can eat that much.
He thinks I'm just another stage-struck child.
Aren't you? Not a child, perhaps, but stage-struck.
Daddy, how can you say that? This is no passing fancy.
Oh. Well, darling, I don't want you to be hurt.
Should have thought of that before. Before you taught me how to read lines. You shouldn't have given me Shakespeare and Marlowe for my birthday presents. You shouldn't have rehearsed all those evenings with me. You shouldn't have encouraged me to study and to work and to hope. Daddy, I want the stage. It's no passing fancy.
Yes, I believe you. Now, suppose you get your coat and hat.
Are we going somewhere?
To see Barney Macaulay.
Oh, Dr. Hamilton Griffin, I love you.
Thanks, baby. But don't count on anything. The odds are he'll say no. But by golly, before he does, Barney Macaulay is going to give you a proper hearing. Come along, Mary.
You know, Dr. Griffin, females are not admitted to the billiard room of the golf house.
So I am aware, Mr. Macaulay.
Besides, you're wasting your valuable time. Hey, that was a proper shot.
You're rude.
Who are you calling rude?
Mr. Barney Macaulay.
Young lady, I was playing billiards. I didn't ask you in. You broke in, you interfere with my game, and you call me rude.
I apologize for my rudeness, Mr. Macaulay. Now, will you apologize for your rudeness, especially this morning?
Well, you've got brass, I'll say that.
Do you apologize, sir?
Dr. Griffin, what would you prescribe in a situation like this?
The girl is serious, Macaulay. You've got a play scheduled for Saturday night and no Juliet. Allow her 3 minutes to convince you she's your substitute.
And if she doesn't convince me?
You will not be disturbed again.
Mary, do I have your word on that?
Yes, sir, you have it.
It's a bargain. Mary Anderson, I take out my watch. You've got 3 minutes in which to convince me you are Juliet.
Well, I can't do it here. Here in a billiard room.
That's 5 seconds gone.
Oh, but, Mr. Macaulay, I don't want to just recite. I need someone to play against me.
8 seconds.
Easy, darling. Don't let him make you nervous.
Well?
Oh, Daddy, which line shall I speak? Everything has suddenly gone out of my head.
14.
Macaulay, have the decency to give the girl a chance. Mary, dear, you haven't forgotten a thing. Remember part of the balcony scene? 'Tis but thy name that is my enemy. Speak the lines, Mary. You've spoken them 100 times. Just speak them to me. Oh, come. Romeo's line is, shall I hear more, or shall I speak at this?
'Tis but thy name that is my enemy. What's in a name? That which we call a rose by any other name would smell as sweet. So Romeo would. Were he not Romeo called, retain that dear perfection which he owes without that title. Romeo, doff thy name, and for that name which is no part of thee, take all myself.
You're right, Dr. Griffith. You're right. The child has talent. But she's still only a child with talent. Children can't walk up on a stage, even gifted children, without needing something in addition. Why, this girl hasn't lived enough. She hasn't known enough pain. She hasn't suffered enough.
I agree, Macaulay. Yet on Saturday evening, she could play Juliet, and she would not bring disgrace either to the people of Louisville or to Macaulay's Theater.
Dr. Griffin, I'll make a bargain with you.
Name it.
You want this girl to have her chance, eh?
With all my heart and soul.
Good. All right. I guarantee to provide the cast and the theater.
Oh, Daddy.
I guarantee those things. You guarantee the audience.
What?
You guarantee every seat filled and paid for.
Yeah, a rather hard bargain, Macaulay.
Well, you're probably right. What's your answer?
This is Thursday. The performance is Saturday.
3 days to sell out the house in advance. It can be done in 3 days.
And if I can't sell the entire house?
You will pay me for every unoccupied seat.
Daddy, no. We tried. I can't let you do it.
You're entitled to your chance.
Not at the risk of making a poor man of you.
That's the chance I have to take. Macaulay, on Saturday night, this girl plays Juliet. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going down to the Courier-Journal to ask Editor Watterson to help us fill your theater.
Doctor, we go to press in 2 hours. There isn't enough time. I'm afraid you're going to lose your shirt.
Mr. Watterson, I don't care about losing the money. But if that girl has to face an empty, echoing barn of a theater, she'll go to pieces.
Well, there isn't much that can be done between now and Saturday evening.
Well, let's do that much. Mr. Watterson, will you help me fill the theater?
Well, all right, I suppose I'll have to.
You don't approve of what I've done, do you?
Newspaper publishers get to know about a lot of fool things, but Dr. Griffin, for pure 18-carat blue-white foolishness, your little deal with Barney Macaulay wins the Floral Horseshoe.
I know it. And yet, you see, I have no hesitation about coming to you. You wouldn't hesitate to call me about a pain in your stomach. I don't hesitate to call you about a pain in Mary's heart.
Doctor, I promise you that everyone who works for the Courier-Journal will be at Macaulay's Theater Saturday evening.
Thank you.
And everyone who doesn't applaud his head off will be fired on Monday morning. Now, if you forgive me, Doctor, I've got an editorial to write about Juliet in Pigtails. You run along and see some patients, why don't you?
Oh, Dr. Griffin, do come in. Why, is something wrong, Doctor? You look...
Mrs. Bailey, I've spent the entire day going to each of my patients.
Oh, my. Is there an epidemic, Doctor?
Yes, but they're not the kind you think. Mrs. Bailey, Saturday night down at Macaulay's Theater, My daughter, Mary Anderson, makes her debut as an actress in Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet.
Where?
Here. The sale at the box office has been rather poor.
Well, you don't have to say another word, Dr. Griffin. You know where I can get some tickets.
Well, now, it just so happens that I have a few with me.
Oh, it just so happens that my husband has a dozen relatives who think William Shakespeare is a racehorse. They need education. I'll take a dozen tickets and they'll pay for them.
Mrs. Bailey, I can't tell you how much
Fiddlesticks. Now, you go on home and be with Mary. Why, for all you know, that poor girl is just perishing with fright at this very moment.
Now, if you all want to know why I called you together, don't interrupt till I'm finished. Henry Smith, do you want to take me to the church social next week? 4 tickets. Amy Harris, if you still want help with your algebra, 6 tickets. Mabel Jenner, you'd love to wear my yellow dress next Derby Day. Oh, don't even bother denying it. For 8 tickets, you can wear it, and my yellow shoes. They'll fit you. Oh, you don't have to use them all yourself. Sell them to your friends. And I've plenty more if these aren't enough.
Mary, where are you?
Right here, Daddy. I have a surprise for you.
Well, by a happy coincidence, I have a surprise for you.
Just how many tickets I asked first.
No, you didn't. Sweetheart. Sweetheart. What's wrong? Oh, tell me. You can tell me.
I'm frightened.
Well, but just a moment ago you were... Well...
Pretending. I'm such an actress. I've been pretending all day. Oh, Daddy, I'm afraid.
Of what, sweetheart?
The rehearsal.
Oh, baby, nothing can go wrong. I'll go with you.
I'm a coward, Daddy. I pretend and I'm still a coward. Daddy, at rehearsal.
Oh, don't worry, dear. I'll be there.
Stay near me. Don't go away. Promise me.
I promise, Mary. Blow your nose. Good. Now, go wash your face. Juliet may come to rehearsal in pigtails, but let it not be said that she comes with a dirty face.
The DuPont Cavalcade continues, starring Margaret O'Brien as Mary Anderson. It is 1875. Mary Anderson is scheduled to make her debut as Juliet at Macaulay's Theater in Louisville, Kentucky. It's just before rehearsal time.
Dr. Griffin.
Yes, Macaulay?
I'm afraid the rehearsal is going to be a little noisy. The carpenters have to refurbish the old sets.
That's just fine.
I'm sorry. How do you feel, Mary?
Nervous.
Oh, that's good. I'll take a nervous actor every time. Did you bring your Juliet costume?
No, sir. I'm afraid I don't have one. I thought...
Well, that's too bad. Maybe the actress who played Juliet will be gracious enough to lend you the things she wore.
Children, nothing of the sort, Macaulay. I'm not the gracious kind.
You talk of the... How are you, darling?
So this is the new Juliet.
How do you do?
Macaulay, isn't there a law against cradle snatching?
Be a good Juliet, will you, and go somewhere else.
Oh, I wouldn't miss this for the world. I'm going to watch the rehearsal.
Well, then you'll keep your mouth shut.
Oh, I promise, so help me. Please to begin. Hey, Romeo, wherefore art thou, you booze hound? Your Juliet's waiting for her first cue.
Macaulay, I won't play Romeo or anything else unless she stops calling me a booze hound.
If you don't think he's a booze hound, smell his breath.
Shut up, old hag.
Who's an old hag?
You are?
And you're a broken down ham?
Quiet!
You know it.
Quiet, Juliet! Romeo! Quiet, everybody, before I rupture a blood vessel! Mary.
I'm right here, Mr. Macaulay.
You mustn't allow any of this to upset you.
Oh, no, sir. Not at all.
Fine. The girl's a trooper. Now, Romeo, behave yourself and give Mary a cue. Now, suppose you take it at the first encounter between Romeo and Juliet. Act 1, Scene 5. Quiet, please.
If I profane with my unworthiest hand this holy shrine, the gentle fine is this. Me lips to blushing pilgrims ready stand to smooth that rough touch with a tender kiss.
But, Mary, that's your cue.
Yes, sir.
Well, go on. Speak up. What are you waiting for?
Nothing, Mr. Macaulay, except that I think I'm going to be sick.
Mary, do you feel well enough to talk?
I'm much better, Daddy.
Oh, good. Here's Mr. Macaulay. He wants to speak to you.
Hello, Mary. Hey, you look pale.
I feel pale.
Yes. Well, my dear, I've been doing a little soul searching.
About me?
Yes, about you and about me. Honey, suppose we call this whole thing off.
Oh, you couldn't do that, Mr. Macaulay.
I've tried to make a little money. There's nothing wrong with that. But I don't want to blast your life.
I'll be all right. It won't happen again.
Girl, they're going to badger you. That cast is spoiling for a fight. They'll do their level best to make your debut a fiasco.
It will still be my debut.
It won't be worth much. A jealous company, a drunken Romeo, stagehands you don't dare trust. Call it off, I say.
No, Mr. Macaulay.
Well, forgive me for saying so, but now you're behaving like a child, a foolish child.
Yes, Mr. Macaulay. But I may never get another chance again. Never in my whole life. I want to know about myself. I've got to know.
Oh. Well, Dr. Griffin, it's up to you to talk to the child.
She didn't sound like a child just now.
Tomorrow night, when the curtain goes up, they'll tear this daughter of yours to pieces.
They won't dare. We'll both be watching.
All right, have it your own stubborn way. I've tried to do the right thing. Mary, my wife will patch a few odds and ends together to make a costume for you.
I'm very grateful to your wife.
You'll need all your strength for tomorrow, both of you. Take my advice of an old showman and go home and have a good night's rest.
Oh, I'm afraid we can't do that, Mr. Macaulay.
You can't?
No, sir. Daddy and I still have nearly 100 tickets to sell.
On the evening of November 27th, 1875, Macaulay's Theater was crowded with men and women who had come to witness the debut of a Louisville girl. It became an extraordinary evening in the American theater. During the first act, stage props were missing. During the second and third acts, Romeo was not quite himself. However, by the end of the fourth act, even the stagehands were respectful, and the company's hostility had disappeared. For a teenager, Mary Anderson had met her ordeal, and she had won over her fellow actors and her audience. And as Romeo and Juliet drew to a close...
Places for the last scene. Mary, your place for the last scene.
I'm supposed to stab myself, Mr. Macaulay, but someone has removed the dagger.
Oh, fake it, Mary. Use a hat pin, use anything.
Yes, Mr. Macaulay.
Hey, just a moment. What's the matter with your hands?
Oh, nothing. The audience is waiting, sir.
Well, why are you hiding your hands?
Hold that curtain.
Now, Mary, let's see those hands.
It isn't anything at all.
What? They're burnt.
Someone must have started a fire in my dressing room. I had to put it out. It's quite a dramatic debut, isn't it, Mr. Macaulay? You mentioned that an actress needs to know a little pain. I think you were right.
Good luck, honey. Curtain!
Alack, what blood is this which stains the stony entrance of this sepulchre? What means these merciless and gory swords to lie discolored by this place of peace? The lady stirs.
Oh, comfortable fire. Where is my lord? I do remember well where I should be, and there I am. Where is my Romeo?
A greater power than we can contradict hath thwarted our intents. Come away. Thy husband there lies dead. Stay not to question, for the watch is coming. Come, go, good Juliet. I dare no longer stay.
Go, get thee hence, for I will not away. What's here? A cup closed in my true love's hand? Poison, I see, hath been his timeless end. Oh, churl, drunk all and left no friendly drop to help me after. I will kiss thy lips. Happy some poison yet doth hang on them, to make me die with a restorative. Thy lips are warm.
Lead, boy, which way?
Noise. Then I'll be brief. Oh, happy dagger, this is thy sheath. Here, rest, and let me die. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. No, I'm not in character anymore. I'm not Juliet or Mary Anderson. I'm just Margaret O'Brien. But I feel like doing just what Mary did that night after her debut at Macaulay's. She went home, washed her face, and drank a glass of milk. And then she opened her big volume of Shakespeare and began to study the part of Rosalind in As You Like It. Maybe that's why her name swept the country. And that's why in her day she became the sweetheart of the American stage. If I had a wish, I would wish that I could be like Mary Anderson.
Margaret, we hope your wish will come true. Thank you. And our thanks to the Cavalcade players for tonight's story, Juliet in Pigtails.
Ladies and gentlemen, on October 11th, at a special ceremony during the 30th Annual Convention of the American Legion Auxiliary in Los Angeles, the DuPont Cavalcade of America received for the second time the Radio Award of the Legion Auxiliary. Mrs. William Cashman, chairman of the National Radio Committee, presented the award to Cavalcade, and her remarks were recorded on that occasion. Mrs. Cashman.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. In the well-founded conviction that the quality of any radio program is determined as much by the discriminating taste of its listeners as by that of its sponsors and producers, nearly 1 million members of the American Legion Auxiliary have engaged this year in a critical survey of those programs which are regularly brought into our homes by radio. As a climax to this study, American Legion Auxiliary members from coast to coast have voted Cavalcade of America as one of the 30 radio programs meeting the highest cultural and educational standards. And so, in recognition of its leading role in providing consistently outstanding programs of inspirational, educational, and entertainment value, it gives me great pleasure to present to Cavalcade of America the 1950 Radio Award of the American Legion Auxiliary.
Thank you, Mrs. Cashman. And to all the members of the American Legion Auxiliary, we of the DuPont Cavalcade express our appreciation and gratitude for this honor.
This is Cy Harris reminding you that tonight marks the close of United Nations Week. Cavalcade joins the nation in saluting this great organization for world peace. Be with us next week when the star of the DuPont Cavalcade will be Loretta Young. Our DuPont play, the love story of Eliza McCardle and a young tailor who was one day to become President of the United States. Tonight's DuPont play was written by Morton Wishengrad. Music was composed by Arden Cornwell and conducted by Donald Voorhees. The program was directed by John Zoller.
Don't forget next week, Loretta Young on the DuPont Cavalcade of America, which comes to you from the Bascombe Theater in New York and is sponsored by the DuPont Company of Wilmington, Delaware, makers of better things for better living through chemistry.